You ever cry and it's gonna be in a bus right now?
Hey. What we could've been, what we should've been. If I wasn't with somebody, if we gotta hide it, what's the point of trying? I ain't just your friend, no, what's the point of lying? Trying to sell a story, ain't nobody buying. Look me in my eyes, don't that feel nice? Why should it end? Baby, I could've been him more than your friend. Just say wait and win, wait and make a trip, baby, make a wish, be the one I'm with. Should've been a, should've, could've, would have been. Hey.
If you send me the location, I'll be right there. And make her come check in my bed. No time, no.
Run.
It's a whole lot of money in this motherfucker. It's a whole lot of money in this motherfucker. Look at me run no bullshit, that bullshit get old. And look at me run no whole shit, these all get too bold. I'm allergic to that no shit, my wrist game on cold. I might do my good bite just to match with my toes. Yeah, I can't wear the shit you bitches wear because it's cheap to me. It's some money at my table, grab a seat for me. Cost a ticket just to cover all my legal fees. I don't hang with jealous bitches, that's a weak disease. Hold on, run up. If you broken in my business, then just shut up. I invested in my body, bitch, I'm done up. I look good, I like to fuck, I'm when the sun up. Put on my jewelry just to go to the bodega. And I keep it with me just so that I'm feeling safer. Candy on my body, but my feet is in bodega. Bitch, I'm getting money, gives a fuck about a hay in this motherfucker. It's a whole lot of money in this motherfucker. Look at me run no broke shit, that broke shit get old. Look at me run no whole shit, these all get too bold. I'm allergic to that no shit, my wrist game on cold. I might do my good bite just to match with my toes.
Hey yo, I put on my jewelry just to suck my nigga off. Fingers on his balls like I'm about to tell him cough. How long I you can't give it to him drunk like that? You gotta make that shit, you gotta pop the shit like that. Put on my jewelry just to go out by the pool. And I keep it with me in case somebody act the fool. Gucci on my coochie, I'ma make these niggas drool. Higher than the moon, but I'm in tune, so don't run up. Cause if you run up, I guarantee you ain't gon' leave looking done up. Some little Chinese things with the bun up. I got the crown low, you just to run up.
Put on my jewelry just to go to the bodega. And I keep it with me just so that I'm feeling safer. Candy on my body, but my feet is in bodega. Bitch, I'm getting money, give a fuck about a hate in this motherfucker. It's a whole lot of money in this motherfucker. Look at me run no broke shit, that bullshit get old. And look at me run no whole shit, these all get too bold. I'm allergic to that no shit, my wrist game on cold. I might do my good bite just to match with my toes.
Hey yo, Via, I just been the block, well these bitches wanna be ya. Probably cause my waist on any long ear. Well, I ain't talking cars, long hair, don't care.
You know, twin speeder, you tell me
What's the pissy, I fuck them like porn stars. And playing basketball for my bitches, it's all stars. Got Gucci on my wrist cause I'm richer than most bars. Yo niggas bitches trippin', let's send them a postcard.
I put on my jewelry just to go to the bodega. And I keep it with me just so that I'm feeling safer. Candy on my body, but my feet is in bodega. Bitch, I'm getting money, give a fuck about a hate in this motherfucker. It's a whole lot of money in this motherfucker. Look at me run no broke shit, that bullshit get old. Look at me run no whole shit, these all get too bold. I'm allergic to that no shit, my wrist game on cold. I'ma do my good bite just to match with my toes.
Nala, you been waiting on me, girl. You was waiting on me, pretty girl. Greetings, my kindreds. That it was our first day back in the gym, and I actually feel pretty freaking good. I don't know if it's because like I lost a lot of weight. So you guys know that I just got my jaw surgery about a month ago. It's been a month. Time flies. So it's been about a month now, and for the past month I haven't been able to really eat a lot.
Hope you're having a good day. Want to go for a walk?
Goddamn, hey Google. But yeah, so I haven't been able to like really eat a lot, and I lost about 15 pounds. So you guys know that in June I got my liposuction 360 BBL, like whatever, and I was like 135 pounds. And then I just got my jaw surgery about 4 weeks ago, and before that I was about 134 pounds. Now I am 120 pounds, and that is because of like my inability to eat and stuff. So I lost a lot of my butt, not a lot, but I lost some of my butt, and my legs got like really small. So that's cool, you know. We just gotta get in the gym and get our gains back. But I am kind of happy that I did lose some weight, because like my upper body was like really chunky.
What's this, sweetie? The upper body, baby.
My goal is to tone up and slim down my upper body for sure, and then build my lower body, because my legs, I feel like my legs look too small, and you know I want my, you know I want that booty to be bigger or whatever. So yeah, we're gonna continue on with our fitness journey. Starting November, I'm gonna be working out with the trainer. So yeah, let's get to it. Yeah, I'm gonna make me some breakfast real quick. I got me some eggs. I'm gonna make me 2 boiled eggs, and then some hot cereal. Don't judge me, but I mean, I always eat oatmeal. I love me some good oatmeal. I put some blueberries in my oatmeal and some honey. You don't be smacking. But this is hot cereal. Is that the same thing as oatmeal? I don't know. It looks like it, but I've never called like oatmeal hot cereal before. Anyways, I got this from Trader Joe's. I love Trader Joe's because Trader Joe's is very much obtainable, because I could spend like $60 in Trader Joe's and have a whole like week and a half's worth of groceries, which is like a great but yeah, I just got my water boiling right now for my oatmeal and my boiled eggs. So this is gonna be my first time having hot cereal. I don't have any blueberries, so I'm just going to use my raspberries before they get old, and my honey, and I'm gonna make some tea. Last night I took the Teamy colon tea. Matter of fact, let me show y'all. I hope that noise don't bother me. Hey, all that noise. Anyways, I had the Teamy colon tea last night, and Kendra, that thing had me on the toilet this morning. So this morning I'm going to make my tea, and I'm going to use the Teamy Skinny Tea. I had tried this a couple months ago back when I was in New York, and I was using it for like 2 weeks or so, and it really did help with making me feel like not bloated and stuff like that. So yeah, it's gonna help me, you know, keep the tummy flat and not out, you know, during the day after eating. Because y'all, for the past month, I've really been just eating like ramen and noodles and pad thai soup and just pasty and just all of that, and that's just a lot of like, I don't know, I guess just after eating all that, I just been feeling like really bloated. Even though I know I lost a lot of weight, I still feel very like because that's literally just all that I've been eating. So I'm really trying to steer away from that now that I can kind of like chew a little bit more. So this is my first time actually eating breakfast in a very long time, because eating was not enjoyable, so I didn't really care to freaking eat. But yeah.
Bitches at the mag. Okay.
This hot cereal is pretty good.
Whatever that means.
I might like it better than oatmeal.
It's getting weird. But I still need to get this right.
Plus I got this burning me. Curly yellow dancing on me. Said she smell the green on me. And she straight from California. Freaky what she wanna be. Tell me she like boys and girls. Oh well, that's okay with me. Then she said, my old boo left me blue. I really love it. So cold and so cruel. So many colors. Play hoes like Pro Tools. Can't never trust me. Now fuck 'em out. When I think about it, I just wanna cool it.
Oh, girl, leave me alone. I think I want another dog because she requires too much attention. And I don't be feeling like, no, who you just doing too much? I just be wanting all the attention. I just be doing too much. I just be doing too much. Say hi, everybody. My God. You feel better? You feel better? I feel better. I feel better. See, I feel better. Come on, because I have shit to do. Girl, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Go. If you're still watching this video and you are not subscribed to my channel yet, I'm gonna need you to stop being weird and go ahead and hit the subscribe button down below and hit that bell notification button too so you can get notifications on whenever I post a new video. Now, if you are a returning kindred, then I am pretty sure you're like up to date on my last couple of videos and you are fully aware that I have began my self-love journey, and I really do mean self-love journey. Y'all know I make wigs for a living. I have not been wearing any of my wigs for the past month. I haven't been wearing makeup for the past month up until this very moment, and I haven't even been wearing nails for the past month. I recently just got my nails done like a couple days ago, and even then I kept it like very natural, minus the color, you know, the color cute or whatnot. But yeah, I mean, I chose to do this because it forced me to like walk around my house. Whenever I walk around my house and I'm passing a mirror, to like look at myself and just see Najee in the raw, in the most purest of form, and to honestly just sit in my shit. And I say sit in my shit because I had to like take a step back and really just like reflect and be like damn Najee, like where did you go wrong? Like how the fuck did you end up here? And honestly, it's because Najee did not love herself enough. You know, I'm not simple-minded, I'm not oblivious. You know, I know what's right and what's wrong. I know what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, and I know what love looks like, or I have an idea of what love looks like, and I know what love doesn't look like. And this isn't what love looks like. This has me looking like Ebony from the Players Club. I can joke about that, but is really not funny. And the root of it all is just boils down to just like me not loving myself, like to a point where before this even happened, before this tragedy happening, you know, I can't remember the last time I was able to like look in the mirror and me have my natural hair out, me not wear any makeup, and me be looking at myself like, damn girl, you pretty, or feel good or feel confident. And that is really sad, but that's one positive that came out of all of this. Like I'm really grateful, like now I can look in the mirror and just feel comfortable and confident with myself. So yeah, the end goal for me in all of this is to just really learn how to love myself more than anybody else. And unfortunately, that is something that I have not yet mastered. A lot of people had questions and was asking a lot of questions like, what happened? You know, what's going on now? Is he in real? You know, stuff like that. And I will talk about that eventually. I just wasn't ready to talk about that when you guys were heavily asking about it, because I just felt like, how can I aspire to want to inspire women to leave these toxic and physical relationships when I'm technically still married? Like, how can I aspire to inspire women to just love themselves in their most rawest of forms when I actually don't love myself in the most rawest of form? So I held back a lot, you know, after that incident. But I did see all of you guys' messages. I did see all of you guys' comments. And even though I'm like halfway posting my journey on YouTube, which is a really huge platform, I still am and was very much embarrassed and ashamed. And I just felt like I had to do that, like I had to post that because it's just been too long. And I felt like, you know, maybe if I didn't let the world know, then there is a huge possibility that I can go back to that, because we are humans of habit. Like, we are creatures of habit, and I've been going back and back and back for so long, and I figured, like, if I post this, then I'd be crazy to go back, because then everybody would look at me like I'm crazy. And I know it's not about like how people perceive you, but just for me, I had to do what I had to do to just make sure, like, Najee, this is the end, because next time there is not going to be a next time, like, you know. And that's why I made that comment where I was like, even if you don't want to do it for yourself, do it for your friends and family, because they're going to be the ones mourning your death when you're gone. And that is absolutely true. So yeah, that was kind of like a little ramble, a little lot. But like I said, this is my self-love journey. I am being like extremely vulnerable with you guys. And yeah, I think what's gonna help me is having this routine and minimalizing my look and my image and just my lifestyle in general. Just trying to live like a minimalistic type of lifestyle, you know. And I say all of this because I want to introduce this brand that goes by the name Merit. They did send me makeup. They are a skincare and makeup brand. They sent me this a couple months ago, and I was like, this is kind of like the perfect timing for me to like bring this out, because it fits with the type of lifestyle that I'm trying to create, manifest for myself. Their motto is less is more, and they're really big on promoting like a minimalistic, accessible routine for women. And yeah, I love their products, the consistency of their products, what they stand for. They are a vegan brand as well, so they don't have like a lot of harsh chemicals and stuff in their products. And that's what I use today. Like, yes, you know, I've been like, you know, haven't been wearing makeup, you know, stuff like that. But, you know, I was looking at myself earlier and I was like, okay, you're cute or whatever. But you do look a little rough. And it's probably because I'm not like getting enough nutrients in my body. I haven't been getting like enough nutrients in my body, so my skin has been looking like really weird. But today I decided to use Merit's products, and I love the way my skin looks. It's really giving that real deal makeup, no makeup look. So I thought that was great. So yeah, I just want to get into this bag that they sent me, Kindred's. First and foremost, I want to say that this bag is so cute and super chic. I think that is really clever that they use this in their minimalistic collection that they sent me. Super cute and really good for traveling. Like if you're going away for the weekend and you don't want to really pack a lot, and you just have like this cute little bag where you can just throw your makeup in, pull it out with a cute little mirror, do your makeup real fast. Like it's just really cute for that minimalistic type of lifestyle that I'm going for. So yeah, I'm really excited to share this brand with you guys. I think that you guys will really love it. And yeah, let's just get into this bag, Kindred.
The sun is going down now. Been at it for a while, and I have had enough of this. I doubt that we can solve it. Been trying for so long, and I just can't ignore that it won't ever be the same. No, we will never be that good again. Don't drag it out, skip the innocence. Things will never be the same again. You know, I got all that I need. No need to apologize. No, we won't waste any more time. Yeah, I am all that I need. No need to apologize. No, we won't waste any more time. Yeah, you're still stuck on my mind. You won't go away. It's like you are a part of me. The mansion in my dreams. Now you won't be there, and I just can't ignore that it won't ever be the same. No, we will never be that good again. Don't drag it out, skip the innocence. Things will never be the same again. You know, I got all that I need. No need to apologize. No, we won't waste any more time. Yeah, I am all.
Alright, so now that you guys have been able to get a glimpse of Mavericks, I'm gonna go ahead and move on to just like getting rid of this box right here. So I have a styling chair that's in storage, but the color scheme in my old apartment in New York was really dark, and so the styling chair was black. I'm going to do like a different color scheme here in Atlanta. So I went ahead and got a new chair, a new styling chair from Minerva. I'm not gonna put it together tonight because I have one of my closest friends coming in for their birthday, and he's gonna help me clean out like my storage unit and help me hook up my space, so that way my home can be aesthetically pleasing and ready to take on clients here in Atlanta. Super excited about that. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just like unbox it because I'm really excited to see my new styling chair, and get rid of this box because I want to do this charm haul in front of the mirror for you guys after. I have some really cute stuff that I want to share with you guys. So yeah, that's what I do right now. Hey Google, play TNT by Nayana.
I looked for TNT by my Nashik, but it either isn't available or can't be played right now.
Hey Google, play TNT by Nayana.
Naive by the Kooks, sure.
No!
Playing on YouTube Music.
Hey Google. Hey Google. Play TNT by Nayana.
Don't Love Me, remix by Tiana Taylor, sure. Playing on YouTube Music.
Hey Google. Play TNT by Nayana.
Playing Tchaikovsky, Suite Number 4, Opus 61, Mozartiana
Is he fucking serious?
1887 on YouTube Music.
Play Nayana TNT.
Control 10-hour edition on YouTube Music.
Yo, I've never experienced. Play TNT by Nayana IZ.
Sister Athena by Engard. Sure.
Hell no.
Playing on YouTube Music.
Oh, yeah, he got me fucked up.
In the meantime,
I think I like this.
oh shit, step into that.
Oh shit, wait a minute. Come on. Where's my song? I gotta know the name of the song. About to check out Shazam. It's called Sister Berthina by Magarini. Okay, download this song. I like it. I can do like a cute little remix to this. Play TNT by Nayana IZ.
TNT by Nayana is, sure, playing on YouTube Music.
Hey Google, turn the music up 2 notches. I'm so here for this color, it's so cute. Hey Google, play Humble by Lil Baby.
Humble by Lil Baby, sure, playing on YouTube Music.
This is so nice, y'all. Oh my god, I love this. And my base is really nice too. I'm about to show you guys my base.
What did she mean when she said she
Look
made
how nice
What
this
did she mean
is.
when she said she made
It's so heavy, but it's so nice. Atlanta, we are here in Atlanta. We turn up next summer.
I've been keeping my kids and I switched up my number. I done made all these millions, I'm keeping my number. All these food.
Cause I will be sure that it. Yes, this is so nice. So I also got me, oh it's so dark. I also got me a new like tray. Obviously I have to put like the wheels and stuff on it, but this is so nice and so heavy. I just really wanted to like, well, my other hair tray was actually really nice too. But I actually got it for my mom. I don't know if you guys know, my mom was a hairstylist for a very long time. And she passed down her chair to me. And I really didn't want to let go of the chair because it means so much to me. Like one of her paintings that she had at her styling station, I still have it and I'm gonna put it up here just because I'm a sentimental person. And I would have kept the chair, but I'm really trying to like, it just doesn't go with the thing that I'm trying to like go with now. So I just went with a different color. But yeah, this is where I'm gonna have like my supplies and stuff that I need when I'm going to be working on my client or whatever. But this is like so nice and it's heavy and it's like leather at the bottom and it was expensive. It was freaking expensive for this thing was expensive. But glad we got that. But yeah, I know it's gonna take me some time to like get settled in my apartment, whatever. But I'm just like really excited for this new journey. And I'm gonna move on to this trial haul. I'm gonna clean this mirror, so I think it needs to be clean. And clean this wall, cause I noticed that like, I did not know this, but instead of blowing out your candles, put the top back on your candles because that smoke in the air, even though you can't see it, you'll end up seeing it. Cause look, this came from the smoke in the air. I don't know if you guys can see, but my like base to my salon chair was up against this wall and like the plastic I think attracted like the smoke and it got on the wall. And how I know it was that from the candle and how it traveled all the way over there is because of this. Y'all gonna be like, what the fuck when you see this? But I'm gonna clean it. I know how to clean it, but look at this. This is crazy. Look at the hell, what the hell happened over here. Do y'all see that? I don't know if y'all can see that, but do y'all see that? Hold on. But do y'all see that? Crazy. So I have to clean that. I was like, oh my God, am I gonna be able to clean this? But yeah, I'll be able to clean it. Lord, and that all came from this because I blew the candle out. And instead of just putting the top on it, I blew the candle out and like all the smoke was like, Lord have mercy. You guys really enjoyed my last try on haul in my previous vlog. It was my TJ Maxx / Skims dupes try on haul. And this try on haul is just going to be a combination of a few things that I got from a couple of different places. But first and foremost, I want to show you guys this bag that I forgot to add in my last TJ Maxx try on haul. It's so cute, it's so chic. Hold on. Like, look at this bag. Look how cute this bag is. And I got it from TJ Maxx. Kindred's up. TJ Maxx is literally the freaking GOAT. Do not sleep on TJ Maxx. You can always find some really good finds in TJ Maxx. This bag is super cute. It was definitely giving me like Big Mama Bottega vibes or whatever. But yeah, this bag is super cute, and it wasn't that expensive. Well, I think it was probably like $50 or whatever. I can't really remember. I'm gonna go look at the receipt and put the price right here. But this bag is so cute. I haven't worn it yet, but I'm super excited to. I want to. It's already in its last hole, but I want to make another hole because I want the bag to actually be able to adjust as like a shoulder bag and not like a crisscross bag. Like, let me show you. I would really like for the bag to kind of be like this short. Like, I think this is so cute without obviously the long strap. I think this is so cute. So that's what I'm gonna do with this bag. Oh, so cute. And I can wear it like this. And I can wear it like this. And like this. And like this. And yeah, moving on. This is another really cute double-sided bag. It's literally two bags in one. It has an opening here and an opening here. One side is white and like suede. This side is like cream and like crocodile material. And then the handle on the bag is super cute. It's metal, it's silver, and it's kind of like resembling like the part of the zipper, like the flip part of the zipper that always gets stuck or broken. Yeah, this is so cute. I thought this bag was super cute. I got it from Minimalistic. Y'all, I talk about Minimalistic all the freaking time. I've been wearing their stuff a lot lately, like even in my vlogs. Every time I like wear something, I'm like, oh, I got this from Minimalistic. So this is like one of their bags that I got. Super cute. You guys have never seen this bag. I don't know if it's like too bright in here, but hold on, let me see. And then moving on, this bucket hat I got from Minimalistic. You guys have seen this probably in my second to last video, I think. Yes, in my second to last video. Yeah, this is cute. But let's just move on to the clothes now. Let's have fun. Let's have some fun now. Hey Google, play Poison.
Playing Poison on YouTube Music.
Girl, I must warn you, I sense something strange in my mind. Yeah, yo, situation is let's cure it cause we're running out of time. Tell them, baby. relationships they seem from the start. Yeah, it's all so deadly when love is not together from the heart.
But I did forgot one more thing. I also got this really cute bag from Minimalistic. It is so cute. I got it actually because I thought that it was the same like jean material as these pants, but it's not, and that is okay because I'm still gonna wear it with these jeans. It doesn't have to be the same exact denim, but it's close enough. And I think that is still very cute. Absolutely love it. It's like real denim. Oh, and it smells so good and so fresh. It also has a strap so you can wear it as like a crossbody purse, but I'm gonna most likely just wear it as a clutch. I think that it's so cute. So y'all cannot tell me that all the stuff, especially that I got from Minimalistic, is not fire. But honestly, everything that I mean, obviously I feel this way because I bought it, but everything that I bought is fire. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. I'm not a finesser on my trial hauls. It's either I like the stuff or I don't. Mainly because I am spending my own money on it. So yeah, and even if I was spending my own money on it, I would still be honest. But yeah, this is so cute. But that's it for the trial haul, and that's really almost it for this vlog. After this, I'm actually just going to make myself some dinner. Now that I can really eat, I'm gonna make me some salmon, rice, and some a little bit of spinach or sauteed spinach, and have me a glass of wine and just relax the rest of the night. I really hope that you guys enjoyed this trial haul and this just the entire vlog, because I want y'all to know that I am trying. It's like really hard. It's been really hard. You know it's hard out here for you when you trying to get this money for the rent. And the Cadillacs that gas money spent will cause a whole lot of Kendra's jumping ship.
I'm just saying I can be, yeah, one that you call and you talk to, girl. I'll share my world with you. If you're gonna waste your time, waste your time with me. I mean honestly, open your eyes and see. If you're gonna give it you what you need, waste your time with me. You could have all
Well, today was an extremely long day. I had to pour me a glass of wine. This is something new that I'm trying. It's long back, but I've never had like this brand before. And I'm finally going to eat dinner because I'm starving. I think we're gonna do salmon, not I think, because I already just thought out the meat. So I'm gonna eat salmon, some rice, and sauteed spinach. And we're going to, after we eat, crawl in the bed, get on my computer, respond to emails, finish editing this video, and go to bed. Because we got a long day tomorrow.
But I ain't take this shit out my goddamn. Hold on right quick. Hold on.
Thank you.
If you send me the look,
working with a more coaching approach to developing people. You may not have to do so much recruitment.
Business of Architecture UK, episode 41. Special announcement, the next BOA UK live event, the first one of 2019, is coming to you on Tuesday, the 5th of March. It will be held in the UNI offices, 7A Howick Place in Victoria, southwest London, and there will be a discussion panel of industry thought leaders, entrepreneurs, intrapreneurs, architects, discussing the 7 threats to an architectural practice. Now, early bird tickets are now on sale. I'm going to put the link and the information underneath this podcast. So book your tickets right away, and I look forward to seeing you there. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am your host, Ryan Willard, and this week I'm in my favourite hotel on the Thames. It was a grisly, overcast day, but I had the fantastic opportunity of speaking with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers about the topic of emotional intelligence. There's a little bit of background on both of these extraordinary women. Rachel is an experienced strategic marketing consultant, and she's been trained in business, personal, and leadership coaching. And about 6 years ago, she set up a company called RB. And she's got a lot of operational director experience before that, and she combines her coaching abilities with her marketing strategies and expertise, and works primarily with a number of architects. Now, Louise is also a business coach. She's an executive and business coach. She's got about 25 years of experience in public relations and communications. She was one of the founding directors of Niche PR, who are a company that works across a number of sectors from real estate, hospitality, and design. And she exited that around 2014. And together they've created Step Up, which is a new coaching program which is focused for associates and associate directors within architects' practices and other organizations in the built environment. So they've got a real deep understanding of the industry and how it operates. And they focus their work on emotional intelligence. And for me, and I've sort of alluded to this before in many podcasts about the importance of emotional intelligence, because it really is the underlying driver for every single decision that we make, and every part of our business is impacted and affected by our level of emotional intelligence, from how we hire staff to how we cultivate our teams, how we lead ourselves, the decisions that we make, the things that we do, the things that we don't do, our productivity. And of course, emotional intelligence in sales and in marketing, having a deep level of emotional understanding of somebody else's perspective, and also the underlying emotional forces which are, at play within our own identities, is a very, very deep conversation. And having a good understanding and grasp of it can really transform our businesses and take them into totally new, uncharted areas, and can be very, very exciting. So I'm going to leave you now, but please enjoy this fantastic podcast. It's filled with fascinating bits with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am here with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, nice to be here.
Brilliant. So, we're here because we're going to talk about emotional intelligence and how that is important in the realm of architecture and architecture business. So the first question is, what is it that you guys do? What are your backgrounds?
Okay, so well, I'm Rachel, and I'm a consultant and I'm a coach. And my background, I've spent 25 years working with people in the built environment. Initially with a project manager doing business development and marketing, and that's my background. And then 5 years ago, I left there and set up my own business, which is RB, spelled AREBE. It's important, doesn't work on a podcast. And that business advises primarily architects, but actually consultants all the way across the built environment on marketing, strategy, business development. And then later, so 3 years ago now, I trained as a coach and as a sort of adjunct to that business. So that training gives me the ability to do one-to-one coaching with people, whether that be around leadership or business development. But it also gives a slightly different style to what I'm doing in terms of my consultancy work. So yeah, that's my background.
And Louise?
Well, my background is actually in public relations. I trained originally as a journalist, and then I worked in PR, mostly with organisations working in the built environment for 25 years, including being a co-founder of an agency, a PR agency that specialised in working with stakeholder communications. So doing really complex negotiations with local communities around developments that are planned for their area. So through that, I obviously met a lot of developers and architects, and I suppose some of my job was distilling their very complex messages into bite-sized chunks that could be understood by local communities impacted by development to help people get planning consent. And I left my business 5 years ago, and then I trained as a coach.
Right, so both of you have got the background in business coaching.
Yeah.
And so the topic for this afternoon is emotional intelligence. So what is it? What is emotional intelligence?
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it, that gets associated, perhaps because it's got the word emotion in it, with the kind of the soft skills that people need in order to run a business. And both Rachel and I feel that that is kind of underselling it. And I think what we would say is that it's about the things that make us human. Rachel, would you like to add to that? It's really weird because it's one of those things that to define is really...
there's two things. There's an official definition of emotional intelligence, which, let's say it anyway, because I think it's important. So emotional intelligence is being able to recognize your own emotions, recognizing those of others, being able to regulate your own emotional responses, and being able to influence others. Which again, that word emotion, I think it really does undermine what it actually is, because it is actually, if you take away that emotion, you basically end up with a machine. So the machine that has technical expertise and an intellectual capacity for facts and information and technical things, but you take away everybody's thinking and beliefs and values and personality and all those things that actually make us human. And particularly when you're working on building projects, there are masses of people involved with those. So the process of designing and making buildings involves so many people and therefore so much emotion and personality. Obviously, it's then crucial to that.
I suppose it's a kind of illusion that we think that emotions are something separate from our decision making.
Exactly.
And that we think that we're kind of intellectually, we know we're skilled professionals. We don't need to worry about emotions. Emotions are for at home or somewhere else. But actually, it's something that's driving us all the time.
Exactly.
And so what are the kind of problems that that you've experienced with architects with not having emotional intelligence, or where does emotional intelligence or a lack of training in it cause problems?
Well, I wouldn't say that architects are particularly not emotionally intelligent, but what Rachel and I have both found in our work with architects is quite often the people at the very senior level have the same sort of comments about the people the level below them that we feel comes down to a need to see the development of emotional intelligence take place. So, for example, they say, I sent them on a business development course, but they still don't go out and do new business. Or I sent them on a networking course and they still don't come back, or they still don't want to go out and do networking. Because what they've done is they've given them a kind of layer of techniques and skills and tools that they may be able to use. But what they haven't done is actually increase their ability to use those effectively, because we don't know what might be holding people back from, until people understand that for themselves, they may not know what's holding them back from being able to use those skills and techniques that they've been taught. So what we've done is develop a program for mostly associate level that will enable them to step up into a leadership role by building on their ability to understand their own emotional responses and understand the emotional responses that other people that they're working with might have, and learning how to recognize what's happening, kind of name it in order to tame it, if you like, the things that might trigger certain impulses in them, and then work with those so that they become more effective across the board.
So what kind of obstacles, if you're, can training in emotional intelligence unlock, if you like, in an architecture practice? So that's a good example where you're saying that an architects might be giving training development to some of their staff, and then yet they're not implementing the techniques and the skills. And obviously that's quite a massive one. And
just to give you a small example, as Rachel has said, more and more people are working in really big project teams. And an awful lot about emotional intelligence. It's words that are used to describe building better relationships with people. So, as the public relations consultant or the public consultation consultant, I've been in those team meetings, and there is always an opportunity before that meeting starts to engage with the person sitting to your right or to your left, who might be a quantity surveyor or somebody from the development company, or somebody else involved in delivering a project. But you'd be surprised how many people will not take that opportunity to engage. They sit there and they look at their emails, and yet the person they're sitting next to could be their client of the future. And it's very simple things like that. It's about waking up their curiosity about other people and making them feel more comfortable about that level of engagement with other people.
I think one of the other areas that I see a lot, certainly when I do business development sort of coaching and advice, is around things like bidding for work. So one of the big areas around emotional intelligence is empathy. So being able to see things from somebody else's point of view. And obviously when you're initially doing networking, but particularly when you come to actually pitch for a project, the ability to see that project and the need from the client's point of view is absolutely paramount. And quite often when people are putting together a pitch, they can only actually see their own service and the things that they need to get across about their practice, rather than actually stepping out of that and coming at it from the client's point of view. And that is so, when you see people bidding, you see people who win, it is really when they've demonstrated that understanding.
Yes. Yeah, that's something that's key in sales and marketing.
Sure.
The more that you're able to communicate an understanding of what the client's genuine problem is and articulate it, you've got a way higher chance of being able to win that work and also create an effective relationship, because you're in the listening of the other person.
That's right. And obviously, as somebody who has spent a large part of their life working with local communities to explain the complications around planning applications. I was telling Rachel earlier that I did once sit in on a public consultation really early on in my career, and I think architects have got a lot better since then, with an architect who was trying to explain proposals for a very large social housing development. And there was somebody in the room who said, will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush? And the architect just carried on explaining what he wanted to explain. And the person said, I want to know, will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush? And in the end, he actually stood up and repeated the question for the third time before he got, and then he got some really complex explanation about soundproofing standards. And it's really, I mean, as I say, I think this was a long time ago, and I think things have improved since then, but it really is about that ability to put yourself in somebody else's shoes and see things from their point of view. And we're lucky in that that's something that we can learn to do better. We can all learn to do it, but we can't all learn how to be architects, but we can all learn how to do that better.
Do you think there's a stigma almost about learning about these types of skill sets and emotional intelligence? Because you're saying that the word emotional kind of suddenly people go in a particular direction with it. And I'm very much like you, that this work on emotional EQ is the root of absolutely every interaction that we have as human beings.
Yes. I think traditionally that has certainly been the case. There's people see technical expertise as more important than what's been called in the past soft stuff, the really difficult soft stuff. I do think that's changing. You can see in the new, as Louis said earlier on, in the new breed of architects, those sort of practices who are starting to be at the forefront of things now are led by people who have very high levels of emotional intelligence. So I think there is a change. And it's perhaps because to be successful now on the larger projects, as we've talked about, you do actually need to have that. So maybe it's naturally becoming that way.
Can you walk me through a sort of process that you might do with a client or an architect that might come to you and perhaps they've identified, I mean, even just being able to identify where there is perhaps a lack of understanding is a huge accomplishment in itself. What is it that you do, and how do you help them identify those types of things?
Well, I think there's obviously lots of different areas of emotional intelligence, but if we talk about one that comes up frequently, if you talk about triggers, so we all have buttons which can be pressed by certain people and certain circumstances, even certain words, and emotional intelligence enables you to deal with those triggers or buttons in a slightly different way. So I was saying to Louise earlier on, who read something yesterday that said you can't stop the bird landing on your head, but you can stop it building a nest. But I'm not sure the bird lands on your head a lot, but I kind of get the essence of what they're trying to explain there. So with triggers, we would ask a client to work out, either by journaling or just by thinking about the last time that somebody pressed a button. And it's really about trying to remember back to the earliest feeling or reaction that somebody had to that. So is it that your stomach tenses up at that point? Is it that your chest goes really tight? Is it that your head starts burning? But generally you can work out the very first stage of an emotional reaction by you can work out what the first part was. And it wasn't the point at which you threw something across the table and got very angry. It was probably 5 minutes earlier. It was a word that you heard or something happened. And if people can better understand those triggers, then they can start working out what it is about that word that makes them react in that way. And generally there's something in between the trigger, so the word, and the reaction, which is generally a belief about something. So it might, for instance, I was in a meeting the other day and it ended in an argument between two people in the room, and it was brought about by the belief that one person felt that the other person didn't trust them. Now that was never actually stated, but one person said something, the other reacted very defensively. So there was a trigger, there was a reaction, but the bit that was unspoken and unseen was the belief that they're not trusted. And that's actually what somebody reacts to. So if you can identify those beliefs, then you can start to actually address them.
And something that is just so simple, which is learning how to listen better. I mean, most people don't listen very well, and it's a fundamental, obviously, of coach training, but most people listen in order to respond. And somebody can be talking to you, and in your head you're already formulating your response, which means that you're not actually listening to them, you're not listening with your whole self. So I think even by learning, by working with people to increase their ability to really listen. And I've done that with people in groups where you get one person to talk for 3 minutes and the other person's not allowed to interrupt and not allowed to ask a question. Actually, when we were training, we did it for 5, which with people who aren't training to be a coach, I would only do it for 3, because it's actually incredibly difficult to just sit and listen to somebody for 3 minutes without working out what you're going to say. If you, there's no pressure on you to say anything. In fact, you're really not allowed to say anything. And even practicing that can mean that people get the habit of not listening in order to respond, but listening in order to listen. And you can imagine how that plays out in an architect's life with their colleagues, with clients. You know, if you present a proposal to a client and the client comes straight back at you with a criticism, rather than letting all those triggers be pushed and leaping to a response, listen to what your client's saying and the way that they're saying it. Look for those verbal and physical cues that they give, that there may be something else that's happening in there, you know, that you're feeling, but is actually probably not to do with you. But at least hear them out and then think carefully about how you're going to respond to them, rather than immediately going on the defensive, which I think happens quite a lot.
Yeah. And it's kind of, they're linked, aren't they, I suppose, with the reaction. If you go straight into a reaction mode and you're not aware that you've gone into a reaction mode, you're going to be listening to the other person in a certain way, which has got nothing to do with that person. It's to do with you and
exactly.
and the filters that you've just basically condemned that person to your way of listening to them about.
Yeah. Well, it used to happen an awful lot in public consultations.
Yeah.
And I can remember once being asked to kind of rescue a public consultation that had gone really badly wrong. So we were pulled in far too late because they'd decided that they could do it. The architects and the developers decided they could do it themselves. And I went to this public exhibition in a London borough, and and there was somebody who was standing looking at a display board, and, you know, with the plans all nicely outlined. And I said to him, can I answer any questions that you might have about what you're seeing on the boards? And he said, if I talk to you, I'm going to completely lose it. So I just need to stand here and absorb the information on the boards, and then we'll see. And so I knew to step back, and I knew that I was going to be dealing with somebody and when I did speak to him afterwards, he said, nobody has listened. This is the second public exhibition we've had. Nothing's changed. Nobody has listened to us. So, you know, if you're going to actually do something like a public consultation, then develop your listening skills so that you can listen and respond appropriately.
It's very interesting, because it's, again, that skill of listening is so key to every part of the design process. And I know for architects, you know, if you've negotiated a poor contract or you've got yourself into a little bit of a difficult situation, it's normally come down to both parties not listening to each other.
Yeah.
And in those first initial meetings as well, as part of like the sales process, it's kind of so important for you as the architect to understand what the emotional drivers are.
Exactly.
To why the project is happening.
Yeah.
And it's often very interesting to try and to dig and to also, I suppose it takes a lot of confidence as well to be able to ask questions that elicit certain types of responses.
Well, it does. And, you know, obviously, as trained coaches, that's one of the things that we do. But actually, you know, when I'm describing what coaching is to people, I often say a coach will be your thinking partner. We'll help you think, because we believe that you have the solutions in your head, and our job is to help bring them out. And I think sometimes an architect working with a client is the same sort of relationship, isn't it? That you've got to be thinking partners. You can't have two people coming in with completely separate agendas. You've got to have the ability to empathize with the other person, kind of walk in their shoes for a while, understand their point of view. And it is all about kind of basic relationship building.
Yeah, I think that you were going down the route of good questioning, and I think people don't sometimes ask enough questions to try and understand a bit more. I think sometimes we hear something which resonates with us and we almost go off down that tangent rather than listening to that and then going back with another question about the same topic and stopping us at another one of those triggers, stopping ourselves going off down the tangent. So yeah, great question.
Yeah, no, I've had that issue myself in conversations with clients where I've been held back and been like, actually, I shouldn't ask that. It's not my business. And then actually through external training and development, been able to, go, well, actually, no, you can ask these questions, and it makes a big difference when you start probing and asking questions that you thought perhaps were too personal, but actually it creates a very different relationship in a very different space.
Well, people are different, aren't they, obviously? So the early relationship building, the better you've listened, and the more you've watched those facial cues and that sort of thing, the more you should know then about how far you can push your questioning.
Yes.
Because if that early relationship building bit hasn't been done very effectively, you might well get it wrong. And we've all seen that. I've certainly done that myself, where you haven't quite got it right and you think, oh no, that's too far, or didn't go far enough. Yeah.
So when architects engage with your services and your coaching, what are they coming to you with?
All sorts of different things. I mean, so one-to-one coaching, I do, and I know Louise does similar, lots around people stepping into new roles. So new directors, people about to be promoted, people who are maybe stuck in a rut, who are either looking to leave the practice or trying to find a way to refresh what they're doing. So want that promotion, don't understand why they're not getting it, but actually think it's something to do with them, not just the practice, so they're looking for help with that. And then lots around business, specifics around business development and networking. I personally do a lot of work with introverts who want to network better.
Right.
Which is fascinating as an area.
Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well,
is that common within architects then? That there's a lot of, I suppose it's quite an introverted
I think it's
profession.
common full stop.
Right.
But yes, lots of architects and engineers are deep thinkers and full of technical expertise and fantastic at that. And lots of them are better within a smaller group than a great big dry event. Plus it's full of people that they're not particularly interested in sometimes, or perceive they might not be. So they're looking for different ways to do it. And I think the term networking, in lots of people's heads, sort of says big event full of old men in suits, and that's all they actually understand to be networking. Well, it's just not like that. There's lots of ways to form connections and build relationships, which is actually that all networking is about, which doesn't involve going to great big events at all. If you can put a bit more purpose to it and work out who it is you actually want to speak to, it's perfectly possible to find ways of doing that really suits you and your personality. And no need for big events.
Could you give us an example of alternative ways of networking that might be more...
Well, the obvious one is cycling.
Really?
Which has overtaken our industry, I think, and lots of... Well, yeah, cycling's the new golf, isn't it? Which has become the cliche, I think. But obviously smaller groups around people's interests. So it doesn't need to be cycling. It could be a particular artist who's exhibiting somewhere who a couple of your potential clients are interested in. Well, why not go there? And because you're going to be more engaged with it, it's your area of interest. It shows you've listened to that client. And that's actually the person you need to meet. You don't need to meet the 250 people in that dry event up the road. So I think...
It almost sounds like fun as well.
Exactly. It can be, yeah. I mean, I suppose we all need to go to events that we don't particularly want to go to sometimes because our interests aren't the same as our clients. But generally, I think there are ways of doing it which suit people's personality better. Yeah.
Well, I've worked with practice leaders mostly and creative leaders of entrepreneurial companies generally. And I suppose what they all have in common is that they've got where they are because they're really, really good at what they do and not because they're really good at managing people. And it can be quite a lonely place to be. So I've worked with people on issues such as succession planning, when they feel they're on a hamster wheel and they're working incredibly hard and really long hours and paying loads of people's mortgages and turning that dynamic around a bit so that your business is working for you rather than you working for your business is generally the objective of that. What do you need to get from this, and what are your longer term goals for your life and for your business? What's your path towards achieving them? So working with individual leaders I've probably done a little bit more of.
And say something like family succession succession planning within a practice? What are the kind of obstacles in that? Because that's something that's come up a few times in our conversations.
I think architects find that, in my experience, many architects find that very difficult, thinking about the succession planning. Some do it really well. Some do it less well. I mean, obviously one of the things with architects is that an awful lot of them are called after people who no longer work within them. So it shows that they're not really thinking of succession planning, because the practice is still called after people that don't work there anymore. But succession planning is a really complex thing. And I think another factor that certainly I've come across before is that lots of creative leaders, not just architects, but they appoint people who are just below their level of competence. And they do it almost unconsciously, because they think that what they're doing is succession planning, but actually it's because they may find the challenge of having somebody working for them who is as good as them and has the potential to be as good as them actually quite challenging. We were talking about that this morning, weren't we? I think we've both come across
that's
that
fascinating. And I suppose it's one of those unaware emotional things that's kind of dictating the decisions, and those decisions are going to shape the business.
They're going to shape the business. And actually, if you're getting to the stage in your life and in your career where you're thinking, actually, I need to think about an exit strategy in the next 5 or 10 years, but you still want to have some connection with your business, then you clearly need people there who are going to be as good or better than you are. So developing your emotional intelligence so that you can recognize those people and play that role in their lives as of nurturing and developing them to one day, step into the leadership role in your business is not an easy thing to do.
And how can architects, say, for example, in the hiring of staff, make sure that they're employing people that have a high level of emotional intelligence? Because I've heard business leaders in the past speak to me or have conversations, and sometimes one of the things they really think is the most important is not necessarily what's on the CV, but actually the emotional intelligence of a newcomer to a team. So how can architects or business owners ensure that they're kind of bringing emotional intelligence to those kinds of HR processes?
Well, I'm going to let Rachel answer that in just a minute, but I will say something that we both feel is really important, that by actually working with a more coaching approach to developing people, you may not have to do so much recruitment, because we would really argue that retention is a much better strategy than recruitment. It's cheaper. You don't get people setting up in competition to you. We both spoke to somebody quite recently who said we have one of two things. They either leave and set up on their own, or they leave because they haven't done that well here, and then they go somewhere else and they flourish. Now, what's that about? And isn't that a waste of your human capital? That's a terribly cold term, but you know what I mean. You've invested all this time and energy and even money into somebody, and then they leave and set up on their own or go and work for somebody else and do really well. So we would both argue that actually developing a more coaching style approach to management may stop that happening in the first place. And I'll let Rachel talk about recruitment.
Well, first of all, what does a coaching style mean? What does that mean to you?
Well, I'm afraid it's words that we've used before, like listening,
right,
and empathy.
Right.
And developing that most people go to work these days, they don't want to be somebody different from the person they are at home. They want a kind of congruence between who they are at home and who they are at work. They want to be accepted for what they bring to the table. They want to feel that they're being invested in, that their strengths and values are being honoured, that they are part of a collaborative effort, that they've got some sense of purpose. There is less disconnect now between people at work and people out of work. And I think that, modern recruitment and retention strategies need to take that into account.
Yeah, I think just to add to that on the coaching style, there's a big shift in sort of leadership terms away from the sort of command and control, so person at the top of an organisation dictating down, and this sort of cascading of information down an organisation, into a position where actually leadership is much more distributed across, or needs to be distributed across the practice. So when somebody comes to a principal of a practice and says, how shall I do this? It needs to be less about, or a coaching style is less about, you do it this way, or try this, are more about what have you tried so far, and asking questions to try and get that person to actually resolve it themselves. Because if you can do that, then obviously you can get all of your people in the practice to resolve day-to-day issues much more directly themselves, and therefore less pressure on these busy principles of practices. Back on the other question.
Yes, on the HR.
How can architects try and employ people with high emotional intelligence? I think that's quite difficult. So I would start with improving the emotional intelligence of the people doing the recruitment in the ways that we said, because if you've got low emotional intelligence, you won't recognize it in other people. In fact, worse than that, I think you'll actually then recruit lots of clones of yourself. And you can kind of see it in organizations who have people leading recruitment with low emotional intelligence. They just have a team of people who are all just like them. Whereas people with higher emotional intelligence, I think, are able to understand their own strengths and not worry too much about their weaknesses. They might be working on those things, but they're not worried about other people having that strength. They're not threatened by that in some way. So, yeah, I would work on principles and those recruiting improving their own first.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. If any architects listening to this wanting to get in touch or wanting to work with you, where do they start?
Well, we both have websites. So rbmarketing.co.uk.
And my website is idea.co.uk, and that's spelled EIDYIA.
Brilliant. I'll put all the information in the link below.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time and expertise today.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks.
Pleasure.
Thank you for listening. Now, don't forget, early bird tickets are now on sale for the next BOA UK live event, which is the 7 Threats to an Architectural Practice, happening Tuesday, 5th of March, 2019. Book your tickets now. The views expressed on this show by my guests do not represent those of the host, and I make no representation.
Hello, superstar. Hello. I'm so excited for you to be here. Today we have a very, very special guest. Her name is Alyssa, and she has, honestly, I'm in loss for words because her transformation over the years has been incredible. And what I'm very, very proud about this particular episode is the fact that she's so direct with the way that she approaches coaching. You know, she's had corporate backgrounds. She has a whole bunch of different unique set of skills that has led her to become this dynamic coach that focuses on emotional intelligence. But what I really love about Melissa is who she is as a person. So giving, so loving, so attention to detail, y'all. When you're looking for a coach, you need to know that that person has a good heart, has the results that you're looking for, and is actually willing to see through you. What I love about Alyssa is that she does all of that and more. Not only does she take the practices that she's learning each and every day, committed to her growth, committed to her education, committed to her community, committed to her family, her friends, all of that, but she still has a holistic view of how to get you from maybe not excelling within your relationships to the next level, and how you can become that dynamic factor and that person that you envision, just, you know, shifting a couple things within you that can open up something new about yourself, and also helping you get to the next level within your career path. So what I'm really, really, really excited about is for you guys to see the directness about Alyssa. She's so good with articulating, you know, moments in life where it could be challenging, it could be difficult, but she helps you see the BS in your overthinking, or she helps you see the BS when there's nothing really there. That's what you want to look for in a coach, someone that can actually push you to the next level while still embracing your strengths and helping you build up that courage along the way. So make sure to check her out. She has amazing courses and she has amazing programs that you can definitely take advantage of. Make sure to check them out. We will definitely put the links in the description below. she's an amazing person, one of my favorite people on this world. So make sure to check her out. I don't say that lightly. So welcome to the call, Alyssa. You are a superstar, and we're so excited to have you here.
Thanks for having me. It's an honor.
Yes. Yes. So, I mean, we have a couple of questions for you because, I mean, you do so much work within so many different levels of leadership. So we wanted to, before you got into coaching, tell us a little bit more about Alyssa before the whole coaching phenomenon happened in your life.
So I gifted 10 years of my life to corporate America. And in that gift of my time and my soul, I was managing corporate fitness centers. So I'm originally education and health promotion business graduate, college graduate. Originally always wanted to be a wellness coordinator because I really fully believe in the mental, emotional, spiritual, financial, and intellectual element of the body, the person. That's really hard to find in Chicago. So got into the fitness component, which is great. I mean, I love fitness, but it was really having those conversations in the PT sessions, running the weight loss programs, teaching the group X that like there was a common denominator of like middle-aged people not having the mental, emotional, relational, and habitual intentionality. Like they were doing the domesticated lifestyle of providing for their families, going to work, busting butts, but they weren't feeling and having like that, those results that they wanted, those relationships that they wanted, the freedom that they wanted. And it became a really ethical thing for me, to the point to where then I had to cross check who I was being, and working 15 hours at one location and then on the weekends subbing classes or teaching group X classes or cleaning. Like I never had like one job. So it really forced me to be like, Alyssa, what the hell are you doing? Like, you're literally here teaching people how to take care of themselves, but you're not able to take care of yourself. Like, you're not getting enough sleep. You're making unhealthy choices. You're not showing up in the dating world like you want to be showing up. So I just had like a come to Alyssa moment. And had to get out. And it was the scariest thing that I ever did. But I just kind of did it and never looked back. So 6.5 years later, here I am.
Wow. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm right here, Isabel over here. I am proof, okay, that Alyssa speaks her walk, or speaks her talk and talks her walk. You know, that whole saying, right? Because I've got to see you in person. And we've had other, encounters with people that we've actually looked up to a lot. And then we meet them in person. And it was like, yeah. And it was scary for us because we don't know what to do in those scenarios. More like, that'll be the last time, that will happen. And it hurt a lot. But when we got to meet you in person, we were like, she's a lot taller than we thought, so, but she's really
a lot shorter. I'm like, oh wow, they're short. Okay, but we all love food and wine, so let's do it.
Yes, and what I really love about you, Alyssa, is that you're living authentically, and that you come from a place that you actually do the work. Okay.
Oh yeah.
A lot of coaches, what we've seen is like they'll try to help others, and then they haven't gone through the work themselves to actually prove that they've gotten the results that need to be gotten to help another person get to a different level in their life, in a business, right?
Yeah.
And you're really great at that. So thank you for being authentic. And that's why we really wanted to do these type of interviews, to celebrate the people that are true and authentic. So curious, I mean, did you get certified? Did you go through that route to start coaching? Yeah,
I did. And part of it is, again, I'm going to keep saying, it's the domesticated way in the fitness arena, especially because you have to have certifications to be able to teach class, to personal train. Then there's like these CECs, the continuing education that you constantly have to do. So I was just in like that rhythm of, oh, I need to take a class. Oh, I need a certification. Oh, I need this, which is great. I actually was certified through the Czech Institute as a holistic lifestyle coach. And that was really woo woo. I got through it and realized I'm not going to be able to use any of this. Like, this is a problem. My corporate professionals that I want to coach are going to have plastic in their homes. They have little kids. Like it was like really holistic. So then I found Health Coach Institute. I'm like, okay, there's a life coaching. This is more my speed. And there was a business component to it. So I'm like, all right, here we go. This is just going to be my real kicker. So I did it. 6-month program. It was great. Went on, did their 1-year mastery, which was more ecology, therapy based, which was great. And that's it. Like, that's the only certifications I've gotten since, because I'm fine. I'm good. I don't need any more certifications. In fact, I coach for Health Coach Institute as an empowerment coach 10 hours a week. And that's one of the things that I tell students or coaches that are becoming coaches. There's 2 questions they always ask me. It's like, one, like, how do you have success? And I'm like, step 1, get a coach, like, get support. In the last 6.5 years of me being an entrepreneur, 4 to 6 months has been the longest I've ever went without a coach. You have to have a support. You have to have support. You have to have a system. You have to have a community. Like, get on board with it. Find the finances for it. Step 2, or risk 2, is don't get caught up in the grow, certification. You can have all the information in the world, but unless you're going to integrate what you have, you're not going to get clients. So don't make that mistake of like, I need this. No, what you need is a client. So do the work, find the system, find the support, and coach and integrate it, and then move from there.
Yeah, that's really great advice. And I mean, the people that are looking to get into the space and that are kind of timid, or maybe they haven't gotten the courage to go out there and find a coach yet, what advice would you give someone to be like, this is the 3 main questions that you should ask someone if you want to hire them as your coach, to set yourself up for success, especially in this industry?
As a coach hiring a coach, or as a human hiring a coach?
Oh, that's a good question too. Because, okay, so let's go with a human, because first of all, you need that guidance to get you to a certain level, right?
Yeah, I would want to know first and foremost why they got into coaching, right? Everyone's why is a really integral part of who they are. It's not necessarily what a person does, but their why is important. Kind of like on the reverse flip of why someone's going to hire you and why not. So why did you decide to get into coaching? The second thing I would probably want to know is like, what has been your most memorable experience or like win with a client? Let me know, like, what's your greatest testimony, I guess is the best way to say it. Because again, I want them to brag. If they can't brag about themselves, how are they going to be able to get me to brag about myself? And that's a very important part about coaching.
Oh, that's a good one.
And then what are your core values? What are your top 3 values?
Wow.
Because if your values are like work, food, and finance, well, that might not, like, maybe I'm a workaholic, maybe I'm overweight, and like, if your core values are those things that could negatively impact me or like influence or affect the way in which I'm wanting to go, we may not be a good fit,
Yeah. And what has been one of the major like hell to heaven moments that you've experienced with your clients that honestly that you get to dig even deeper within your core values that really justify your core values?
Are we talking about past clients or current clients? Like, I guess an example of that is when you tell me that I had a client who came to me to lose weight. She had lost over 100 pounds 2 times on the ideal protein diet, had surgery, had skin removal, everything, gained it back. She signs on with me because she'd been personal training with me, and she had only lost like 30 pounds in 4 to 5 months. She signed on for another 4 months. And what had happened in the like 6 to 9 months that we were working together, we realized that there was a lot of inner belief, identity, family of origin stuff going on. And so we worked together for a full year. And then a year after that year, I was sitting at her wedding at 51 years old. She finally allowed love in and married her best friend.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Like, it was awesome. So, I mean, that's like obviously one of the most memorable. Anytime I can help a client get through the blocks that they have within themselves to be able to connect and to like lead a more loving life. I think love is something that's like lacking, especially in the digital world of disconnect. Love is like so important to me and to like my clients, especially now in the arena of working with a more male engineer minded scope of practice. For them, like, I just love being able to help and see them celebrate how much connection or respect they feel for themselves and their teams, because they are coming from that authentic, grounded space of like knowing themselves. And with that then also comes the emotional and psychological anxiety, depression, unhealthy work-life balance. So like, it's just, coaching is amazing. I don't know how people don't have coaches.
Right. And especially when you're going into a new transition into your life, you might be going from corporate and now you're looking to get into this dynamic field of coaching. You must get someone that has been there or can actually tap into all factors of coaching, right? Because you deal with not only the emotional intelligence within everything that within you, but you also deal with business, right?
Yeah.
You're very strategic and tactical and like very technical. So like, what are some ways that, you see coaching as like an evolution to people, because what we've seen, and correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of people start with the unknown, like the naive self of being able to be like, I'm going to help the world and everyone in it, and everyone's going to be drinking the Kool-Aid and everything's going to be great. And then they need to make a landing page. And then they need to drive people to their first webinar, or they need to fill up something. And then they get stuck. What has been one of the ways that you've been able to stay focused and energetically focused and positive in your business?
The first is understanding that, and one of my business coaches probably 4 years ago said, Alyssa, there is a difference between being a fluffy, passionate coach and a purpose-driven entrepreneur. He's like, you cannot be a higher percentage of this fluffy, passionate coach. You've got to step in to this purpose-driven entrepreneurial space, because if you do not step into this space, there ain't going to be no fluffy, passionate coaching going on. You have to get the fundamentals. So for me, it was really about re-identifying myself as I am a purpose-driven entrepreneur. I am a woman in business. I can do hard things. I cannot tell you how many times I said to myself in the mirror, Alyssa, you can do hard things. Alyssa, you can learn this. Alyssa, you can learn this. And having certain thresholds and like checklist of small tasks. Sometimes when I was developing the landing pages or going through some of your guys' trainings, I would have to set a timer because I struggle with anxiety. So I would get so worked up about how foreign it would be. And I would just say, Alyssa, watch 10 minutes of it. Just give it 10 minutes and then go leave. And I'd go and I'd take the puppy around the block and then I'd come back and I'd sit back down. And so a lot of it, again, is knowing that inner game and also catching all the bullshit that's going on. Like, catch your mindset, catch your subconscious that's blocking you. Because if you're not willing to identify as like, I'm a person in business, I am a purpose-driven entrepreneur, you're not neurologically going to be able to have the beliefs firing to create that reality. Wow. And that's a shame. So having small increment things to do that are not overwhelming, but a lot of it is being able to look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself, I'm a purpose-driven entrepreneur and I can do hard things, and have some humility in it. Because I am, like, I tell my partner, Amanda, you guys met her, in the winter, I really struggle. Again, I will tell her, babe, I need you to tell me that I'm good enough. I need you to tell me that I can do hard things. I need to tell you to tell me that I'm going to rock this day, or that I'm going to sign a client this month. And she would. Because again, if you can't do it in yourself and you find someone that loves you and can support you, have them do it. Because you have to create that. You have to create it. You have to create that image.
Wow, that is so, so, so powerful. That's a mic drop moment. That was beautiful. You know, one of the key core values, going back to that, because you're very ethical, you know, that's a really strong word, but you embody that to me. One of the core values that we've always been so passionate about is being location independent. Mm-hmm. And we love it, you know, and we also want to ask you, being location independent, what has been one of the greatest gifts of being location independent, but what has also been a thing that you don't like about being location independent?
So location independent, prior to the pandemic, y'all, I was doing 12 countries in 12 months and it was a joy. So location independent, I love observing. I think that anytime any of us, I know, I've read books, I've read research, like I know that anytime a human can move to and put themselves in a different environment, a different space, a different country, a different culture, it opens us up. We become more creative. We just naturally are sponges. We expand, we grow. We are living from a more vulnerable space that, like, in your home, in your little domesticated way of like, this is how I live, this is who I am. Like, you don't get vulnerable easily. Like, it takes work to become vulnerable in your domesticated space. So by removing the space, I just love the growth and the food. That's that. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a fat kid. The food is my favorite thing about being location independent, as well as being able to grow. And then what was the second, my least favorite thing about it?
Yeah.
Least favorite thing probably would be structure. So I'm very type A, OCD. I like a rhythm. I like routine. So when I go to a new space, and whenever you go to a new space, it takes like a week, 7 to 9 days to like get the lay of the land. Like, how do I walk home? Where do I want to go work? This, like, what do I like? And where am I going to work out? Am I in the time zone? Am I in a rhythm? That to me, because efficiency is also like a large part of who I am, I feel sometimes that time is like wasted. It's not, because I learn a lot in doing that, but that's probably my least favorite thing of being location independent, is how long it takes to get into a flow, and the fact of like, obviously I'd be away from my puppy, so I would miss her.
Yes. And how many puppies do you have?
We have one. We foster failed one, but we also foster, and sometimes I board. So again, until we get our puppy to be 2 years, which is only 1 year, 1 month, we're still going to be shuffling dogs to create a wonderful personality. But because she is such already a beautiful personality, she's a really good teacher to the puppies in the shelters. So we bring them and we have her teach them some life skills, and then we get them adopted.
Wow. Wow. Y'all, if that isn't filled with love, I mean, what else is? I love that. And I mean, I know that you're a very busy coach, and not only that, you have a lot going on, and I appreciate your time. There's one question that we always ask, and it's probably going to be one of my most important questions to ask. And it's something that I take extremely serious.
Okay.
What does freedom mean to you, Alyssa?
Oh. Freedom to me is the ability to live, laugh, love, and learn however, wherever, whenever I want, right? It's the ability to do what I love, but be able to share experiences and places and things with the people I love while being my authentic self in all of it.
Yes. That's awesome. I love that. I feel like you already knew that. You know, sometimes I ask that question and it takes someone a moment or two, but I feel like you live in freedom.
Yeah, I'm very, Amanda and I were talking about it before. That was one of the last things we said when we went to bed last night. We had a fucking hectic weekend, but we're like, you know, we have like such a good life. Like life is so fun with you. And I'm just like, I didn't feel like we had any fun this weekend. He's like, but it's so fun. Like we got Gordon adopted. We brought Willie home. We organized. I'm just like, the sun was out yesterday. Like the sun was out today. That's the cheer. But it's also a level of perspective too. So I think that anyone who's watching this that feels kind of like in that contractive, that stuck space of, you know, what the hell am I doing? Or how do I leave? Like, I also want you to just check in with yourself and let you know that like the freedom starts with you and the way you think and the way you feel about it and interact with it or associate to it. And a simple example of that is, are you a this or that person? Or are you a this and that? And if you're a this or that, like you're not going to find freedom.
Wow. Ask yourself those questions, ladies and gentlemen, because that was strong.
You can't feel freedom if everything, like if there's a good or bad, a yes or no. It's this and that. And that's where gratitude, you know, gratitude, mindfulness, meditation, like it's all important. But that's also where like catching your thoughts on what's true and what's not true and taking ownership and accountability and how it's keeping you in this little like stuck circle. You are the owner of that. You're the master in creating that. So change it. And it's okay if you don't know what freedom looks like. I talk to tons of people that they're like, yeah, I don't know what it is. And that's a great thing to become aware of, because then you don't have really anything to complain about. You get to create something.
That was so good. That was so good, y'all. If you have not checked out Alyssa, make sure to check her out on Instagram. You're on Facebook. You have a website. Make sure to check her out. She is amazing. Where can people find you easiest, Alyssa?
I mean, everything's under my name. Like my website is alyssapajoli.com. And then from there, if you want to go to my YouTube channel, if you want to go to LinkedIn, Facebook, like they're all on that page. But otherwise, any platform, just searching Alyssa Pajoli, you'll find me.
Can people DM you?
I'm even on Twitter. No, I don't accept DMs. Yes, of course. Voice messages are preferred, but if you want
nice.
if you want to hide behind text, I'll also accept.
Awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you definitely heard it from the woman herself. Alyssa, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for being you, and thank you for being authentic and being consistent.
Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of OER Domains 21. I hope you're enjoying your morning so far. I would like to welcome for this session Dr. Rob Farrow of the Institute of Educational Technology at the Open University. Rob is going to be talking about understanding OER and innovation. Just before Rob speaks, I'd like to remind you to use the chat area for any comments you have or any questions. And at the end of the session, we'll come back to those and we'll put those to Rob. So without any further delay, I'd like to hand over to Rob Farrow. Thank you very much.
Hiya, thanks very much. I'm going to be talking with you this morning about innovation and OER. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm a senior researcher at the Institute of Educational Technology at the Open University in the UK. The OU has a history of innovation in distance education, which I'm sure you're all aware of, and also in open education as well, through OER and through sort of open practices and that kind of thing. And so the sort of motivating question for this work, which relates to a project which I'm going to be talking about at the end, is trying to understand what innovation looks like in an open educational context. And my sort of starting point for this is, you might start off by thinking, well, obviously OER are an innovation. They let us do things like the 5 Rs, and they give us new possibilities for action and coordination and that kind of thing. But I think it's important to note that copyright, which OER is a sort of response to, was also an innovation. And it was designed to sort of solve the problem of how to regulate intellectual property once mechanical reproduction became possible. So how do we incentivize creativity? How do we preserve works? How do we establish the rules for economic exploitation and so on? So, so OER is a response to that, but it's not like against the backdrop where there's no innovation in anything else or something like that. And I think it's not always easy to understand exactly what we mean by innovation per se, but it's especially complex in an open context, because a lot of the challenges associated with openness make it hard to be very systematic and kind of categorical about innovation. There's a recent paper which is well worth reading, which is a review of innovation in open education, which you can find in the journal Sustainability. And this highlights some things which I wanted to kind of pass on around this idea of openness. One is that people still tend to think about formal models of innovation with respect to traditional education and traditional institutions of education. And a lot of the time, the sort of open response doesn't necessarily fit into the existing way of doing things, although it can do, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. The other is the sort of synthesis issue, if you like. We've got all these different kind of things going on that we call open. How do we bring them all together into one area, and how do we kind of understand them together as openness? And also that the kind of things that support innovation, the dynamism and the potential of open practices. In a way, that's the sort of engine that drives the innovative aspects, but it also makes it hard to be very general about what's going on. And if you're familiar with Martin Weller's work, he's made a sort of argument about openness and the difficulty of being categorical in general, because how diverse context can be and how important context is for understanding openness. And in addition to this, you've got the idea of openness being something related to technology and technique, but also that it's a sort of human element, and it's about outlook, mindset, values, and so on. So all the things that are kind of coming together in innovation in open educational context. So I wanted to, so just looking back now at some of the work that I've been involved with and trying to sort of distill out what is the innovation element of this, which wasn't necessarily the focus at the time. So you may be familiar with the Open Education Research Hub, which is the team that I'm part of. Now, a few years ago, when we first came together, we did some the first sort of global research into the impact of OER. And we worked with a whole bunch of different collaborators. You can see them here. And the way this research was organized was that we had a series of hypotheses that we were investigating. And you can see these here. Each one had a sort of keyword to summarize it. But we were interested in, at the time, in examining what's the evidence base for the claims that people are making about OER. So people are saying it saves money, for instance. Well, where's the evidence for that? And so on. So, but in this case, I think this is a sort of a useful shorthand for the sort of innovations associated with OER, at least in 2012. You can read the reports yourselves if you want to find out what the outcome of that research was. So with OER Research Hub, it was all about the key claims. And so if you like, those were the innovations that we were investigating. There's also some innovation in the way that we were investigating it by using open practices and open dissemination and so on. But similarly, looking at other projects, so UK Open Textbooks, the innovation is to replace textbooks with open licensed versions, supporting the kind of pedagogical change and making certain things more efficient and so on. Creating the right kind of critical reflection, that sort of thing. And so in other projects like BizMOOC, we had the idea of leveraging MOOCs for business training. OER World Map, the idea of using open data and open kind of protocols to share data and experiences amongst open education communities. With the Global OER Graduate Network, GoGN, we're quite interested there in the kind of the open vector into research. So what's the impact of open on what people are doing? How do you practice openly? How do you become an open researcher and so on? So that just gives you, I think, a flavour of the different sort of manifestations of innovation. And that's just a very, very, lightweight kind of look back at a few projects. Looking at more theoretical accounts of innovation and trying to understand it more theoretically. A lot of people will start off with the idea of, oh, well, someone's the first person to think of something and do something differently. They're the innovator. They're the ones that people follow. And there's some truth to that. But the idea of, I've used Archimedes here, discovering that you can measure the volume of irregular bodies by displacement in water, shouting eureka, and it's the moment of innovation, if you like. If you actually look at sort of modern theories around innovation, not many of them would really agree with that as a kind of idea of how innovation spreads. If you look at the task artifact cycle, the idea here is that we develop new tools to meet the challenges, new challenges come out, we need new tools and so on. So it's always iterative. And this iterative model is not like the Eureka model, really. There might be a Eureka moment at some point, but it's really about how these things spread that makes them, a kind of lasting innovation, sustainable innovation. Rogers did some work around how innovations spread. And in a way, the interesting thing here, I think, is if an innovation doesn't spread, it almost wasn't an innovation, right? It's almost like the public decides what's innovative and what's not. But here you see a sort of standard deviation curve, which that's showing you how many people are adopting at a particular point, and the sort of yellow gold line is how many people have adopted as a whole. So you always have the sort of the initial thing of the innovators and the early adopters, and most people aren't on board at that point. And I invite you to think at this point, where is OER in this market share graphic? In fact, OER has a 5% market share in K-12 in the USA, which is one of the more sort of advanced spreads or proliferations of OER in a particular educational market. And 5% is not much. It puts you pretty low on this scale. And in most places, you wouldn't even be close to 5%, right? And one thing that's worth noting about this graph is that in the early adoption phase, there's a kind of chasm of peril where things can kind of fail at that point. So they don't get enough critical mass around adoption. Kind of interesting. I'm not sure with this one and the one before how much it helped us to understand openness specifically, because they're really more about how things spread and how they iterate, which maybe describes quite well OER itself and how that changes and how that adapted and so on. But innovation as a whole is maybe more complicated. Another framework that you might be already familiar with, SAMR or SAMIR model for technology integration. And this is a kind of progressive thing. So the first use of a new tool or technology might be that you substitute it for the existing tool. Then later on, you improve that substituted tool, make more improvements, make it better at something. The next stage would be modification. So eventually you can get some sort of redesign of the task. And finally, you can rethink entirely the whole process because you've reached a certain point where you've transformed the task or the challenge. Now, if you map this onto, for instance, open textbooks, I think it's quite interesting. And I think this actually maps quite well onto the sort of spectrum of what you might do with OER. So first of all, substitution, quite simple. You use the open textbook instead of the commercial textbook. Augmentation, you can then share that in ways you couldn't share it before, maybe because it's digital, maybe not, maybe because of copyright. You also make it cheaper for learners and so on. At modification stages, you might do remixing, you might do re-editions, you might collaborate across institutions to improve things. At the redefinition stage, you might rethink textbook completely. Why have a textbook at all? So I see some potential here for sort of mapping this stuff and different sort of instances of OER and open education. If you were to develop it a bit further, so this is from mobile learning, but someone's categorized particular studies along this SAMIR kind of categories. And I think this has potential as well for understanding and explaining what's happening with open resources and open practices. There aren't many studies which actually look at innovation as a specific thing in open education. I was involved with one where we went back after a project had ended and we tried to understand, okay, so what was the innovation really like then? What was happening that we didn't necessarily appreciate at the time, or it comes out later through reflection and that kind of thing. Now, what I would say about this, if it's a model, I'm not sure. It's kind of messy, right? When you start looking at reality. So reality is much messier than a nice, neat set of categories. But it does get you closer to understanding what really happened in that instance, what happened in that particular example. So I don't really have time to develop these arguments today, but I have some thoughts around how we support innovation through OER. And so this is, if you like, the more practical end of this stuff for me. So raising awareness of open, concentrating on empowering individuals, encouraging experimentation, develop critical and constructive learning cultures, thinking and acting at the level of the ecosystem, and building and leveraging networks. This is a kind of provisional list, I suppose. I don't really have time to go into it. This is coming out of some other work that I've done around, for instance, critical pedagogy, ethics, and so on. I put the references in here in case you want to look up more of that or you want to drop me a line about it. So why am I doing all this stuff talking about innovation anyway? So I want to tell you briefly about a new project that's just started this year, Encore Plus. Encore is the European network for catalysing open resources in education. We're a Knowledge Alliance project funded until 2023. So I won't go through the list of collaborators, but you can see them here on the slide. So what's the point of the project? The idea is to create a coordinated area within Europe for innovation through open educational resources. And the idea here is that we will build these communities, facilitate their interactions, but also come up with formal strategies around business models, integration of OER and academia, and how in the world of work we can have better use of open resources and open practices. So you can see here the sort of high level concept behind the project. So firstly, there's this idea of creating the correct sort of communities. And then we have the idea of how do we improve the quality? How do we build the right sort of technological infrastructure? How do we create the right policies and recommend them to the right people and so on? And the one that I'm focusing on today is really this one about validated innovation and business models for OER. On the business model side, I'm going to be drawing on some work from a couple of years ago on the UFAT project. That's Open, Online, Flexible and Technology Enhanced Models. So we did some work a couple of years ago where we did surveys around the world to try and kind of understand how provision differed in different countries and different institutions. And on the business model side, one common thing you can, one form of analysis is to sort of say, who's got more of a defender-like approach and who's more like a prospector. So defenders are interested in protecting what they've got, and prospectors are trying to create something new. And they're more obviously associated with innovation as a core concern. So we're going to be looking at different business models and how they map onto innovation. But depending on, so this is again from the UFAT project, depending on how you collect that data, you can map lots of different criteria. So how open someone is, what kind of business model they've got. And this doesn't have to necessarily just apply to educational institutions. You could do it with businesses as well and people who exist in that kind of middle space. There is a theory of open innovation, which you may not be familiar with. It's the idea that contrary to traditional forms of innovation within a corporation or business, the idea is that you have a porous kind of approach where academia is involved, there's alternative markets, and it's a bit more, you know, what we would call an open practice. So I think this is also an interesting thing to look at. And I just want to finish off by telling you about the kind of work that we're going to be doing within Encore that's relevant to innovation. So first of all, refining some of these thoughts into more of an innovation model, and then building a tool for evaluation and recording examples of innovation. And when we find these cases where people are doing something interesting, the idea is to amplify those across the network and raise the profile, but also extract the kind of key elements from it. And so there's a desk research element, and there's also sort of a series of events that we'll be doing. And just looking to the sort of timeline for this, so month 6 will be June this year. That'll be the first of our briefings. So there'll be briefing documents. There'll be 6 of those across the course of the project, which summarize some of the theoretical stuff, some of the examples that we're finding, and kind of give you a very sort of quick overview of innovation in the last sort of 6 months. We'll also be publishing a toolkit to help people understand innovation in their own context. And then throughout the life of the project, we have these circles. And so the first circle is in month 10. These are our community of practice meetings where we'll be bringing people together, not just with an interest in innovation, but also later on in the project, people interested in quality, technology, policy, and so on. Each have their own circle, which will come together into one big community by the end of the project. And so there'll be various sort of things online, showcases, and bits of interesting content. I strongly recommend you to sign up to the mailing list at encoreproject.eu, where you'll be able to find more information about the project. But I hope you will join us as we are exploring innovation in this way. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you, Rob, for a fascinating presentation. We don't have a lot of time for questions, and maybe just pose this one from Neil. If you could maybe quickly reflect on what you think of some of the criticisms that Nancy Ettlinger makes of open innovation.
Which criticisms are they?
I
have not read that book. I don't know.
That's okay. Thanks very much. We're nearly out of time anyway, but so I think thank you for a very interesting talk, and the comments bar has been very active, so you might want to look at those later. But I'd just like to thank you once again for your presentation today, and thank everyone for. One more, Rob, could you give the link again to getting the Encore mailing list? Maybe we could share that.
So it's just encoreproject.eu. encoreproject.eu.
Fabulous.
And I'm going to take that reference, that Ettlinger reference, and I'm going to have a look at it. So thanks for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks everyone for coming.
Good evening. My name is Doug Hanto, and I am the chair of the Surgical Ethics Working Group in the Center for Bioethics at Harvard Medical School. On behalf of the Surgical Ethics Working Group, I would like to welcome everyone to our third Harvard Surgical Ethics Conference, Ethical Considerations in Surgical Innovation. Over 1,000 individuals have registered for the conference from around the world, and we would like to thank you for getting up early, staying up late, and taking time off from work or leisure to join us this evening. I believe we have an exciting hour and a half ahead of us. I would like to review a few housekeeping items before introducing our moderator, Dr. Louise King, who will introduce our topic for this evening and our speakers. First, we would ask that you submit any questions that you have during the conference using the Q&A feature found in the meeting controls at the bottom of your screen. We would ask that you not use the chat room for asking questions. Selected questions will be discussed after all the presentations have been completed, or you may continue the conversation on Twitter using hashtag HMSBioethics. If you have any technical issues, please use the chat feature to send a message to all panelists, and a staff member will be available to help you. If you are interested in upcoming events, news, or education programs, you may subscribe to the Center for Bioethics email at bioethics.hms.harvard.edu/subscribe. And finally, just a reminder that following tonight's conference, the talks as well as the panel discussion will be available on the Center for Bioethics YouTube channel. Without any further ado, I'd like to get us started this evening. First, I would like to introduce Dr. Louise King, who has JD and MD degrees. She is currently an assistant professor of obstetrics, gynecology, and reproductive biology at Harvard Medical School. She is Director of Research, Minimally Invasive Gynecologic Surgery, Associate Program Director for the Fellowship in Minimally Invasive Gynecologic Surgery at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston. She is also Director of Reproductive Bioethics in the Center for Bioethics and co-director of the Medical Ethics and Essentials of the Profession course for first-year Harvard Medical and Harvard Dental students. Her areas of interest in medical ethics are broad, but focus on questions of informed decision-making and assisted reproduction, as well as equitable access to advanced gynecologic surgery. We're honored to have Dr. King with us tonight to moderate this evening's session. Dr. King?
Thank you so much. That was such a kind introduction. I'm so grateful, and I'm so happy tonight to be here to talk about this topic. It's one that I'm deeply passionate about in my own area of gynecologic surgery, and I've been lucky enough to have sort of a preview of these talks as we've met to prepare for tonight I think you're going to find them very, very interesting. I'll be moderating the chat as best I can. I have my own questions for the speakers, and I will weave in as many questions as I can from the questions that you submit. So it's my honor right now to introduce Richard White, who is the Vice Chair of Surgery at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, Professor of Surgery at Harvard Medical School. He received his MD from the University of Pittsburgh and MBA from Wharton. He's interested in bioethical issues pertaining to the field of surgery, particularly cardiothoracics. He is on the ethics committee of two national surgical organizations, the Society for Thoracic Surgeons, and where he is the chair, and the American College of Surgeons. I'm also lucky enough to say that he was a mentor to me in my years at BIDMC. I was so grateful, and remains one today, but so grateful for the time he spent with me, inviting me to his office, talking about surgical ethics, providing me support and encouragement. He's an incredible person, and I'm looking forward to his talk.
Louise, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Let me just share my screen. Just get this set up fairly quickly. There we go. Well, welcome everybody to the session this evening. I hope you find it interesting. As Dr. King mentioned, I'm a thoracic surgeon and vice chair of surgery at Beth Israel Deaconess, and have had a long interest in the ethics of surgical innovation. I will start out by saying that I have no disclosures. And I'll point out that this session on surgical innovation has three components. I'll be presenting a fairly high-level look at the ethics of surgical innovation, focusing on the ethical principles and more generalized areas of ethical debate. My colleagues, Dr. Teresa Williamson, Dr. John Meyer, and Dr. Martin McNeely will then focus on some specific examples. While the word cloud shown here presents a number of concepts associated with innovation, both the Oxford English Dictionary and the Merriam-Webster Dictionary define innovation as the introduction of new things, ideas, or ways of doing things. And in this spirit, I'd like to posit that as a surgeon, some level of innovation is commonplace and arguably essential. While I was tempted to start the presentation with a case, the introduction of minimally invasive surgery or robotic surgery as a replacement for open chest or abdominal surgery, or the use of extracorporeal membrane oxygenation as a bridge to lung transplant, or the introduction of aortic valve replacement by transcatheter devices rather than traditional open surgery using cardiopulmonary bypass. You're going to hear some of these things in the second and third portions of the talk. Furthermore, I think that you can use your own experiences in surgery to look at current surgical techniques, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to come up with many examples of things that were done exactly the same way that they were done 20 or 30 years ago. Now, while this shows the results of innovation on a macroscopic level, at the level of the individual surgeon, each of us have adapted our surgical techniques and decided what level of evidence is sufficient for us to make that change. While you may take the statement that innovation in surgery is essential as a postulate, there are a number of ethical frameworks that we can use to examine the statement. For example, if one chooses a consequentialist approach to ethics, meaning that what is right or wrong depends on the outcome or intended outcome of an action, the desired outcome of a surgical procedure is an improved state of health. Given that current surgical techniques are not perfect, nor are all surgical outcomes perfect, it would be a good thing to do to devise new and better ways of doing things. As the primary focus, if the primary focus is on the individual, the surgeon's obligation is to provide an optimal outcome for that patient. If one takes a more communitarian view, the obligation of the surgeon is to provide optimal surgical care to the community as a whole. Again, our current techniques are great for some conditions, but clearly wanting for others. In other words, there's clearly room for improvement, and it would be our obligation to pursue those opportunities, but more with the best interests of the community in mind, rather than those of a specific individual patient. If one chooses a deontological or duty-based approach to the analysis of ethical issues, we have obligations to provide our patients the best care possible. Our duties are codified in descriptions of the physician-patient relationship, which involves fidelity or loyalty, among other things, meaning that we have a fiduciary duty to put the patient's interests above our own. Again, since we know that surgical outcomes are currently not ideal, one could conclude that it's in the patient's best interest to improve upon our current armamentarium of techniques and devices. Interestingly, while a specific patient or clinical problem may stimulate the idea for a clinical innovation, the pursuit of that innovation is probably made more with the interest of future patients in mind. Also, while many of our obligations as physicians and surgeons are to our patients, we are all members of a profession, and professionals have certain obligations. While the obvious one is that which I've alluded to above, a fiduciary duty to our patients, it's been argued that these obligations include not only having and practicing a specialized body of knowledge and skill, but to apply that skill and knowledge to the betterment of society and to the advancement of the professional field. Finally, from a virtues ethics perspective, or what would a truly virtuous surgeon do, there would be an obligation to recognize the limitations of what we can currently offer our patients and to pursue better approaches to the diseases that we treat. Who would argue that the truly virtuous physician would be satisfied with the status quo? So whether one takes a consequentialist approach, a deontological approach, or a virtues ethics approach, as they say, all roads lead to Rome, and it's our obligation to improve upon the current state of the art of surgery. But we've omitted one of the common approaches, and that's the principalist view. And I think many students in the US are quite familiar with this text, Principles of Biomedical Ethics. I think that perhaps in other countries it's not so widely used. But it uses the familiar Beecham and Childress quartet of autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence or minimization of harm, and justice. The principle of beneficence obligates us to improve upon the current conditions. That said, as we cannot predict the future regarding new devices, techniques, or ideas, the potential for harm or that which we are trying to avoid through non-maleficence is lurking behind the veil of good intentions. Now, while I will come back to the principles of autonomy and justice, both of which are important in the discussion of innovation in surgery, I'll first focus on the balance of the goal to be beneficent with the risk of doing harm. Can the individual surgeon be trusted to balance opposing forces for the potential for good versus the potential for harm? Perhaps a truly virtuous surgeon could, but most of us are mere mortals and we have our own biases, agendas, and perspectives. If one has developed a new surgical device, for example, is it not natural to want it to work? Does that introduce bias in its assessment, particularly if the initial assessment is non-quantitative? While most of us get excited about doing new things, it's possible that such excitement can lead to looking at the innovative thing through rose-colored glasses, and either in foresight or retrospectively focus on the upsides rather than the downsides. Now, digressing slightly from the issue of the potential for benefit from the potential for harm is the issue of patient autonomy. While the concept of autonomy is multifaceted, one of the issues is that of informed consent, meaning that the patient has some understanding of the issue at hand, as well as the options for treatment and the relative risks and benefits of those options. In the context of standard operations, the risks and benefits of the procedures are well known, as are the rationale and intricacies, which are well characterized and can be presented to the patient at whatever level he or she desires. But in the context of innovative surgical care, the relative risks and benefits may be less well characterized. How would we pose the risks of the innovation to the patient, particularly since at the outset, these risks may be largely unknown? And for a new technique involving innovative and complex new technology, How do we even know what the patient wants or needs to know? Is it sufficient to simply ask the patient to trust the surgeon and to make the right decision? And while this may be applicable in the emergency situation, for instance, the case is going poorly and all normal avenues for salvaging thing are exhausted and the patient may die, an innovative approach may be completely appropriate. But really, how often does this really happen? And aren't most opportunities for innovation known well in advance? Finally, there is the issue that if the surgeon has a vested interest in a new device or technique, might this cause him or her to downplay the potential for harm? So this leads to the discussion on of the oversight of innovation. And some of the questions I've posed, the answers to them lie in the area of incremental innovation and with some level of oversight. Now, while none of us enjoy being under the microscope, I would say that some level of oversight of innovative surgical techniques is probably necessary. While some innovations are done really without patient consent, particularly those that are urgent in nature, or to the surgeon's perspective, rather minimal, I choose to use a new stapler or suture, for example, or I do my anastomosis a little bit differently. For many of these changes or innovations, there's been a body of predicate investigative work that makes my modification reasonable. In other words, I have expert knowledge that the patient doesn't have. But while expert knowledge is an essential characteristic of being a professional, along with it goes the responsibility to use the knowledge wisely, reasonably, and in the patient's best interests. While I probably shouldn't bring in a new instrument from my garage to try on a patient, it's probably completely reasonable to use a commercially available device, particularly if there is literature support in its use in a similar situation. But again, what about the first time it's used? Again, for commercially available devices, there's usually a regulatory process that justifies change. But again, it generally boils down to the potential for benefit versus the potential for harm. So I think that we see a distinction between trivial innovation and non-trivial innovation, as well as a distinction between planned innovation and an essential or urgent one. So if the innovation is both planned and not trivial, some element of oversight is arguably essential. An unbiased assessment done through the lens of peers or others with expert knowledge can be protective of both the surgeon and the patient. Who else besides the patient and the surgeon has a vested interest in the act of innovation? Well, at some level, the general public does have an interest, thus leading to a regulatory process. On the other hand, I don't think that we generally allow the general public to micromanage physician-patient interactions. The hospital where we practice also has a vested interest, as it is responsible for what occurs within its wall, and it has an interest in preventing unreasonable and perhaps even dangerous practices. Now, further along the lines of oversight of innovation, I'd like to point out what some institutions have done, and I have a picture here of Dr. Shav Kasavji from the Toronto General Hospital, who's made some remarkable innovations in the field of lung transplantation. Dr. Kasavji, a number of years ago, introduced a surgical innovations committee at Toronto General, whereby new procedures are vetted for appropriateness. The approach has the obvious attractive feature that proposed innovations are scrutinized by a body of peers, primarily surgeons, but also others in the operating room environment, those who are likely to share a common body of expert knowledge and to have a similar appreciation for the needs of innovation. On the other hand, a group of similarly minded individuals may be more prone to groupthink, and a lack of diverse input may lead to conclusions that, while they may seem right to a group of surgeons, may not be so well received by other physicians or the lay public. The concept of the Surgical Innovation Committee has apparently been adopted successfully by other institutions, some of which have come up with centers of innovation. Some of these are focused on peer review and support of innovation, and others seem more focused on research around innovative approaches to surgical technology and are designed to foster improved interactions with industry. In other institutions, including my own, new procedures need to be approved by the Medical Executive Committee, which is the medical staff committee spanning the breadth of the hospital's specialties. While this encompasses a broad-based or diverse set of perspectives, a shortcoming is that the actual surgical component may be quite small. Furthermore, as many people will either know or will experience, hospital committees can be rather inefficient. And at least in my institution, the line between a new procedure and a modification to an existing one can get quite unclear. While it might be reasonable to have every surgeon who wants to use a surgical robot trained in and credentialed in the use of the robot, does it really make sense to make a quote robotic lobectomy a new procedure when a thoracoscopic lobectomy has been done for 25 years? This being roughly the same operation, but with hand-operated instruments rather than robotically or remotely controlled instruments. Or what about when a new robot becomes available? If every time we change robots, we have to call it a new procedure, we'll spend our lives dealing with the Medical Executive Committee and not actually getting anything done. If one of our colorectal surgeons does a procedure with a new single port robot, when he normally does it with several ports and an older device, is this a new procedure? Some would have argued yes, others no. But while these may seem like fairly straightforward questions with straightforward answers to surgeons, they are not so straightforward to non-surgeons, let alone lay people who often provide oversight to medical leadership. Finally, I'd like to point out that the National Academy of Science, what was the Institute of Medicine, has recently established a task force to examine how medical and surgical innovation is conducted in the US and how to define best practices. So while we have considered surgical innovation committees, medical executive committee, and hospital board committees, is there a role for human subjects research committees or IRBs to weigh in on surgical innovation? In the context of IRBs, we generally consider research to involve the generation of generalizable knowledge and to involve fairly rigid protocols. Not everything to do with human subjects is research, and not all research deals with human subjects, but the IRB typically deals with the interaction of research and human subjects. Now, while some surgeons at some institutions may want to study a new technique, i.e. research, others simply want to do what others have done and have been found to be beneficial. Now, certainly a systematic analysis of an innovative technique would require IRB approval, but innovation, like quality improvement, is often continuous and not taken in large steps. So one can easily argue that IRBs are probably not well suited to the processes involving continuous change. Finally, in terms of regulatory oversight, I would bring this example to the front. The recent transplant of a genetically modified pig heart to a human. This was done at the University of Maryland roughly 3 months ago. Now, this wasn't considered research. This was certainly innovative, and its approval involved the Food and Drug Administration, presumably in addition to some institutional approval. Now, why the FDA? Well, this is because by statute, the FDA has oversight of the administration of biological products, and certainly a genetically modified pig heart would be considered biological. In the case in question, the FDA provided emergency authorization under compassionate use criteria for the use of the pig heart. Now, the FDA also provides oversight for some other innovative devices, such as certain types of endografts, under their investigational device exemption pathway, or IDE pathway. And it's interesting to note that while early trials of many new devices are conducted in countries other than the US, one has to ask if this is solely because the regulatory burden is lower in other countries, and they're not all third world countries, I might add. It could also be that the risk-benefit ratio or availability of what we call standard treatment is different in other countries. Finally, I'd like to invoke the concept of justice. We've talked about autonomy, we've talked about beneficence and non-maleficence. In terms of justice, who gets access to innovative approaches to surgical disease? And this is another fertile area for ethical discussion. While we have heard of and read about racial and socioeconomic healthcare disparities in this country, how does one ensure that the benefits of an innovative approaches to surgical care are distributed in an equitable and just fashion? Unfortunately, allocating the benefits equitably probably also means allocating the risks similarly, as it's obviously patently unfair to assign the benefits to one group and the risk to another. Given the uneven access to healthcare, unequal levels of trust in the medical establishment, differential reimbursement mechanisms often based on insurance, and the obvious fact that innovative techniques by their very nature are that they are new, low in volume, and geographically limited, makes it difficult to distribute, at least initially, an innovative technique on a wide level playing field. Yet these issues must clearly be considered by both the surgeon and the institution involved. So with that, and while there are many other questions, such as when is an innovative approach justified, there's just not enough time to do this now. I'll conclude my broad strokes and high-level discussion, and will now turn the podium over to my colleagues, and I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much for that excellent overview. And we're going to have questions at the end. I haven't seen any in the Q&A function of Zoom. Remember, that's where to put your questions. And it's labeled Q&A, I believe, at the very bottom of your screen. It's my honor right now to introduce Teresa Williamson. She is a neurosurgeon and surgical ethics researcher who cares for people with all types of spine disorders, as well as brain and spinal trauma. Dr. Williamson is a graduate of Yale College, where she played varsity soccer, I learned as I prepared this, and Yale Medical School. She came to MGH, one of our affiliate hospitals, from Duke University, where she completed her neurosurgery residency and then her orthopedic surgery complex spine fellowship. She also completed the University of Chicago McLean and American College of Surgeons Surgical Ethical Fellowship in 2021. Her research focus is neurosurgical decision-making and patient-doctor communication, and she also focuses on healthcare disparities. She's a member of the Center for Outcomes and Patient Safety in Surgery, which is abbreviated COMPASS, at MGH. And I'm just getting to know Dr. Williamson. It's such a pleasure to get to know her in some of our working groups, and I'm very much looking forward to her talk.
Thank you so much, Dr. King. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, so thank you so much for that introduction. I'm Teresa Williamson. As Dr. King mentioned, I'm a neurosurgeon at Mass General and work at the Harvard Center for Bioethics. I'm going to talk a little bit today about implementation of new devices in the operating room, and I'm going to give you my perspective as a relatively new spine attending surgeon. So I'll start off with my disclosures because we're talking about new device implementation and what's appropriate and what's conflict. And so I do have a disclosure, and that's that I'm a consultant with DePuy Synthes, which is a spine technology company. And I think that's important for you to know because, in spine surgery, we have really close relationships with industry. We have, tables and tables of instrumentation every time we do a surgery, from screws to rods to, different devices to put in cages. And it's important for us from an educational standpoint, from an innovation standpoint, from a patient care standpoint, to have some type of a relationship with industry. The question is, when does that relationship go too far, and how do we best manage it in an ethically appropriate manner? So this is me in the OR, and I'll show where those relationships can be a bit challenging. So while I'm in the OR, I'm working here with a resident. We're actually working on a new technology, taking care of a patient using augmented reality to put in pedicle screws. And this is my email inbox that I'm going to come to when I get out of the operating room. And so I'll just read you a couple of the examples of things that, might be said from an industry representative about a surgery that, they may want me to do, or, a technique that they may want me to use. So your business is extremely important to me, and I want to build a relationship where you can trust us for all your needs from an instrumentation standpoint and technology front. I was curious if you had thought about our MIS screw system and if there's anything in particular holding you back from giving it a try. And then this is in reference to a new technology that they were interested in me trying. Here is the fill in the blank, new technology, surgery, training, certification quiz. Just start the exam. So there's a lot of reasons why, my inbox is flooded with new technologies and new ideas, and some of them are related to patient care and really innovating in the space of improving our care for spine patients. And then some are frankly financial. So spine surgery, a single spine surgery costs on average $75,000 to complete in the United States. And overall, it's a $90 billion industry in expenditures yearly in the US. So when we're thinking about balancing such a large financial gain field with a critical need to take care of patients with back pain being sort of the largest disabler worldwide for patients, we have to think of some really critical ethical questions. The first is, should there be a relationship with industry? If there is, which devices should I try? How much training as a surgeon am I obligated to pursue prior to implementing a new device? And then how do we go about monitoring that device for safety and ensuring that we're doing the right thing as we use it? So when I think about the relationships that I'm forming in the operating room with industry representatives, I put them into sort of categories, and I make sure to think about commercial relationships and what's appropriate there, as well as what is conflict of interest. And so I like this definition that comes from the ophthalmologist that talks about commercial relationships and basically the principle of beneficence and non-maleficence, that patient care must not be affected by economic interest in, commitment to, or benefit from professionally related commercial enterprises. And then further, a conflict of interest being where your professional judgment should not be influenced by other interests of the provider, whether those be financial, publications, participation in trials, etc. And that's, can be challenging, because I'd like to point out that in a typical spine surgery, we use a lot of technology. And so how to manage those relationships is really important, rather than just sort of separating yourself from those relationships. And I'll show you on this picture why I can't separate myself. So this is a patient that had a large spine surgery. This patient in particular had prior surgery, had serious pain, weakness, and needed an extension of their fusion, meaning putting screws and rods in their back, as well as decompression to free up the nerves. So in order to set up this whole space, we have a CT scanner in the operating room that's operated by one company. We have augmented reality to navigate the screws. That's another company. We have a table or two of instrumentation of screws and rods, et cetera, and that's a third company. So those representatives are often present in the operating room, and we have to be forthcoming with our patients about that. And so knowing that we have a lot of technology to use, and that, in order to use it safely and efficiently, it's constantly changing. Not everyone is trained or familiar, particularly nursing staff, with all the different types of instrumentation. So we know that we have to have some type of relationship. The question is how. And so the things that I think are important are to be forthcoming with the patient. So, they're vulnerable, they're under anesthesia, and you want to make sure that you're not doing any harm to them. And so we actually put on our consent form that there's going to be industry representatives in the room with them. And I actually, beyond just reading letting them read the consent form, I will actually mention that fact to them and tell them which companies are going to be there, so that that's fully disclosed. I mentioned not being able to really rush that separation between industry and medicine, but that it's important to discuss the benefits of having an industry representative there with your patient. And then there's the other side of things, which is not letting things get too far. And so we don't want to rush to replace clinical judgment with industry judgment, particularly given the possibility for financial conflicts of interest. So this is an interesting article out of the Hastings Center that I would recommend to you, that talks about industry technicians being embedded in clinical teams, and times at which device salespeople are sort of taking over the case, in the sense that the surgeon is unclear on how to proceed without their help. And then we have to think about how actually that device got into our hands and how it got into our operating room, and should it be there? Because when you're evaluating a new device, you want to make sure that it truly is doing something better for the patient. It's innovative in some way, that's adding something, and that it's sort of free from bias in how that process has been evaluated. And so this is an article from the Boston Globe that talked about how many Boston hospital CEOs sit on healthcare company boards. And there's nothing, you know, special about Boston. There's certainly a role for surgeons and doctors to be part of companies, because without us, you know, it's really hard to inform change in clinical care and to figure out what the needs are for new things and new devices. But it's important to remember, you know, what type of bias may or may not be playing a role in the decision to, you know, as Dr. White mentioned, use that new robot. That was a big capital expenditure, and, you know, there's a motivation for it to be used. Or as a junior surgeon, I often will have people come to me and say, you know, try this device, and they may or may not be financially sort of stockholders in that company or consultants for that company. And it's just something to keep in mind. It can be a place where getting multiple opinions, where hearing from your colleagues about a new technology can be really helpful to sort of mitigate that bias coming from one view to use a certain device. So in summary, as I think about using new techniques post-training, now that I'm a new attending, these are sort of some rules that I've thought of in my head. And thinking about them through an ethically guided framework. So a new technology should have a benefit. It should be better, or at least thought to be better than what you were using before. If you're getting ready to use something, you should be competent at using that, meaning you should be agile at troubleshooting and figuring out, you know, exactly how things work. You shouldn't be fully dependent on a salesperson. And that a competence actually comes from commitment to formal study of that device, not just from certification. So if you remember that email that I got about, you know, just a 10-question quiz, that's not sufficient if you want to use a new device. And then it's really important as you go to use that device, and I'll use an example in a second, to think about patient selection and, you know, thinking about the process of how you're going to select a patient who can be well informed and can understand what they're taking on in terms of a novel innovation, but also doing that in a way that you're making sure is equitable and you're getting good resources to all patients. When you're thinking about the process of informed consent with a new technology, especially, we have lots of patients that come to us as surgeons, as spine surgeons, that are very vulnerable. They're in a lot of pain. They're really, really eager to get better. And so that vulnerability can beget eagerness to participate with a new device. And so you need to be cautious of that, and also make sure that we're giving enough sort of informed information about the risks of a procedure. And then this concept that research is research. And so when you're bringing in a new device, really need to be sure that you're not doing research, and if you are, that it's gone through the appropriate IRB processes. Just to talk a little bit about that new device process. So currently in the US, we use the 510(k) pathway for devices with moderate risk that are considered to be just a small change from a prior device. But that process has come under a lot of scrutiny, because it's a way that a significant, at least a third of the devices come into the US ORs. But it's not totally clear that that process does a good job of evaluating new technologies. And so the Institute of Medicine was actually tasked in 2010 and 2011 to look at our current process and look at what I've highlighted in red are some of what I think are really ethically, from a individual patient and also public health ethics standpoint, very important. So how do we optimally protect patients, promote innovation, and support public health, doing the best for the common good? And if we're not doing that, what are the processes to do so? So they wrote a report on it and really said that this is not a new device process that we should be using, but rather we really have to be careful that this is just looking at devices that are very, very similar to those that were used before. And I think they overall called for some changes to that process. And there's a lot of people, probably a lot on this call even, that would be critical of this process and want us to make sure that we're thinking through guidelines as to how we're using new devices. And so I'll give you an example of a case that I had earlier in my practice that, where I used a new device and where it can go well and where it can not go well, and how I mitigated that process. And so this was a patient with a degenerative spine disease who had 2 levels that needed to be treated, meaning 2 lumbar vertebrae were degenerated and causing his symptoms. Typically, when I do this surgery, you have to go through the front of the belly and sometimes the side and the back as well. And so there's a new procedure from a certain company that
allows you to just go through sort of anterolaterally and potentially saves the patient positioning, operating room time, a smaller incision, a smaller surgical corridor. So there's some early evidence that this would be beneficial. I talked to the patient about very frankly in the consent conversation about the fact that I had never done one of these procedures before, that I had been trained and had done cadaver labs and was working with a surgeon who had done the exposures before, but that this would be my first case of this type of surgery. And even in this case, they had a video, the company had a video that I think was really helpful to share with the patient, and he watched it and he actually had some really great questions about anatomy and possible complications after that to make me feel very comfortable that he had a good idea of what was going on. Unfortunately, during his surgery, we got into a small bleeder, but it was really difficult to contain in a small sort of surgical corridor, and we ended up converting the surgery to open. So I think the question there, and I think that if we were open from the beginning, I think it's important to note that if, using this new technology probably made it more difficult to correct that problem and made his surgery longer, his blood loss higher, certainly a surgical complication that we discussed with him afterwards. So I think the question is, should I do that surgery again? Does that mean that this new technology is not worthwhile? Does it need to be reported? And I'll be frank, as a new surgeon, I didn't really know. We obviously presented it in our internal conferences of morbidity and mortality, but who do you report it to, or where do you go? And so it was actually a process to learn, how to report a complication with a new device, and obviously reporting it to the company. They may or may not have the incentive to move forward with that information. And then I discussed it with my senior colleagues and those that I knew had done the case before, just to make sure that we were sharing our experiences and making sure that if there was a trend, we weren't proceeding to just do this case if it potentially caused more harm than good. So learning from that experience and from the literature on implementation of new devices, these are some things that I think are really important. When you draft guidelines or when you propose a new device, it should be free of bias. And so including folks that are not necessarily financially tied to the particular device in decision-making, seeking multiple opinions, as I mentioned in the last case, making sure there's adequate data prior to transitioning that into a full clinical practice or standard, and then making sure there is long-term oversight, both institutionally and on the sort of national or international level, to think about how we're going to log data to say, if there are sort of poor outcomes or complications from this particular intervention. There's several groups that have thought about this and published on it. So this is the Responsible Development and Application of Surgical Innovations position statement that talks about how to define a new innovation, which I think is part of that challenge when you think about like the 510K pathway, and then talks about setting up institutional committees and registries in order to track information when you bring in a new device. The ideal framework was recently published in JAMA, which similarly talks about how to look at the quality of evidence before using a new device and how to implement a new device if you feel like it's appropriately innovative and safe. So in summary, as I look, as a surgeon who works in an industry that is very financially beneficial, but also really beneficial to patients in terms of the ability to treat and improve people's quality of life, there's a balance between the role of relationships with industry. And so that relationship, I believe, should be an ethically guided one with the patient first, thinking about how we can do the best for our patients. When we think about implementing new devices, which devices do I try? The answer is the better ones. So devices that have a potential for improved outcome or shorter lengths of stay, better patient experience. How much training is enough training? I think that's defined by competence. So making sure that you actually have the ability to understand how to use and how to navigate a device. And then how do we monitor device safety? We have data and registries and guidelines that involve multiple opinions and multiple sources without bias. So thanks so much, and I look forward to taking questions after all the talks.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, Dr. Williamson, thank you for sharing your experience in such an open and honest way. We all know that that's very hard to do, but it's exceptionally helpful for the people listening in and trying to learn about these topics to be able to hear your personal perspective of this in such a way. So I'm really grateful to you for sharing that. We have a few questions coming in that I'm going to be working to collate together for everyone towards the end. I'm about to introduce two people at once, just to give you context as I do these introductions, and then we'll have our final speakers together. John Meyer is a graduate of Yale Medical School, and he trained in general and cardiothoracic surgery at the University of Minnesota. He's a professor of surgery at Harvard Medical School and the first Tommy Kaplan Chair in Cardiovascular Studies at Boston Children's Hospital. He's interested in health policy and has served as a Society of Thoracic Surgeons representative to the AMA Relative Value Update Committee. And by the way, there was some questions in the chat about how these things get paid and how we determine how they get paid. And that's the committee, the Relative Value Update, or RVU committee, that does make those types of determinations, as well as other very important committee work that guides our practice. He's the past president of the Society of Thoracic Surgeons and past chair of the finance committee of the same group, and does a lot of work with that group to help guide us again in policy decision making. Has been such an important member of our working group, contributing wonderful comments about all of our work as we share together and move some of these projects that we're all working on forward. And I'd also like to introduce Martin McNeely. He served as the professor of, well, I have to preface, first of all, I don't think I can do justice to this introduction because the list of accolades is quite long. And Dr. McNeely has served as our leader of this group until very recently. And he's been an incredible mentor to me as I've explored areas of ethics and surgery. But I'll give you a snippet of some of his accomplishments. He served as professor of surgery and chief of the Division of Cardiothoracic Surgery at Albany Medical Center, and later as chair of the Division of Thoracic Surgery at University of Toronto and Toronto General Hospital, co-chair of the American College of Surgeons Committee on Emerging Surgical Technology, director of the American Board of Thoracic Surgery, president of the Thoracic Surgery Foundation for Research and Education, chairman of the Ethics Committee of the American Association for Thoracic Surgery, and ethics editor of the Journal of the same. He's working with colleagues from our Bioethics Center and the University of Global Health Equity in Butaro, Rwanda, to establish an intensive course in global ethics for the students at this new medical school, which was established by the late Paul Farmer and his colleagues at Partners in Health. That's only one of the many things that he contributes to our community here at the center. And I'm so grateful to him for all his guidance and mentorship. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to our speakers.
Can everyone see my slides, I hope? I'm John Meyer, and we're going to take a slightly different perspective, and that is the perspective of almost, if you will, an organizational ethics perspective, trying to understand the role of professional medical societies in the implementation and dissemination of innovative devices. And we'll use a case of the introduction of transcatheter aortic valve replacement, so-called TAVR, as a new way of replacing one of the heart's valves, the aortic valve, as sort of a case example. So I have no disclosures. And I'd like to start by just reminding everyone about what the roles and responsibilities are for a profession. So the professions are charged with maintaining, advancing, and disseminating a body of knowledge, and to advance that knowledge that is innovate. And in so doing, analyze critically and report the results. Professional societies are required to self-regulate, to place patients' interests above their own, and to place performance above personal reward. And finally, a responsibility to fairly distribute finite medical resources. So the case, as we are describing, is this introduction of transcatheter valves into the US market. And the promise of this technology was that a heart valve could be replaced with a much less invasive method and could actually be done during a heart catheterization rather than an open heart operation, which would mean the patients did not need to have an incision in their chest. There was no need for using a heart-lung machine and stopping the heart to carry out this procedure, and offered, because of the less invasive aspect of this, to have a shorter hospital stay and be less morbid for the patients. The uncertainties at the outset, though, was how well these new devices were going to work. And this slide will just demonstrate to you what some of these devices look like. So this is a typical surgically implanted aortic valve over here in the upper left corner, which would require an open heart operation, as I said. This in the upper right-hand corner is the transcatheter valve, which can be sort of compressed down, as demonstrated in the illustration in the left lower quarter of your screen. And so it can be compressed down around a balloon catheter, and then passed through an artery, typically in the groin, up into the position in the aortic valve. The balloon expanded, as is shown both in this X-ray picture here in the middle, as well as this cartoon here in the lower right part of your screen. But basically to expand this valve into the aortic position, and then would be deployed without a problem. So our case involves what happened at the beginning, if you will, of the introduction of this device into the US market. There were actually at least two devices that were being pursued and marketed by two different US companies. The background is that these devices had already been approved in Europe. They've been given the CE mark, which is the equivalent of FDA approval. And although initially they had been treated as somewhat experimental and were placed initially in high-risk patients, but very quickly, when it appeared that they seemed to work at least reasonably well, they were disseminated throughout all patients needing this type of valve replacement, including much lower risk and much healthier patients at the start. And the early results actually indicated that the complication rates were higher for those patients than they were in a comparable surgical patient population. So applications had been placed by both of these companies for the FDA to approve and for Medicare to pay for this, because this disease process, aortic valve disease, is more common in the Medicare age population in the United States, that is over 65. So there were a number of obvious potential conflicts. On the one hand, this would be a new procedure for the cardiologist, so there would be an opportunity to effectively increase one's practice and generate more revenue. And the cardiologists were frequently the ones who were identifying the disease to start with, and there's the whole issue of self-referral for monetary gain. At least that argument could be made. Conversely, for the surgeons who traditionally had owned this area, that is, it required an operation to replace a heart valve, this was a big threat. Because if all the patients were having procedures done by somebody else, that would mean there would be a loss of revenue. Both situations representing significant conflicts of interest between what was potentially good for the patient, although that was still in doubt, and versus what was good for the individual surgeon or cardiologist. The regulatory issues were a little bit muddy in the sense that multiple U.S. entities, regulatory entities, are involved. So the FDA assesses devices for safety and efficacy, whereas Medicare has to make payment decisions, particularly for this patient population in this age group. And then the issue ultimately was this device was not inexpensive. In fact, was just for the device, forget the hospitalization and the professional fees and everything else. The device alone was at least $30,000 in costs. So there clearly were an abundance of potential conflicts of interest, as I've already outlined. There was the potential for adverse effects on patients. And as profession, the members of that profession have duties to patients, as you've already heard Dr. White talk about. There was a significant question about patient selection and how much the patients should be allowed to choose what form of treatment they got. There were clearly the obvious potential for turf wars between a medical specialty and a surgical specialty. And from a professional society perspective, there was a significant potential for legal liability in the sense that if this was not an entirely free trade, if you will, sort of process, then there was the potential for antitrust issues to be raised, as well as the obvious and ongoing issue about medical malpractice, particularly when you're doing something new. So given that I was in the leadership of the thoracic surgical group, so-called STS, when these issues were coming up, we were faced with several choices. We could do nothing and leave this decision up to the government agencies who, without being too pejorative, frequently don't have a lot of experience with clinical medical issues. We could leave it up to the payers, and that is both Medicare as well as private payers. There was obvious potential for turf protection by writing guidelines that would favor one or the other approach. Or the third option was whether or not these two potentially competitive societies, one representing the cardiologists, the ACC, and one representing cardiothoracic surgery, the STS, could actually collaborate and try to make sure that this technology was introduced in a rational fashion. But the professional societies have their own internal conflicts and ethical obligations, which included not only duties to their members, but also duties to patients and duties to society. And of course, most ethical controversies arise when the pursuit of one or the other of a duty actually puts an organization in internal conflict with itself. So what happened And what we did was we actually recognized, based on that European experience, the potential for significant adverse patient outcomes. And following my time in the leadership of the STS, Dr. Michael Mack became the president a year or two later. And he has an interesting background as both a cardiac surgeon, but also as a trained internal medicine physician prior to his surgical career. And his counterpart at the American College of Cardiology is Dr. David Holmes, who is an interventional cardiologist. So clearly, the leadership of these two professional groups were on opposite sides, if you will, of the procedure. And importantly, one of our surgeon members had actually taken a position for a year at Medicare, where he was actually had a major decision-making role in how the payment decisions in particular would be made by the agency. And his background you can see there, but he and I both had been through the Kennedy School course on government relations, executive course at the same time, sat next to each other, and so we had a close working relationship. So what emerged through this collaboration across potentially conflicting or competing societies was the following. There was an agreement to begin with a randomized trial, which would be the only way that any patients would get access to the new device here in the United States. And this was actually a comparison of surgical valve replacement versus the transcatheter valve replacement, appropriately named the PARTNER trial, which included informed consent that was uniform, required local IRB approval, but also the collaboration between the two professional societies established several requirements that the regulatory agencies, particularly the FDA as well as Medicare, actually bought into. And one of them was that there would be heart teams established, which would give equal footing to both the cardiologist and the surgeon in evaluating patients and also in actually carrying out these procedures. The number of sites where these procedures could be done were limited. And there were some criteria agreed on in order to qualify a given center for being able to participate in this trial. And an existing database that has been maintained by the Society of Thoracic Surgeons for quality improvement purposes was used to generate the risk model that would allow us to classify patients in particular for the initial phase, which was the high risk phase, so-called PARTNER 1, where patients who were thought to be at high surgical risk would then qualify for this trial. And then based on those initial results in that higher risk group, then subsequent trials involved gradually loosening the patient eligibility criteria. And as part of trying to generate new knowledge, a collaborative registry was established that followed all patients, was committed to publishing the results as they emerged from the trials. And remarkably enough, this registry actually was supported by the device manufacturers. So this example, which I think is probably somewhat unique, at least in American medicine, did achieve several of the professional societies' responsibilities. It certainly helped to maintain and advance knowledge, to introduce and evaluate innovation. It represented clear-cut self-regulation such that not every cardiologist or surgeon in the country could qualify as a participant. There were standards that were set. Ultimately, the collective belief was that we actually were serving the patient's interests because of the lack of certainty about many aspects of this device. We certainly were interested in performance above personal reward because not every one could go out and do these procedures and enhance their remuneration. And in a sense, this provided the basis for fairly distributing our finite medical resources, because the door was not thrown open wide with the rapid dissemination of this technology as had occurred in Europe, with potentially at least some compromise of the patient's best interests. So I would argue that we have demonstrated through this case that new technology can be rationally and ethically introduced at a nationwide level, accomplishing the goals of advancing knowledge and minimizing patient risk. And as evidence for that, the results from the transcatheter valve now are equivalent to those of the surgical valve, at least in the United States. There was an ability to demonstrate cost effectiveness, and I would argue this provides a template potentially for future innovations to be introduced. Professional society collaboration and leadership were essential. And I think it's actually, in retrospect, it was a remarkable public-private partnership between the potentially competing professional medical societies, federal government agencies, and even the device manufacturers. Now, there are a number of questions that we could always put on our rose-colored glasses and say, of course, this is exactly the way we should do things going forward. But I think I would pose the questions: was this an ethically appropriate role for the professional societies to take? Was the way that this was rolled out in the United States, particularly beginning with high-risk patients and a randomized controlled trial, actually equitable? Lower-risk patients were initially denied access to the new technology. And conversely, one might argue that the high-risk patients were in some ways unfairly exploited. And finally, I leave you with this question about whether or not the audience feels that this represents a reproducible template that should be the basis for the introduction of other new technologies, particularly in this country. Thank you.
I'm Martin McNeely, John's partner on this short trip. I have no financial conflicts to disclose, but I must disclose that I've operated on uncountable numbers of patients using innovative technologies and procedures, often with fully informed consent, though many patients don't want to know the amount of detail that was disclosed in most of the talks that you've heard earlier. Next slide. Over 60 years ago, I chose the University of Minnesota for surgical training because of its reputation for innovation in surgical treatment. 68 years ago, Walt Lillehei and Richard Varco performed an innovative open heart operation to close a ventricular septal defect in a 1-year-old boy, Gregory Glidden. Gregory's father, Lyman, was connected to perfuse Gregory's body with oxygenated blood while his heart was repaired. You can see the two operating tables side by side. The heart-lung machine was not yet sufficiently developed. In the past 7 decades, we have advanced to the point where a minimal incision over an artery and a catheter enclosed valve can be placed in the beating heart without a chest incision or heart-lung bypass, as John Meyer has described. I've taken us back to Gregory's operation to remind us of the courage and persistence of the heroes of surgical innovation, particularly the patients and their parents, and the pioneering surgical teams. Also, their overseers, all are part of a moral community. The issue of oversight of innovation is evolving, as outlined by Dr. White. Who should review and approve the interventions that depart from conventional standards of practice? For Dr. Lillehei in the 1950s, the chief of surgery, Dr. Owen Wangenstein, gave his permission with a note on Dr. Lillehei's door that said, "By all means, go ahead. Good luck." It's become more complicated since then. Approval of a surgical innovation committee, such as the one based on the Toronto model, provides the oversight in many departments. As Dr. White mentioned, the Surgical Executive Committee at our hospital, the Beth Israel Deaconess, serves this function. The Toronto Surgical Innovation Committee has been active for many years. It is described in the reference at the foot of this slide and will be available in the course materials. Many centers have asked their institutional ethics review boards to serve as surgical oversight. As surgical treatment becomes more complex, specialized committees working in concert with the IRB are evolving. In the United States, the Federal Food and Drug Administration and recently the National Academy of Medicine are providing oversight. Two closing thoughts about innovation. We're currently celebrating the development of an mRNA vaccine against a lethal pandemic disease, a seemingly near miraculous innovation. While we celebrate this accomplishment, we need to improve it beyond disposable sterile needles distributed throughout the world and sterile syringes and an electrically powered cold chain. It is a communitarian, we celebrate this accomplishment, but we realize that we must improve it to the level of applying a stable oral vaccine, which would overcome the geographic and socioeconomic hurdles still before us. The COVID vaccine, the TAVR that Dr. Meyer described, and open heart surgery in general are examples of collaboration of the government, industry, and clinical care. It is a communitarian, not an individualistic approach to innovation for the common good that provides a framework for the heroes of innovation to succeed. In this menacing time in our history, it has been inspiring for us preparing this course, and for you participants. It is hopeful for all of us to gather together in the surgical Innovation Conference and celebrate these accomplishments. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for all these wonderful presentations. As I've been monitoring the Q&A and thinking through what you've presented, you've given us an overview of the ethical constructs and frameworks that we should consider as we think about surgical innovation. And you've identified the stakeholders, patients, ourselves as surgeons, and industry who may be pushing forward for these innovative techniques. And within those stakeholders and probably others we can all identify, there will be certain conflicts. So you can imagine that our questions are all centering around these conflicts of interest that arise and how each of you might resolve those conflicts. And the questions are nuanced and try to come at various ways in which these conflicts do arise. So let's lead off with a question for Dr. Williamson. As you're talking about the new technology that you'll be incorporating into your work, two questions come up. How do you decide, and you addressed this briefly, you said you try to pick things that have good outcomes, but then how do you decide if something is, and I'll quote the question, a new innovation, truly with promise, and not a fad? And then building upon that, as you're bringing that forward, how do you decide when you're competent enough to undertake your first non-mentored procedure? You talked about the consent process, but how do you personally figure that out? And those are the different conflicts that can arise in this area.
Yeah, thanks for those questions. They're really tough ones that I think, especially as a new surgeon, I think really have been relevant. I think when I was in training, I didn't really have to make those decisions. I got to do the cool stuff, but I didn't have to make those decisions. And so that's something that's very new. I think in terms of the question of whether or not it's a fad, I think this is really a critical question. So, because there are a lot of fads. There's like, a new device for everything. Why don't you try this screw? Of course, when you're in an industry that's making this much money, a lot of people are going to want to develop something there. I look for things that actually there's a need. So the example that I used of the lateral surgery, we spend 45 minutes in the operating room flipping the patient from one position to another position. So that's something that slows down the operating room. It makes the patient have more anesthesia time. It's, positioning, there are positioning injuries. So when I see that there's a need and then there's an actual solution to a need, I think that that's where I feel like it's not a fad and it's more of an innovation. That doesn't mean it's always going to work or be better. And I think you do have to be willing to accept that you picked something that may have been a fad, even though you thought it was an innovation, and get rid of it. Don't stick with that technology. I remember doing some cases in training where we had, multiple x-ray machines coming in, all to use this like one piece of new technology. And it turned out that it actually wasn't helpful. And so I think if you're not conflicted, it makes it a lot easier to just move forward. That didn't really work. And then I think my other way to tell the difference is I ask a ton of questions of the reps, and they probably get a little bit annoyed by me. But I think if you're an annoying surgeon to a rep, it's probably a good thing, because you're asking so many questions to really interrogate whether or not it's helpful. Similarly, with being competent, I actually like to know how to use it myself. I like to know how to load a pedicle screw, how to, when I started using the O-arm, they were just like, oh, it's just a CT scanner. It works like all the other CT scanners. And I was like, no. If I'm there at 3:00 in the morning, so I have like physically drove the machine myself, figured out like, okay, if this gets stuck, how are we going to get the patient out? And so I think that at the end of the day, you're responsible for everything that happens in the OR. And so you have to feel comfortable that you can take accountability and have the skills to deal with that technology. It doesn't mean that you can't have help to make things more efficient, but you certainly are the last line of defense. And so I use that sort of as my marker as to whether or not I would feel comfortable doing a procedure.
Thank you so much. So building upon that, we've had a series of 4 questions that sort of build on the conflicts as they arise, both in the OR with industry reps present in the room, and then further forward into The fact that we're essentially working with, or maybe even for companies, these industry companies that are deriving significant financial benefit. And sometimes we're as consultants, but sometimes just purely in terms of the surgeries that we perform. And then another layer on top of that, raised by one other commenter, was how do you keep balance in corporate hospitals and the sustainability of hospitals, the pressure to use certain technology from the hospital itself. So I would love to hear anybody. I'm summarizing questions that were put into the chat just in the interest of time, but thinking about those different layers of interpersonal relationships or relationships with industry or relationships with corporate hospitals, and how do we navigate all those conflicts as they arise? And that's for anybody who'd like to join
in. I'll give a quick general answer. John illustrated a collaborative approach that was very attractive to me. And I'll take the somewhat controversial position that we need more industry working with us as surgery is getting more complex, care is getting more complex, and we shouldn't be worrying about industry as some kind of alien presence that's dangerous for patients. The more we work with them and teach them how to deal with the fiduciary issues, the better off everybody will be.
I think
go ahead.
Sorry, I totally agree. And I those relationships can be really complex. And that's why I brought up like the emails in the beginning, because it is pressure, right? To have that relationship with industry. And I think, someone asked about that, how do you balance that being in the OR? And I think that there is a real role, and I hope that I, kind of said that in my talk, to have people there. And so I do feel like in the ideal world, it's a pretty professional relationship. I think often reps will try to make it a little bit more of a personal relationship so that you do feel a little bit more guilt when you are or are not using something that they want you to use. And I feel like in my short time as an attending, I've learned to not let those relationships be anything more than professional, so that, you don't feel guilty when you're thinking like, oh my goodness, I know they're have a new kid on the way, maybe I should use their company, or I don't want them to go out of business. Maybe I should, and so that you can really evaluate things. But I think they should absolutely be there.
Dr. Meyer?
Yeah, I would just add that although it may not be quite as apparent, but clearly there are even industry relationships at the professional society level. There are initiatives at the sort of professional society-wide level that are supported by industry. There has been a role for professional societies to conduct educational sessions that primarily are, directed at maybe learning how to use new techniques and new technologies, such as the ones that we described. I can tell you that the device makers for that transcatheter aortic valve were not very happy with the professional societies when it was to be not a free open market rollout, but rather it would be done in a controlled fashion. And yet ultimately they came around and actually, as I indicated, helped support the registry because they actually needed the data as well to demonstrate safety and efficacy for further FDA level approvals. So it became a nice confluence of interests and a great partnership, which, beginning at the, when it was first, these discussions were first being held, it was not so apparent that the interests would actually all be aligned. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I think what sort of carried the day was, we're all obligated to do what's best for the patients. And that really became the sort of unifying theme for guiding how it was that we would go forward.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer. I think you've answered a pretty direct question in the chat, which was, essentially, is industry ever truly patient first aligned, in the sense that they have such a strong financial incentive to proceed forward with continually moving more and more technology forward and more expensive options. But as you noted in your case presentation and in your discussion just now, at the end of the day, with the type of collaboration that you've described, you were able to ensure at least that industry that may already have had good intentions for the patient population was truly patient aligned and ethically focused on the patient first. Is that correct?
I would say that's a good summary. Yes, thank you.
And so someone had proposed that perhaps, so thinking again about this relationship with industry, these are multi-billion-dollar companies. Is there a role, though, in these relationships that we have with industry to not engage with them in any financial way whatsoever? So there's been some people who've proposed, one person proposed in the chat, that we just certainly can't have any financial relationship with industry whatsoever. And at first blush, I'm thinking of consultation fees, but of course we're paid to do the surgeries. We have incentives to do these surgeries that are financial as well. You could get quite into the weeds trying to define where that relationship could even end. Does anybody have a comment about that? Perhaps Dr. McNeely, because I know that you're very much in favor of having continued relationships with industry, and I do see the benefit from that.
Well, I was inspired from those early closure of ventricular septal defects, which, when patched, occasionally the conduction system was injured, requiring the invention of the pacemaker. And so the whole pacemaker industry grew out of collaboration between the Medtronic company and the surgeons at the University of Minnesota. That kind of collaboration was inspiring to me to watch, and it can go on, as I'm sure Teresa experiences with the spine companies. If it's a thoroughly patient-oriented, patient-motivated collaboration, then it's a winner for all of us.
Any other comments on that point?
So I think, Louise, it's important to realize that the companies are there to make a profit, to make money for their shareholders. If they didn't do that, they would go out of business. So their business is to generate, in some cases, new and innovative surgical products. And if they fail at that, they'll go out of business and there won't be any new innovative surgical products. So I think that they may have a bias to the success of their various products, but in no way are they interested in just pushing failing devices on people, because in the long run, it's going to come back to bite them. So I don't think that they're sort of the evil empire. And I think that many of these innovative technologies would not exist were it not for industry, which supports them, which funds them, that pays the bills for these long regulatory processes. And obviously they need to get something back in the end. They're not charities. But I think along a similar line, one of the questions here had to do with corporate hospitals. And I think it's important to realize that corporate hospitals are there that have to make money, but not-for-profit hospitals are definitely not there to make a loss. Because if they make a loss year after year, they go out of business too. So everybody has to do things that to some extent are in the patient's interest and some extent are in their own best interest in terms simply of existence. That's where some of the controversies, but from the individual physician standpoint, it's probably important to keep your eye on the ball and put your effort toward your patients. And if you think that something innovative is going to help them, then it's fine to do.
I think that's a great summary. Dr. Meyer?
Yeah, I would just point out the other role that industry has served, certainly in the cardiovascular realm, and I think in a lot of other realms, and that is, one of us might get a good idea or think of a new way to do things, but to actually carry that forward through the regulatory processes that Dr. White was describing, and through actually making sure that the device is reliably manufactured and comes out sterile and comes, for insertion, and all of those sorts of things that, us physician surgeon types don't have any experience or expertise with. It does require a real collaborative relationship and a real partnership, if you will, almost, in order to bring some of these good ideas to clinical application widely.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. The complexities are not things that we can address easily outside of this current system and relationship with industry that we have, both from a regulatory standpoint and passing those hurdles, but just in designing things that are so complex as well. We've come up against the time. I'm a little bit over, and I apologize for that. I guess there was one question we didn't address that it naturally flows from our conversation, so I'll send you off with it to ponder, which was, how can we find a balance between continuously advancing surgical technologies, which we've all said we really want to do, while also improving the availability of more basic surgical resources to areas in need. And so, building upon our commitment to understanding disparities in access, we've talked about all these high cost and pushing the boundaries there, but also we always need to keep our eye on the prize, or eye on the ball, as Dr. White was saying, and be sure that we are putting our patients first, and that means ensuring access to surgery in the first instance, even the less technologically advanced. I would just want to thank all of our presenters tonight, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Hanto. I'm so grateful to have been part of this conversation with each of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. King. I would like to reiterate and thank our presenters tonight, Drs. White, Williamson, Meyer, and McNeely, for their outstanding and provocative discussion of the ethical considerations in surgical innovation. I would also like to thank all of you who listened tonight and asked questions of our expert panel. I would also like to thank Dr. King for moderating an excellent discussion with our panelists and covering the questions from the Q&A. I would also like to take an opportunity to thank Christine Mitchell, who's the Executive Director of the Center for Bioethics, for her involvement and support of this Harvard Surgical Ethics Conference, and also Dr. Robert Trug, who is the Director of the Center for Bioethics, for his support. Finally, I'd like to thank Ms. Troutman, Ms. Stefanides, and Mr. Amato for their technical, graphic, and organizational support of this conference. We couldn't have done it without their help. On behalf of the Surgical Ethics Working Group, we thank you for attending and hope you will join us next week on Monday.
We will also have you on video, and so we will be spotlighting you all as you all speak. And we begin.
All right, welcome everyone to our Mental Health Matters, the era of empathetic entrepreneurship. I'm really looking forward to hosting you with my co-facilitators today, Salima and Dylan, who you'll learn more about very soon. But we have an hour together, feel comfortable. This is about well-being, so we want to make sure that you feel able to be yourselves in today's meeting. And if there's anything, please feel free to reach out to us through the chat. But I'll get right into it. If I could have the first slide go up, or second slide, as I speak through firstly an introduction and then take you through what the agenda will look like for today. All right, so my name is Safia Abji. I am a trauma-informed coach and a well-being consultant based in Nairobi, Kenya. And my organization focuses on a human-centered approach to creating systems of work and how our values align with the work that we do. I founded my business almost 3 years ago, but have been based in Kenya for about 8 years. And although I was trained as a coach almost a decade ago, most of my coaching work was pro bono until I started my full-time practice. So during my time in Kenya, I worked for international NGOs, and after many years within the management consulting industry in Canada. While in the development sector, and some of you may resonate with this, I worked with many youth in the economic inclusion space, and I'm actually a longtime friend and advocate for the Sandkelp Summit, as I've worked very closely with a number of entrepreneurs across East Africa. What I recognized during this time was that there's a gap between creating jobs and opportunities for young people and their diverse realities at home. In development work, there's often little consideration of the impacts of cultural and personal challenges that can create barriers to employment. From gender inequities to financial challenges, to access to technology and mentorship opportunities, to stigma towards the geography that they live in, and little understanding or investment on issues of mental health and needs in general, I was often getting asked for support as a coach first by my beneficiaries rather than for vocational training and employment support. The truth is that no matter where you come from, when you don't have the appropriate systems to support you as a whole human being, you only bring part of you to the job. This is an unsustainable and potentially destructive approach to economic inclusion interventions, as we are often supporting those who are looking for work to strengthen their sense of confidence and see it as a pathway to meaningful work. Sorry, guys. And so, to meaningful work and growth. So as a result, I started my coaching practice and consulting business to focus on the systems we have in place already and how to be more inclusive in the solutions we create, not only focus on the bottom line, but actually those who contribute to it. I wanted to facilitate this session to put a spotlight on the topic of well-being in the workplace, because as much as this is being spoken about on the outside, especially since the impact of the pandemic, we are still not having important conversations within the spaces where transformation is possible and very required. Today, we'll provide a small taste of why we need to start scaling these conversations and create cultural shifts rather than a bandaged solution to rising issues of mental and emotional well-being. Now, thank you so much for listening to that. Before I move forward, I wanted to take you through slide 2, which is the agenda, so you know kind of what the flow of today will look like. Now, our flow will be very fluid. We have opportunities for Q&A at the end. So if you are, if we have a lot of questions and we're having a great conversation, we are happy to continue that moving forward. But also to let you know, we have a bit of a brainstorming exercise at the end to start thinking about workplace well-being. So once we're done with introductions today, we'll go into an icebreaker. We'll talk more about why well-being is becoming a priority in the workplace. We'll talk a little bit about your own personal well-being and assess that. And then we'll hear from Salima and Dylan on their own entrepreneurial journeys and why well-being has become important for them, as well as do some speaker Q&A. And at which point we'll do a bit of brainstorming around how to improve the culture of well-being in your workplace. All right, let me hand it over to Salima for introductions, and thank you all so much.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see everyone here. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor. Thanks, Safia, for the lovely introduction. My name is Salima Balani, and I'm a 9-times founder. Some failed, some exited. Lots of my story we're going to share soon. A TEDx speaker and the best-selling award-winning author of this book, Innovation Starts With I, recently launched in November 2021. I'm also the founder and CEO of Ripple Impact, which is a business accelerator that helps entrepreneurs grow their businesses and scale their platforms. So essentially, we're the team behind the scenes to many entrepreneurs, helping them grow and scale their businesses. I also teach design thinking and entrepreneurship at Johns Hopkins University at the Graduate School for International Studies, and I often guest lecture at business schools. I'm also currently a student myself in the lead executive education program at Stanford University's Graduate School of Business. I contribute to Forbes. I talk a lot about innovation, entrepreneurship, remote team building, and I've been published in 15 different research publications between the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. I have a previous career in international development, which is very much aligned with what I'm doing today, since we do work with entrepreneurs all over the world, especially in emerging markets. And I've done a lot of work on how to promote a circular economy and improve refugee livelihoods using hydroponics and water-saving climate-smart technologies. And I've done a lot with that in the MENA region, including insect farming, which is a new thing I've been up to. And why this session is important to me. So mental health has been a really important part of my own entrepreneurship journey. And it actually helped with the unleashing process, since a lot of us have to go through some sort of unleashing and coming out of the closet when it comes to, finding ourselves or becoming ourselves as entrepreneurs, these new versions of ourselves. And I really resonate with the James Clear quote, which is, entrepreneurship is a personal growth engine disguised as a business pursuit. There's a lot there. And I love the title of the session with empathetic entrepreneurship, since I have a quote in my book, and it says that empathy is the undervalued stock that enables those who have it to be more successful in many areas than those who lack it. So very relevant in today's times, especially as we're coming out of the pandemic, and very excited to be here. Thank you.
All right, Dylan, over to you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Dylan Jiri. I'm from Cape Town, South Africa, and I founded a business in 2007 that does work in the live event space, predominantly with working with a lot of technicians, high staff turnover, and since then have evolved myself into furthering my studies in strategy, coaching, and really helping people understand emotional intelligence better. I am what I call a distracted entrepreneur, which means I like to get things going and then move on to the next thing. I felt that I needed to become an entrepreneur because school was challenging for me. I got 5% for maths in my final year and wasn't able to go to university. But in 2018, I was fortunate enough to finally make it to Harvard Business School, where I studied entrepreneurial strategy, and the following year became an accredited strategy summit facilitator. And I've been working with people all around the world since then, helping them set strategy in their business and helping them become leaders who empower the people in their business to become the best versions of themselves, which then allows business owners to step out of their businesses and work on it from a top-down approach rather than getting stuck in the operational side of business. So I'm very happy to be with you guys here today. Why am I here? Or why is this session important to me? Well, I myself have struggled with many mental health challenges. And I think that sounds so shocking, but mental health is very broad. I particularly struggled a lot with anxiety. I had my DNA sequenced in 2019, and I have the IL-1RN gene, which makes you more susceptible to depression. And through a lot of self-work, I have learned to realize that being positive and having an upbeat mindset takes a lot of daily work and daily habits. And although my friends are always shocked when I tell them that, I have to do all this work to sort of make sure that I'm mentally in the right gear to face the world. They're like, that's so strange because you're always so positive and you always have such an upbeat mindset. And so I'm really hoping to share some of that and why it's important to you. I also am on a mission to live a life without fear. And that has really changed my life considerably, knowing that everything is going to be okay, no matter which direction it goes. So thank you for having me today. I look forward to engaging with all of you.
Thank you so much, Salima and Dylan. So many questions I already have for you and your friends of mine. So thanks for that great intro. Dylan, I thought we could get started with the icebreaker. Are we ready to go?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much for allowing me this opportunity to do our icebreaker. For me, there's a couple of reasons to do this. I think we should all continue to develop our virtual event or virtual capabilities, everyone, it's become part of our daily lives. And even though in-person events are back in place, I think that virtual is here to stay. I think also that with a topic as deep as empathetic entrepreneurship, it's important for us to also get to know everyone in the room. So I want us to do an exercise together. And I really want to invite everyone to turn their cameras on right now. So don't worry, no one's going to have to say anything. No one's going to have to speak, but I really want to invite everyone to turn their cameras on. We can have everyone turn their cameras on. Hopefully we have some people turning their cameras on. There we go. Thank you, Elsie. And what we're going to do is I really just want us, we're a group of people that have never met each other. And I really want us to see if we can, in 2 or 3 minutes, get to have a more empathetic understanding and get to know people a little bit better through just a series of questions that I'm going to ask and we're going to answer via our cameras. So I want you guys to pick up a piece of paper. It's always better if it's a colored piece of paper because it makes the screen look really beautiful. And again, if you've just joined, I'm going to invite everyone to turn their cameras on and then block your camera with a piece of paper that you have on your desk. All right. If you want to leave your video off, that's fine. There is another option. You can use the raise hand functionality if it applies to you. I always like to do this seeing people's faces because it gets us to have a better connection. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask a couple of questions and I want you to, if that question is relevant to you, so if I ask you, do you prefer cats over dogs? If it's a yes for you, all I want you to do is click the raise hand button or remove the colored piece of paper. And over a series of questions, we will all get to know each other a little bit better. So for those people that don't want to turn on their cameras, if you can all just click your raise hand emoji or any of the emojis, you can click the heart emoji, any of those, just so that I know that you can hear us and that you can see us. Otherwise, we can start now. So let's cover up our screens. All right, everyone, cover up your screen with a colored piece of paper. And we're going to start with a couple of really easy questions. So the first one is, do you have a tattoo? Do you have a tattoo? If you have any tattoos, click the raise your hand functionality or take away the piece of paper. All right, thank you very much. All right, let's reset and go to the next question. Were you born before the 1980s? Were you born before the 1980s? Okay. Thank you. Let's reset again. Were you born after the 1980s? Born after the 1980s. Okay. Lots more action there. All right, let's reset again. Another easy one, and then we'll take it one level deeper. Have you traveled or visited more than 4 continents? Have you traveled or visited more than 4 continents? Okay, we're seeing our travelers here. Thank you very much for sharing so far. Let's take it one level deeper. Have you ever been, so everyone just cover up again, those that have raised their hands, drop your hands, cover up. Have you ever been arrested? Have you ever been arrested? All right. Thank you very much for sharing. All right, next one. Are you COVID vaccinated? Are you COVID vaccinated? All right. Thank you for the participation. I really appreciate everyone sharing. We're slowly starting to build a safe space, and we're slowly starting to get to know each other a little bit better. Okay, here comes the next one. Let's reset, cover up our cameras again. Have you ever fallen in love at first sight? Have you ever fallen in love at first sight? All right, some smiles there, and I hope some great memories coming back there. All right, fantastic. All right, we're almost halfway through. I want to ask a couple more questions. Let's reset and cover up our cameras again. Do you get irritated when helping old people with technology? Do you get irritated when helping old people with technology? Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, let's reset again and go one level deeper. This is the last round of questions. Are you currently experiencing grief? Are you currently experiencing grief? All right. Thank you very much for sharing that. All right, let's reset and lower our hands. Have you ever been a victim of abuse? Have you ever been a victim of abuse? Thank you so much for sharing. All right, let's lower our hands again. Have you ever felt guilt as a spouse? Have you ever felt guilt as a spouse? Thank you. All right. And last question. Thank you so much for sharing. Let's reset. Are you curious to become a more aware person? Are you curious to become a more aware person? All right, well, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing. And I hope that you've gotten to meet a couple of people, even though we haven't seen everyone's faces. I definitely have a better idea, and I feel slightly more connected with everyone on this call. Safia, back to you.
Wow. I need a second to inhale and exhale. So if everybody wants to just take in what we experienced and just kind of enjoy what a beautiful intimacy that created in such a short time frame. And just exhale out so that you can come back present to the room. Thank you so much, Dylan. That was very powerful. Okay.
My pleasure.
Getting back into statistics and information to support the self-awareness piece, which it sounds like everybody wants to be a part of. If I could ask Parita to please put up slide 3 for us. We're moving on to why well-being is becoming a priority in the workplace. So here we go. Let me just minimize my screen. So the Great Resignation, quiet quitting, anti-hustle, what do they all have in common? A recognition that behind the work that we do, there is still a person who requires more than just treating their work as a reward. When your work feels like a transaction that doesn't connect to your deeper sense of self, so this would be your freedom of curiosity, exploration, connection, values, and purpose, employees will burn out from being treated like a means to an end. I'm sure you felt this way in your own career. And so this is a reminder in this session that we are all human first, and that is the thesis actually of empathetic leadership. So the slide on here is for you to take a snapshot of. You can read it while I'm going through it. I will touch upon this, but you'll see why they become relevant. And I've really highlighted for you there, though, what the kind of key message is from each of them. We have issues of climate change, issues of war, oppression, the global pandemic. So beyond their obvious effects, these situations have taken a brutal toll on well-being. And for the younger generation, the impact is particularly stark. And that's something that we should all care about because we are living in a majority youthful world at this point in time. A recent survey reported that 52%, that's the majority of young adults, are experiencing feelings of depression or hopelessness. How do we achieve well-being in a world so overrun with crisis? One of the answers across generation has been quit your day job. Over the past 2 years, almost every industry has been impacted by the Great Resignation. Younger workers in lower paying industries such as retail, food services, and healthcare started the trend, and they were eventually joined by long tenured, higher paid employees from industries such as finance and technology. This phenomenon has prompted many companies to take a second look at burnout and well-being. According to the University of California, Berkeley, a psychologist there who did some of the earliest research on the topic, burnout occurs when emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and a reduced sense of personal accomplishment are all present simultaneously. In the words of your average worker, it's the result of being overworked and undervalued, as well as disconnected from a feeling that your job is actually important. While companies have turned to mindfulness rooms and unlimited time off as a way to combat the issue, which in my point of view are just tactics to calm employees instead of addressing the key issues that are actually require the calming in the first place, neither is shaping up to be a long-term solution. The Great Place to Work Institute recently partnered with Johns Hopkins to study the well-being of more than 14,000 employees from 37 countries. What they found is that across people, places, and cultures, factors like personal support, a sense of purpose, and meaningful connections made the biggest difference to employees' health and happiness. If we could move to slide 4, I just wanted you to take a look at this because there's actually 5 dimensions. I'll just wait for that slide to shift, but there's actually 5 dimensions of employee well-being. And what the findings found is that personal support, a sense of purpose, and meaningful connection made a bigger difference. Barita, are we able to move to the next slide by any chance? Thank you so much. And so what's interesting about this, if you actually look at the slide, we spend a lot more time often on the mental and emotional support piece and financial health. So a lot of bandage solutions. And what we're hearing now is that if we actually deal with the root issues that create a sense of connection in the workplace, we may not actually have to spend so much other time on the other 2 dimensions. So that might be one of the biggest gifts of the Great Resignation, the conversation it has sparked around purpose, engagement, and organizational values. Surprised that so many workers were willing to sacrifice financial stability for more fulfilling work, many firms have been forced to ask, what can I do better? This is especially true as we learn that the majority of those who left their jobs don't regret doing so. A Harris Poll survey from March indicated that only 1 in 5 workers who quit a job in the past 2 years would make a different choice today. A better quality of life has left most with absolutely no desire to turn back the clock on their decision. The Washington Post followed up by interviewing some resignees late last year. While they were concerned with the current state of the economy, the vast majority are thrilled, quote, with the changes they've made to their work lives. The testimonials speak volumes to the importance of well-being. Quote, I may make half as much, but I feel like twice the person, said a former New York City chef who went on to get certified as a substance abuse counselor. Another quote, sorry, my screen keeps getting bigger. So in another quote, the stock market wiped out the equivalent of 1 year of my pension and I still have no regrets. The improvement in my personal happiness is priceless. This is from a former teacher in Florida who lost 10% of her pension by not waiting longer to retire. These testimonials illustrate something very important. Money doesn't drive retention. So according to the Great Place to Work, employees who experience high levels of well-being in the workplace are 3 times more likely to stick around. Being happy and healthy matters immensely. And for companies that understand this, purpose remains the vital lever. After all, people who say they are living their purpose report levels of well-being 5 times higher. That's huge, 5 times higher than those who say that they aren't. Connect employees to the value of their work and the challenges they face might not seem so daunting. So personally, being a coach who supports emotional freedom and purpose in my own practice over the past 10 years, whether I am coaching a C-level executive or someone climbing in the professional chain, 100% of the time, and that is no joke or exaggeration, there is a recognition that when your work is not connected to a deeper sense of self, the rewards of superficial success create more temporary feelings of fulfillment, and begin encouraging questions of whether we are living in ways that make us truly alive. And when we start thinking about whether we're truly alive and awake in what we're doing, that starts to create a transition and transformation most of the time. Often, our work is actually a coping mechanism to hide from hard emotions we haven't fully recognized and dealt with. So from a trauma-informed approach, and if anybody has any questions on what trauma-informed work means, it will become much more popular, I think, in our daily jargon as we move forward. But a little bit of insight into some of the things that I deal with. So we have something we call high-level and low-level coping mechanisms. Your low-level coping mechanisms look like your traditional struggles, not that they should be traditional, but struggles like escaping from our realities through addiction to alcohol, to drugs. But high-level coping can look like addiction to work. It can look like addiction to accolades, to getting degrees, to going to the gym. These are things that our society still rewards, but they're still coping. So the pandemic has forced us to take a deeper look at our lives and how we are living them in ways that weren't sustainable to our long-term fulfillment, and with more recognition of how current employment systems aren't set up to address the emotional and personal freedoms we desire. The systems are now being forced to change. We need to start approaching ourselves, our teams, and our clients from a perspective of how they best contribute to the systems of our organization and reward them in ways that are meaningful. This includes viewing whole organizations built by whole humans and not just the roles that they play, especially when they spend the majority of their time thinking about completing and being at work. Okay, there was a lot in there. And there is a slide up right now. Those are the 3 dimensions that were the most significant to employee well-being. But what we're going to do now is move on to prioritizing our personal well-being. And we will be using the slide to help us with one of the polling questions. So hopefully we can keep it up there. But Parita, I would like us to launch our first polling question. So I hope everybody knows firstly that this is an anonymous, the answers are anonymous. But they are about you. So get comfortable. And your first question is, on a scale of 1 to 5, how would you rate your overall satisfaction with your mental and emotional health? So your personal well-being. 1 equals extremely unsatisfied and 5 equals extremely satisfied. Please answer now. Really interesting. So there's 22 of us in the room. If hopefully all 22 of us can vote, we can get a real good feel of who's in the room and how everyone's feeling. How do you feel about your mental and emotional health at this moment in time? Okay, we've got about half the room who's answered. Give it another 30 seconds. All right. Should we end the poll? We'll give it one more, maybe wait about 10 more seconds if anybody else wants to vote. Otherwise, we'll end the poll. Get your answers in there. Remember, they're anonymous. Okay, let's end it. So if we can see the findings. All right. So the majority was at 4. Interesting. And then the next was at 3. This is very, very parallel to what I usually see in most rooms. So it just goes to show you that we're never quite at a 5 and quite at a 1, but we're usually somewhere in between. And there are various factors that will fluctuate this depending on what's happening on a daily basis. And so actually, it's a perfect segue to our next polling question. But if anybody wants to take a snapshot of this, by the way, this is not proprietary. Feel free to use this. You can take a snapshot. Otherwise, we can stop sharing that one and move on to the second polling question. All right, polling question number 2. On a scale of 1 to 5, how much of an impact does your work have on your personal well-being? So now this is, how does your work impact your personal well-being? If there's no impact, use a 1. If there's high impact, vote 5. Okay, I'm seeing these results coming in a lot faster. Feels like it might be really relevant to our audience. We have about 60% have voted. All right, so how is your work taking a toll on your personal well-being? High impact is a 5. About 10 more seconds to get the rest of the votes in. If we can have those remaining 7 people, please vote and get a good view of how we're feeling. Okay, let's end the poll there. All right, and the results are in. The majority are on the higher end of the spectrum, which is interesting. So we have many people who are feeling like their work life is contributing to how they're feeling on a daily basis. And one of the parallels that I wanted to draw here is that often, and this is what we were talking about through just why mental health is becoming more of a priority, or your well-being is, because quite literally, you know, we're hearing about burnout, we're hearing about resignation, we're hearing about quitting, but people aren't having these conversations. And a lot of the ways that we're now addressing these issues in the workplace are very much bandage solutions, right? We have, you know, mental health awareness weeks, we have events, we have, you know, a day off to be able to deal with the things that matter to you. But, you know, if we can actually shift the way that the environment is supporting your mental health, and that means any environment, not just your workplace, but any environment, we can actually start mitigating the risk to actually feeling some of the ways that we are. And so this just goes to show that for many of you, whether you're entrepreneurs, whether you're investors, whether you're accelerators, you still work within an organization and your work still impacts how you're feeling on a daily basis. And if this is relevant to you, it's definitely relevant to the many communities that you are connected to. All right, our last polling question. So this is associated to the slide that is up, and it's based on the 3 dimensions that were mentioned in the research around, you know, the top 3 that contribute to employee well-being. So of the top 3 dimensions contributing to employee well-being, which factor makes the biggest difference to your health and happiness at work? So is it personal support? Is it a sense of purpose? Or is it meaningful connection? Personal support, a sense of purpose, or meaningful connections. Which one is the most relevant to your health and happiness at work? And think about your most recent experience. You know, what's really been weighing on you. It can it can be parallel to the last question. We're always moving in time. So how you're feeling at the moment, what's relevant to you at the moment. Okay. We have about 50 votes in. We can get a couple of more. We can get a really great view of how everyone is feeling. So what's relevant to you? Meaningful connection, personal support, sense of purpose. I'll give about 10 more seconds. Might be thinking through. Okay, we can end the poll there. All right, and so not surprising, I assumed this is what the answers would look like, a sense of purpose. We are in an entrepreneurship forum. Most of you are likely doing something you truly care about or are passionate about. So sense of purpose definitely aligns with that. Feeling every day that your work is meaningful and fulfilling because it actually aligns with your values. And so great to hear that many of you care about that and want to continue to support that factor of well-being in your workplace. All right, we can stop sharing the polls. Thank you for sharing the results and so much for your help, Parita. I so appreciate it. And now, without further ado, my favorite part of today is we are going to move on to our speaker stories. And this is what I call well-being wisdom, because for me, knowledge and wisdom, different things. We can learn things in school, we can hear about how experiences have affected people, but when we truly have experienced it and have had to learn how to deal with something, that is where all the wisdom comes in. So what greater way than to share from a personal perspective from 2 of my friends, but also really accomplished entrepreneurs, both Salima and Dylan. And so I'm going to hand it over to Salima to share. And our speakers are really going to go in today to talk about, the topic of well-being from their personal perspective as entrepreneurs and share their journey and lessons. And for those of you who have questions, feel free to put them in the chat box. We will address them. There'll be an opportunity for Q&A. And I'm looking forward to hearing that. All right, over to you, Salima.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Safia. So my story actually goes back to, let's say 2009, when I graduated from college and from McGill University, and I couldn't find a job in the economic crisis. I stayed in an attic in the Bronx, in New York City. I tried looking everywhere and couldn't find a job. And so I ended up deciding to figure out how can I provide more value? How can I do something good for the world if I couldn't find a job? So I decided to volunteer, and that took me to Brazil to volunteer at an orphanage. However, I didn't end up at the orphanage immediately. What happened was the nonprofit director was like, well, Salima, I want you to be in Rio de Janeiro and start a language school to help support the orphanage because we're struggling here. Our infrastructure is falling apart. We don't have long-term volunteers. We need more money. If you can start this language school, we'll give you the resources, have a donor, and just get it up and running. And so that way the proceeds from the school can support the orphanage. And so in Rio de Janeiro, I didn't speak much Portuguese. I was speaking Portuñol, and got this school started, got a bunch of volunteers from around the world together. Didn't know what I was doing at age 21, but managed to make it happen. And we were teaching all these different languages, as volunteers, and realized that our business model was failing because that wasn't the best strategy. We would have classes that sometimes only had one person or people weren't showing up. Then we pivoted, which is such an important process, and mental health is really, really key in that pivoting process as an entrepreneur. It's tough to accept that we were failing, but that also means that that challenge is an opportunity for reinvention. We ended up focusing on what we were good at, where we did have traction was, Portuguese for foreigners. We had the foreign students that were really, really interested in learning Portuguese and also supporting the orphanage. And that's when our business model shifted and took off. And we were able to start academic credit programs, homestays, extracurricular activities, all kinds of partnerships with Lonely Planet, et cetera. And the school became the top rated school in Rio de Janeiro, still exists today, became a for-profit actually from a nonprofit, and has a whole community. And that was a defining experience that really set the foundation for entrepreneurship in the very early stages of my career. I then ended up moving to Italy from Brazil. Love story there, it's in my book, but I ended up living in the south of Italy in a town called Reggio di Calabria, which is right across from Sicily. There was the mafia, there were bombs. It was a kind of crazy place to live, but no jobs. Again, 2009, I was now, turning 22 and just couldn't find a job. I tried cooking Italian food, but they didn't eat Caesar salad and fettuccine Alfredo there. I tried teaching English, but I didn't have a British accent. And after tons of rejection, I ended up fueling that into what can I do? And I went to the internet. My brother gave me some advice. Why don't you set up a profile on elance.com and start using your skills like languages, since I spoke some languages and could do translation work. I couldn't use my degree in international development. And I ended up starting it, turned into from a freelance translation, small gigs here and there, turned into a six-figure translation business within just a few months to help businesses go global and help them translate their websites. We could work in HTML. We couldn't even afford translation software. So what we did instead was, and this was my partner and I were doing this together, we actually had human translators because the gig economy was just starting up. And so there were a lot of people that were sitting around the world also without a job and available to do translation work. And so that business really took off and did well, and was able to exit and sell the business a few years later. I wanted to it wasn't trying to be an entrepreneur. My dream was to work at the World Bank or the Inter-American Development Bank and pursue a career in international development. So I went to grad school at Johns Hopkins in Bologna, Italy, moved back to Brazil to do some work at the China-Brazil Business Council, ended up in Washington, D.C. to finish graduate school here at Johns Hopkins. And after graduating, I had gotten this dream job, or what I thought was a dream job, at the Inter-American Development Bank, working in economic development. It studied economics, and And, was traveling around Latin America, advising governments and monitoring and evaluating projects and visiting different sites and fields. And it was a whole different experience. And I learned a lot and it was exciting, but I also didn't feel that I was able to have the flexibility and creativity. I felt I was put into a box and often said no to, and I couldn't really be my true self, and I missed that life as an entrepreneur, which I didn't have the perspective prior, but after having those different experiences, I really started to appreciate the entrepreneurial lifestyle and being able to wake up excited and do something I love. I ended up exiting that job 3 years later and going back into entrepreneurship. And through actually storytelling and telling, I was very embarrassed about my translation business because it wasn't really anything that my colleagues or my classmates really understood or did. And I was embarrassed. It was really just myself telling a story in my head, which I also learned about through my therapist, that, sometimes we tell stories in our heads that aren't really true. And as an entrepreneur, it's so important to be vulnerable and share. And it was actually when I started sharing my story that a lot of opportunities started coming to me. And that's when I landed a job, a side hustle with Elance. After telling my story and success with the translation business, they hired me. Now they're called Upwork, if many of you probably know this freelancing platform. And they were like, we want you to tell your story to entrepreneurs and go around and launch different WeWorks, WeWork, the co-working space, and teach entrepreneurs how to hire remote teams. Of course, in 2013, 2014, and even 2015, remote teams wasn't a huge thing. And so our startup education program failed. It was also a time when, after making that exit, I had co-founded a marketing agency. And that was also a failed experience when I got laid off from both those jobs. And so I now had made this big career transition out of international development into entrepreneurship, but I couldn't figure out, how do I unleash that entrepreneur within myself? How do I actually do that and be successful again? I no longer was in the crisis I was in back in 2009, but I was struggling to figure out, how do I start again? And if I'm so good at helping other entrepreneurs get started, how come I can't do that to myself? And it was interesting. A lot of other things happened that year. This very home that I'd recently got at the time had a bad fire. The building burnt down and I was displaced for almost 9 months. Got laid off from those 2 jobs. I had gotten divorced. There were so many traumatic experiences that happened to me within that period of time. I ended up booking a one-way trip to India. I spent a month there doing a lot of meditation, yoga, Ayurveda. Ended up later in Thailand and Bali, trying to really heal myself and understand, what is my purpose? Who am I going to become? It's not Salima in international development, but Salima as an entrepreneur is failing. What am I going to do? Came back to Washington, D.C. Actually got rejected at Toronto Pearson Airport. I couldn't get back into the States. I'm actually Canadian, and had struggles trying to get the visa to come back here. They let me in for 2 weeks as a tourist. And this is, I had my home here, couldn't access it. But I ended up, going on this, what I call 100 coffee challenge, and literally had 2 weeks to find a job with a visa. And so I was strategic and had coffee all over Washington, D.C., asking people for help. And it was really hard being vulnerable and asking people for help. But I realized that people were actually willing to help. And I landed 2 opportunities. One, which I ended up taking, was to help, figure out how to solve this food insecurity problem in Africa and the Middle East using hydroponics and different ways of growing food without using soil and very little water, which I ended up taking, which led to so many other opportunities. But yeah, that was a really, really hard time of my life when I realized the importance of mental health and being able to take care of ourselves, but also having the right support system, or what I call solidarity squad, in place. Having therapy, having a coach, having a circle of friends, having support groups where I could share, even before that lifequake happened, was so important, because I never really had that mental health support throughout my life. My family never really I'd experienced trauma earlier in my life. When my mother passed away at the age of 16, I never had a therapist until the age of 28 or 29. And so all of that healing that had to happen actually led me to unleash so much. When I came back and was able to do that work in hydroponics, I ended up, going into design thinking and innovation and starting another company. And a few years later was able to really identify, well, my dream is to help entrepreneurs. I want to help 10 million entrepreneurs succeed and grow their businesses. for a while, I was in that healing journey of 3 to 4 years, and personal development it takes a while. It's not something you can just hire a coach, a therapist, and then get healed within a couple months. It really takes a lot of self-awareness and deep work and a lot of really deep healing. And it's not just fixing or patching. It's a lot of rewiring or revisiting our lives and telling our stories in a different way. And I ended up, realizing during the pandemic, another crisis happened. I was able to navigate this one a lot better, and went back to, well, if I did this in 2009, I can also do this in 2020, and accepted that my previous business was failing, which can be really hard knowing when to let go. Seth Godin has a great book on that called The Dip. And I realized it was time to let go of my previous business and start my current business, Ripple Impact, where I was like, well, there must be a way to help entrepreneurs and monetize it and be successful. And it was really through helping entrepreneurs, not just with coaching and advising them, but realizing that they don't need to necessarily hire their own teams, and they might not have all the strategy to do that. But also just helping them with coaching wasn't enough. They needed designers, they needed marketing, they needed a lot of talent, and they didn't know where to start. And it was the chicken and egg problem most of us entrepreneurs deal with at the early stages. And it was then that I started Ripple Impact, where we were able to bring together designers, marketers, strategists, and a really awesome team. We were very small. We were 2 people 2 years ago, and we're now a team of almost 50 people, it's great to see some of our team members here in the audience as well. And yeah, that's what happened. It blew up, and now we're supporting several entrepreneurs, and we're the team behind the scenes supporting them and helping them grow their businesses. And in that process, I also launched my book, as I mentioned earlier, Innovation Starts with I, which has the story, has a lot of great tools and frameworks on really how to reinvent not just your business, but starting with yourself, because business reinvention is really all about personal reinvention. And that's my story.
All right, Safia, you happy for me to go? Fantastic. So I think just thinking back on my life now, I think there were 2 main inflection points that I think really started the process to me becoming and falling in love with empathy and emotional intelligence. And the one was very young at age 4, where I got a very rare skin disease called impetigo. And it would start on my skin like a mosquito bite, and it would open and open and open till it was like a festering welt. And some nights my mom would have to change my sheets because it was just so bad, and there was so much fluid coming from these welts. And that caused, because no one knew a lot about the illness, mothers wouldn't want their kids to play with me. So I started feeling this loneliness, and I started to feel like there was maybe something wrong with me. And then later on in life, I decided to make a decision to go from a Afrikaans primary school to an English high school. And I think as a teenager, that was quite a big decision, because all my friends carried on to another school and I went to this new school. And again, I felt this loneliness, having to reflect a lot inwardly, not knowing my space in the world. And I was very lucky to have an extremely supportive family, but I constantly wanted to understand more about these feelings. And I then moved, like fast forward many experiences, but ultimately in 2007, I started a business with very little cash flow and very big ambitions, and also a high court lawsuit from my previous employer. And it was at this point where I was working 100-hour weeks. I already had some staff, so I felt responsible for them. In our country, there are up to 6 dependents of each salary. And so this started building more and more anxiety. And I really was reflecting again, but trying to understand where was all this going, because the only thing I could do to solve the court case was make more sales and work harder. And so that led to a lot of anxiety. It led to definitely pre-burnout scenarios. And then I joined the Entrepreneurs Organization in 2012, and that really changed my life, because for the first time, it brought together the sense that you are not a work person, you are not a social person, you are not a family person, you're all of these people in one. And how do you take care of this person as one? And how do you also see how you impact others through what you do? And sort of through this process of sharing experiences with other entrepreneurs, I started to realize that people are not inherently bad. People are inherently looking after themselves first, and sometimes we become collateral damage because of that. And so my curiosity around understanding people more and more became bigger and bigger and bigger. And I then started to realize in my business, if I really wanted to make it work, I really needed to empower people. And I needed to empower them not just to realize their growth potential in the business, but to realize their growth potential in their entire life. And in an industry where we have massively high staff turnover, we were able to build a culture that really sort of cared for each other and cared for the person within the company, and try to understand how that person thinks, feels, and acts and shows up in the world, and what is their route to success. You know, we were all bound by a great vision and mission and values, but each of us, I started realizing, had a different way to getting there. And so my studies continued as well. I started studying the Enneagram. I became a team dynamics expert through my own healing process. I started to learn a lot about breath work, about mindfulness, about journaling, and I started passing that on to my staff and seeing how much growth they would get from that. And that really helped define my purpose in many of the other businesses that I've since started up, to live my purpose, which is I'm the breath that connects humans to leap into their highest self. And when I get that right in the companies that I create or that I work with, then operationally the business starts operating on such a high level that I can then focus on culture and strategy, which have become my passions. And so it's just, you know, Sadhguru has this amazing bit of wisdom where he says, you've got two choices in life. You can either be wounded, or you can learn from those wounds and become wise. And so my number one value in life is curiosity, and just to keep meeting people and keep impacting people's lives in a way where I can help them transition from their wounds to wisdom and then unlocking their potential in life. That's a quick summary of my story.
Wow. I feel like in 1 hour we've covered so much, but it's just such valuable information. Firstly, Salima, thank you so much for taking me on a journey of your exploration into where you started to where you are now. I haven't gone on the journey with you before, so that was really insightful. And Dylan, you know, firstly, I love Sadhguru, so I love that we definitely resonate on the same philosophies. But also, you know, the both of you were so vulnerable. And what I really heard come out of your stories is the fact that so much of your personal experience as a human being, the things that you go through, the things that you don't have control over, are also the parts that made you the successful entrepreneurs that you are today. If it wasn't without those trials and tribulations as a being, not just an entrepreneur, you actually wouldn't be the successful, like the high impact entrepreneurs that you are. So, thank you for bringing all of yourself to the conversation today. Now, we have about 7 minutes left, and I think the best use of our time would really be get to the Q&A. So, Purita, how would you best like to support?
I can read out the questions for you. Extremely sorry for that. I can read out the questions for y'all, and I think we have questions I've slightly directed to a few of y'all, so we can also get through that. I think very firstly we had something for Salima coming in. Salima, how have you brought empathy into your company and made it a foundational value, considering it's both global and remote? And you have to deal with so many different cultures. But you've still managed to support every individual in a unique way. And Cheyenne speaks from personal experience, so would love some anecdotes here.
Thank you so much for that question. So I actually have a whole chapter on empathy in my book, and there's lots of tools on like what empathy is, what it's not, and there's a lot of great stuff in there. But what I can say from our experience is that really trying to connect with our team members on a on a human level. At the end of the day, we're humans. And when I interviewed Ariana Huffington for my book, we talked a lot about work-life integration. I think work-life balance is a thing of the past, but she really emphasized the importance of work-life integration. Since as entrepreneurs, it's hard to have boundaries because we really love what we do. For me, my mission is to help entrepreneurs as a personal mission, and that comes out in my work, that's executed through my work. And so when our life purpose is integrated into our business, it can be really tough to set those boundaries. And so I think that in the past, we said we had to have these really strict boundaries, but today that everything is sort of melded, we're working from home. Sure, it is important to have certain boundaries, but I also think that we can really learn how to invite our team members to bring their whole selves to work, because at the end of the day, you want people to feel that they're connected to the mission, that they're co-creating the vision with you. And it's not just the founder with the vision and people just below them executing, but rather we're all together very horizontally, very flat. I like to say our team's very, very, very flat. And we generally are working together towards the same mission. And there's a way to really connect your team members to feel intrinsically motivated by helping them, kind of like we kind of run like a bunch of small startups within Ripple Impact, since we're now a medium-sized business almost. And we're no longer a startup, but we do have different departments, which we give them the autonomy and the creativity and flexibility to create their own mini culture and their own, have their budget, have the ability to organize their own events and things. And we're also trying to move from an entirely remote team to a hybrid team. We've done some trips, we've done some retreats and regional retreats. We're hopefully going to have a global retreat very soon to bring everyone together. We've had, book tours. I've had even Cheyenne here has come, and I've met her in Dubai on a book tour. And it's been amazing to meet people in person, but I think we want to figure out how can we make that more of a practice where we can bring people together. We may not have physical offices, but how can we use that extra budget towards bringing everyone together, even if it's just once or twice a year? And I think that goes a very long way. It changes the connection we have with each other when we get to know each other in person. And if that's not possible, there's ways to do team building virtually. Just having some people dedicate time towards, whether it's fun Fridays, doing things as a team, exercising, yoga, meditation, cooking workshops, whatever it is, but really trying to connect with people on a human level is so key, so that they all feel included and that we're part of something bigger.
Yeah, Salima, thank you so much. I just wanted to really bring home the idea of work-life integration and what that means. We all belong to various communities in our lives. And I think that when we take the approach with our organizations and we treat people as if we're doing events or we're putting things in place to create a work-life balance, or making people feel like they're included, when it comes from a feeling of I have to do this, it doesn't really work. The community that you build at work is the community. It's like a community of friends. Even with my clients, as much as I'm a coach, there's certain, I call them the community I'm meant to serve. They become a part of my community. And so if I don't treat them with the approach of like, you matter and what matters to you matters to me as well, and how do we create a system where all of us feel like we are a part of something that matters, then all we're really doing is kind of creating these systems to try to check something off a box, and that never really works. So I love this idea of integration as opposed to balance, because your work is pretty much so much of your life now. We don't have boundaries at work after the pandemic. People have really not thought about that. So we have to integrate. So thanks for sharing that.
That's great to hear. I think Salima and Safia, and we have a lot of more questions coming in, but in the interest of time, I'm going to take one more, and we'll redirect these questions that you weren't able to answer later. We have a question from Julius. He says that I work with an organization in Uganda called Nakida Network Foundation with teenage mothers. Some of these teenage mothers have mental health problems. How can they get help?
I think let's take that one offline. That would require a little bit more digging. But I think you had one more question, Parita, at the beginning around anxiety, right?
Yes.
Could we direct that to Dylan?
Sure. Dylan, we have a question of from Kevin, of how can he overcome anxiety as a young entrepreneur who runs a startup company?
Fantastic. Thank you very much for asking the question. And I think that it's important to understand that anxiety is in all of us, and it's not necessarily always a bad thing. You know, I think back to being a kid and the night before Christmas, and you have that anxiety of tomorrow's Christmas. I wonder what presents I'm going to get. And our bodies struggle to differentiate between good anxiety and bad anxiety. And it took me many years to learn actually about polarity and how polarity is a universal law of nature. And, you know, if I constantly am building something with loads and loads of excitement, then I fail to see what the cost is of that. And so let me explain that a little bit better. So let's say I just landed a massive contract and I'm an exuberant person. I'm super excited. I'm happy. I'm like, got all this good energy in me. What I try to do now and what I didn't do in the past is I try and balance it out by saying, what is the cost of this? Okay, so I've got this great contract. It's amazing for all the reasons that a good contract could be amazing. But now I'm going to have to work more hours. I'm going to have to travel more. I'm not going to see my family as much. I'm not going to see my friends as much. And so slowly that starts bringing everything back into perspective. And that's really helped me to deal with anxiety. The other thing that's also helped me is Alan Watts has a philosophy that says, as humans, we have no real understanding that whether a decision we make today is going to be good or bad for us in the future, and whether a result is going to be good or bad for us in the future. So once I started learning that, and I learned to remove fear from decisions, you can really actually almost roll a dice. And if you are open enough to learning and open enough to healing, you can, off every decision, have the opportunity to learn and grow, whether that outcome is perceived by you to be good or bad, or it's perceived by the world to be good or bad. And along with that, I think in the early days, the things that really helped me was breath work. I struggled to do meditations. It was really hard for me to do meditations. Breath work really helped me a lot. I learned that as humans, we breathe way too shallow nowadays. So working on my breath work helped a lot. Journaling helped me a lot. And doing positive journaling every day. Gratitude journaling. What are 3 things that I'm grateful for? What is one big thing that I'm going to set out to achieve today? Getting all of that stuff on paper declutters your mind. And that also helped me to deal with anxiety.
Thank you so much, Dylan. Karita, if I can have 2 minutes, I just wanted to close off, but also respond to what Dylan said. You know, it's funny, when I was looking at that question, the first thing I said is attachment to expectations, right? If we're always thinking about the future and trying, and as an entrepreneur, and I work with many, you know, of course, you know, there's fears about, will I make payroll this month, right? Are we going to make our growth objectives? Like, you know, you have so many stresses on you, but if you're so focused and attached to the outcome in the future and you can't be present, you're not even able to take the next possible step that could get you towards that future goal. And so often what I say to clients is the only thing you have control over is the next step that you take in the direction of that. And if you can find a way to be present in that, and you will always flow forward in the way that you're meant to. And honestly, every single entrepreneur you ever speak to, there is always going to be a story where things felt like they were falling apart. But often it's in things falling apart that we actually rebuilt and actually found a way that was better than we even thought. We think we're geniuses sometimes and we have all the solutions, and often solutions find us in the hardest of times. So thank you for sharing that. I also want people to be aware there's a lot of science around how your emotions are stuck in your body. And so the idea behind breath work, right? We are constantly moving energy, and either that energy gets released or it gets stored in you. And so if you are feeling, issues in your gut, right? If you're noticing you're breathing heavily, if your heart's beating very fast, if your palms are getting sweaty, these are all emotions that are not getting expressed. So whether it's journaling, whether it's having a mentor at work, whether it's doing breath work, make sure that you have an outlet to literally the sponge of who you are, whether it's what you're taking in, experiences, you're taking in what the food you're ingesting, whatever it is, your body must release that. So find avenues to do that. And so thank you both so much. I can't wait to hear the feedback from today's session. I'm so grateful for all of you who attended and spent the time with us. We didn't get to the brainstorm, but I wanted you to walk away with one exercise. In the polling, we identified a sense of purpose as being the most important dimension to this group who attended today. I would love for all of you to be able to take home with you just thinking about that dimension, why it's important to you. The why is really important. And what is one thing that you think you could start implementing today within your organization that could start really shifting the culture to really be more of a place of meaning, progress, and fulfillment for not only you, but the community you belong to. Remember, when we're thinking about cultural shifts, we support quality of life. It's not just about a bandaged solution, it's about actually walking the way that we're talking. All right, everybody, thank you so much. Thank you, Salima. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you to the whole SAMCALP team. This has been such a pleasure. And I look forward to meeting you all again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Safia, Dylan, and Salima. It was lovely listening to all of y'all, and I'm sure the audiences that had the chance to listen to some lovely personal stories, and we'll give them the opportunity to reflect and think about the ways that they'd like to create mental well-being for themselves. Really, Sankalp is happy to have all of y'all onboarded and would love for all of you all to join the next sessions and keep sharing the impact that we tend to create constantly. Thank you everyone for joining in.
Good morning. How are you guys doing? Everybody got their coffee in hand, ready to go? Yes? Okay. Today we're going to be looking at the general idea of the science and the art of teaching. But I'd like you to turn this around and think more about the art in the science of teaching. A lot of you already are very wonderful artists in this craft of ours, in the science of education. But what we want to try to do today is link that into the science. Where is the neuroscience perhaps behind some of this information? Before I start, I want to extend an invitation. I'd like you to write down my email address and this website in case you want the slides. You can take all the pictures you want, but if you want slides, go ahead and just write me. And also for follow-up. Hopefully this is a partnership. This is an alliance. We're all trying to do the same thing, reach this high quality education. And sometimes along the way we have questions about different parts of our jobs or the way that we can apply certain types of methodologies. Or what I'd like to do is extend the invitation that if you are willing to take the time to write and explain things to me, I always write back. And if I don't have the answer, I won't lie to you. I'll tell you, here's some information. Can I point you in the right direction? So hopefully you'll take me up on that invitation. But I also want to use this as a teaching moment. Does anybody know why I'm asking you to write something right now? Why do human beings write? I'm going to give you a really big hint, a nice idea to start the morning off. There is no learning if you don't have well-functioning memory systems and well-functioning attention systems. Those are two vital pillars to all of learning. So now if I ask you, why are you writing? Why did I ask you to write something? Hopefully it gets you to pay attention, but mostly it's going to extend your memory. Our memories are very fragile, and so if you write nothing down, you probably don't pass it into long-term memory. Therefore, you're probably really not going to learn very much from the experiences you have. So please do write this down. I hope that that's something that's now intuitive to you. And I'm also going to ask you to keep those pencils out or those tablets out, because at the very end, I'm going to ask you to do a bit of a reflection. In order to sort of see, did this make a difference? I want to challenge you to see or think about, is there anything I'm going to say to you that would be new? Something you haven't heard before? Perhaps 3 things that you didn't know before. And then also 2 things that you're curious about now, that you want to know even further. You want to know a lot more about this. And that's what I hope you'll write me the email on, right? But perhaps the most important thing is, are you willing to do something differently based on the information that we talk about today? Would you actually change your practice as a teacher to do something slightly different based on the information we share, okay? So it's sort of a heads up. I'm going to be asking you this at the very end, so hopefully you'll be able to write these things down. In the course that I teach at Harvard University Extension School, it's called the Neuroscience of Learning. It's an introduction to mind, brain, health, and education. We do 3-2-1s after every single encounter. And it's a really powerful thing because at the very end of the semester, we pull all of these things together and share them. And people realize, wow, I did learn a lot. And yes, I am so curious now about these aspects about the brain and learning. And these are things, these are promises to myself about how I'm going to better my practice. And so I just want you to know that this is one of those very powerful tools. I hope you guys can also incorporate that into your own courses as well. So I'm going to start by saying thank you so much for the opportunity to come back to Oahu. Some of you might have known. My dad grew up in Aiea, and so basically, we came back here every single summer, ever since I was really little. And so I thought I would be nostalgic and take the opportunity to show you a couple of pictures. It's also the chance for me to also sort of publicly call out my cousin and publicly embarrass here, and also my auntie, public school teachers here on Oahu who are really exceptional. But the other thing I want to do with this picture is tell you a little bit about my dad, who is probably one of the best teachers I have ever known. And I get the chance to actually observe literally thousands of teachers around the world. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about him because it's going to help us illustrate what we really mean about the art in the science of teaching. Before we start into my dad, the first thing we're going to talk about is values that have sort of transcended going into the science, understanding neuroscience, what's going on in the brain, really, and how it learns. But what does this do about the things we already value in great teachers, okay? The second thing I'd like to do is to share 6 principles, just 6 small things that a large group of neuroscientists have agreed this is good information for teachers. Because unfortunately, in general settings and through popular press books and sometimes in professional development, teachers receive a lot of information about the brain that doesn't have evidence behind it. And there's actually a group of people, 41 different experts from 11 different countries. In reflecting upon this, they actually could only agree on 6 things that we should tell teachers. And that's what I want to share with you today. And then additionally, I want to leave you with 4 ideas, hopefully big ideas that might be a little bit more transformative, and to think about how you might incorporate that into your own life, okay? So if we talk about my dad was a teacher for years, but he began not as a teacher. He actually left Aiea. He was given a scholarship to study nuclear physics from ROTC scholarship, right, in UC Berkeley. What he didn't realize is that when you get to Berkeley, nuclear physics in the 60s was not like the thing to do. So there was a bit of protests and things like that, and about in the second year of college, you know, love child, we were born, my sisters and I, and he shifted gears drastically. He had a real change of consciousness. He started to think, what does it really mean to serve your country, to be part of the greater fabric of society, to contribute, to give? So a lot of his friends were off to Peace Corps and stuff like that, but he said, no, I'm going to do something bigger and bolder. I'm going to be a public school teacher. And not only that, he decided that he was not only going to be a public school teacher, he was going to teach math in public schools. And not only was he going to teach math in public schools, he was going to go to some kind of crummy neighborhoods where kids had a lot of trouble, broken homes, drugs, gangs, things like that. So he's going to be a public school teacher teaching math in a bad neighborhood. But to top it all off, to make sure he set himself the biggest challenge possible, he decided to do this in middle school. So he took on this very big challenge, and I watched him develop. I mean, it was a beautiful thing. He actually developed beautifully as a teacher, and I can say that because literally we were born when he was 19, right? So I watched him grow into his career and to see how he really developed in that. And some of the highlights that I'd like to point out, because when he finished being a teacher, I kept thinking, what made him so great? What was it that got kids to stop on the street when they were adults to say, hey, Mr. Toke, good to see you again. Yeah, that's what they called them. I know, 60s, well, anyways. So they would come up to him, they would send him wedding invitations, and they would say things like, you changed my life. And I thought, that is the greatest profession on earth. You get to actually change people's lives. So if I were to sort of list out some of the things that he did that were really important, I'd have to say, I'll give you a handful of them, right? And you guys tell me if you agree, this still makes a great teacher. He really believed that his students could learn. He believed in them. He also had a personal connection with them. He never stopped, knowing everybody's name and talking to them very directly. He also let everyone in that whole classroom feel like they mattered. This group matters. It's not just the individual, it's the collection, right? He also understood their backgrounds and their histories. He knew that they didn't come from some easy households, and he took the time to understand where they were coming from. Some of them were immigrant families. At that time, it was mainly Vietnamese immigrants that were coming into the country, but they were coming into Mexican American neighborhoods, and so there were all these clashes with the gangs and stuff like that. He also knew that different people were bringing different gifts into that classroom. In addition to that, he also knew, he came to know, he didn't know this immediately, but he realized that they could not learn if they were highly emotionally stretched, if they felt anxious or depressed about anything. He knew that these strings of these really extremes of emotional feelings wouldn't allow them to learn. But he also knew some other things, that the kids who had to work 2 or 3 jobs after school to help their families, when they hadn't slept or eaten very well, they also couldn't learn, right? But he has his finger on the pulse there. He also knew that different kids needed different interventions at different times or stages of their growth, which means he didn't just say, oh, we're all going to do problem-based learning, or we're all going to do this kind of motivational activity. He realized different kids reacted to different things at different stages of their own development. But probably the biggest thing is that he knew that he had this power in the classroom. He could get these kids come in and all spaced out and all over the place, but he had this way of capturing them and getting them to focus, right? So if I look at all of these characteristics, I thought, this is really fascinating, because when I began to look into more about what is going on in the brain, it all sort of fit really cleanly. So one of the things I want to share with you is, if we talk about the art in the science of learning, if we go now, I was talking, the title is The Science and the Art, but I want to look at from the artistic part going to the science. Is there a connection here? So when I say, he really believed in his students. Well, today you might hear bantered about this idea of a growth mindset. He believed that they would be able, that learning was fluid, that they were going to be able to learn. And when we talk about this now in terms of the brain, we talk about neuroplasticity. Your brain can and does learn throughout the lifespan. So he basically intuitively knew something that we now are calling one thing, but we can actually prove and have evidence at another plane about looking at the brain. When I say that he also had this personal connection with the students. Many of you have heard in some of the presentations about Hattie's work and the effect size. Well, one of these stronger effect size is basically student-teacher relationships, right? But this is actually manifested as understanding that learning is completely social as well as cognitive. You just don't have those things isolated from one another. When I say that this fellow transmitted to everybody in the room, you matter. You are an important part of this learning community. He was being very inclusive for the kids that had all kinds of different difficulties. He was being very inclusive in what he did. He was also, I told you he's a math teacher, this is the best formula he ever taught. 1 + 1 is 3. You have a good idea, and I have a good idea. But the minute we exchange those ideas, we're going to have something even more powerful than any one of us could have come up with by ourselves. And he let the group know that. And he also took advantage of what we now call theory of mind. The way people begin to know who they are is by knowing the other. The more I know you, the better I understand myself. So these things are maybe common terms you've heard of now, but this is actually manifested in this general concept of understanding that all brains are unique, but in addition to that, a great appreciation for human variance. Different people are going to be bringing different things to the table, and that's really important because each of those different kinds of pieces is going to help us create that bigger vision of what it is in our learning dynamics of the classroom. When you talk about the idea that he valued the histories and the background of those kids, he didn't lament that they're not all the same. Oh, you know, this kid is coming from this background, this other background. Some other kids, this kid has lost 2 years of school already. This other one still doesn't speak enough English to be in his class, but he's got to now learn higher math or whatever it is. He understood their backgrounds. And this is when we talk about understanding the kids well enough to be able to teach an authentic learning context. He was able to create math problems that fit their reality. That's authentic learning. But this also means, from a neuroscientific perspective, that we understand and appreciate that all new learning passes through a filter of prior experience. There's nothing that you will learn that's new that your brain doesn't first say, oh, it's a lot of energy to learn. Let me first figure out, do I already know something about this? And all of you who are great teachers, you all really realize that if a person is learning something totally new, the best way, if they can't really grasp or relate it to something that's prior experience, you use an analogy. Analogy, something that's an analogous situation, something that parallels the new concept. That's the #1 best way of helping a brain learn that doesn't have any idea about what you're talking about, especially related to math. So he understood that. He also understood that different kids needed different things. This is now called differentiation in our schools, right? But this also goes to this idea of grit, of helping kids understand and realize it's not just your starting point, man. Stick with it, perseverance. You're going to be able to get to it. It's just that right now, it's easy for this guy because he's had a lot of prior experience with this, but you're going to be able to do this. Hang in there, right? So this is understanding that different people have different types of potentials because of what you're born with. But how many of you have heard of this concept of nature versus nurture? Nature versus nurture? We don't say that anymore. We now say that you are who you are because of the genes you inherited. That's nature, right? You have this genetic potential, right? But only a fraction of that is actually potentiated by your environment, okay? So you are nature via nurture. But here's a very big finding that's coming out of resiliency studies. There are some kids who are born with like not too great genetic makeup and also in a really bad zip code, and they still make it. So in resiliency studies, the big idea was to try to figure out what is playing there. It's not nature, it's not nurture, what's going on? So now we say nature via nurture plus free will. You get to choose what's going to happen. You get to maximize your own potential. And this is one of these very big, powerful things that maybe back in the 60s wasn't naturally intuitive, but I think it's something that my dad really had his finger on. In addition to that, he knew that students could not learn if they had these really extreme emotional states, if they were sad, if they were angry, if they were depressed, if they were anxious, or if they felt bullied and intimidated. If we understand that, we also understand that there's a very big connection between the mind-body connection, right? You guys know the difference between emotions and feelings? And an emotion is something you can't really control. It's of the body. It's a hormone, a neurotransmitter, a chemical that will release, that will make your body have that tight knot in your stomach, or your fist feels like punching somebody out or whatever. Whereas the feeling is of the mind. You get to choose how you react to the emotional state, right? So understanding this balance between mind and body was important, but he also had his finger on the button there of understanding social emotional learning. And this gets to a very big point that we now understand in neuroscience, is that cognition and emotion are inextricably linked. There is no learning without emotion. So if we know all of these things now that we can actually measure that and show that. But the very powerful thing is if you can help teachers understand what is that exact kind of trigger that makes that kid feel that way or have that emotion, how can you now help him feel in a different way? And he also knew that the kids could not concentrate if they were distracted with something, or if they had not slept or eaten well. So also of the mind and of the body. And this leads to a very interesting idea, which I hope is filtered to your schools. We think we have an epidemic of ADHD in our society. What I think is we have a real big problem with sleep hygiene. When you look at a kid and you diagnose and you say, what are the symptoms of ADHD? And then you look at the symptoms of not sleeping enough, identical. So we quickly diagnose and say, this kid has an attention problem. Well, he can't pay attention because he hasn't slept well, right? So this gets us to sort of rethink the way we diagnose things. And the big idea is to begin with the physical. Has the kid eaten well? Has he slept well? Number one. Then from there, if you could say, yeah, he has. Okay, now let's go to the psychological. Are his parents fighting incessantly at home and he's totally distracted because they're about to get divorced? Is it psychological? Then, if none of that's in play, then think about the neurophysiological. Could it be he has a chemical imbalance that's actually causing him to have some kind of an attention problem? But you don't start with drugging that kid. You start off scaling it up. This is a different way to think about how we diagnose things. And this is because my dad really understood something that I tried to express to you about writing, that there is no learning without attention and memory. And attention and memory systems are extremely fragile, and they're impacted by a lot of things in the environment. How well we sleep, how well we eat, our emotional states, all of that influences whether or not we're able to learn or not, okay? He also knew that they had to be totally focused to learn. Learning math problems, especially out of context, how does the quadratic formula fit into my life in the barrio, was really hard for a lot of kids, right? So he understood very clearly about concepts of mindfulness, of being centered and focused and being able to use attention systems to their best. But this also is now being measured through something called the default mode network or the default mode mechanism. We can actually see in the brain what happens when it's slightly quieted and it's focused. So we can now measure some of the things that were intuitively part of the way people teach. And he also knew that different tools were helping different kids at different moments, was what we talk about as far as differentiation is concerned. But he also understood the cycle. Learning is not A to B, and it happens really quickly, okay? It's almost like taking a step up a spiraling staircase where you do 2 steps forward and 1 step back, and 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Because there's something happening in your brain. It's called synaptic pruning, where you're actually refining neural pathways as you go forward with the information. So this means that appreciating the general cycle of learning. It's not just that a kid, but he knew how to do this yesterday, what's wrong with him today? The truth of the matter, that's totally normal. A consolidation of the information as you go along, reconfirm it, use it in a new context, solidify it, prune it. Now I have this refined neural pathway. It makes it quicker to be able to react, right? So we know that there are constant changes in the brain. How many of you have ever taught a little kid how to read, or an adult? Have you ever taught anybody to read? A room full of 2,000 educators, and nobody has taught anybody to read. That's what's going on in Hawaii? Oh, no, okay. Okay, we got a couple of you there. You weren't the parent? Yeah, okay, okay, so have you ever noticed that when you teach somebody to read, right? You teach them symbol to sound, you sound out words, you animate stories, you put your fingers on the words, you do all this days and weeks and months. And one moment, he reads. Did he learn to read in that second? No. There are at least 16 different neural pathways that need to be primed before that kid can actually read. And when they're all ready, then he can read. So one of the bigger ideas that we have here is that appreciating this learning cycle and also understanding there are constant changes in your brain, but most of them are invisible as far as behavior is concerned. So some of us get totally frustrated, right? It's like, oh, I tried this, I tried that, I tried the other thing. This kid's really dense, he doesn't get anything, right? You think, oh, what is wrong with him? The truth of the matter is you are making headway. You are slowly but surely creating what's necessary to have all of those neural circuits ready so that somebody is able to then execute a behavior or an activity or understand how to add or read or whatever it is. But it's very complicated. It's not just like I do one thing, it results in something else. I have to reinforce multiple pathways before that kid will learn to read. So this is understanding and appreciation that there are constant changes, and to understand that cycles are not A to B. They're very much sometimes going backwards, and that's totally normal, right? I guess the big and final point is that he knew he could change the mood. He knew that he could have kids that came in sad or angry or ready to beat each other up, and then he could have them in the same room and he could make them work together. He knew, I'm going to ask you guys a quick question. Do you think that you smile because you're happy, or are you happy because you smile? Yes. Both things. So interesting. We know that even like blind babies will smile, so it's an innate thing. When you feel pleasure, you'll smile. But your brain is now so connected to the idea when this combination of muscles is happening, that means I'm happy. So basically, you can make yourself a little bit happier by smiling. But the other thing we know is that when I smile at you, the likelihood is you're going to smile back. And when I see you smiling at me, that makes me even happier, right? So he knew this without anybody telling him the neuroscience. He knew that his mood was contagious. And this gets to the point as far as the brain is concerned, it's called contagion or cognition. First, you have to know what's going on in your brain, what's going on as far as the atmosphere, and then you have to be able to manage it. Am I aware of these social interactions and what it is that is happening here? And then can I actually manage that? Can I change that? And that's really at the heart of all of emotional intelligence or social emotional learning, is actually understanding what is the social dynamic that we have, how is it that we interact with each other, and the dynamics of the classroom. So standing back from that, basically it's sort of like maybe an over-analysis of what I think was great teaching. My dad was a great teacher, you can leave it at that. But I believe that teaching is teachable. And so having people understand what leads to what is actually happening in your brain is a very powerful tool for teachers to have, okay? So why should we overanalyze this? I want to ask you, how do you start questions? What are the words you can use to start a question? How, why, who, what, when. So if all of these are the types of words we use to start questions, I think Sugata said this yesterday, there's some level of questions that if Google or Siri or Alexa can answer it, it's kind of low-level information. It can be found somewhere, right? The joy of learning really comes in being able to tackle these more complex questions, things that are more critical and creative. And so actually getting to the theory of why, if we can ask why and how things work, how is my brain really doing that? I was just at the Punahou schools and Kamehameha schools and loving when you have interactions with kids, they ask the best questions. The best questions. And usually it is, I want to know just how sometimes the memory gets in there and sometimes it doesn't. Brilliant. How does my brain make a memory? Brilliant question. Because they figure, if now I know how to do that, what would I do better the next time? How will I approach that learning a different way? So when we talk about the past, maybe 50 years ago, we really were acknowledging this is great teaching, what we do, and what we call it. Okay, that's important, and that's telling us basically what works, right? So if I say that my dad believed in his students, and we now call that, understanding and fostering growth mindsets, that's very good. And a lot of you are going to be happy to stop there. But I'm going to extend this invitation to some of you who are willing to sort of go beyond just tell me what to do next in the classroom, tell me an activity. And those of you who want to go to the why questions, if you know how your brain works, then you understand why it works. And once you know why it works, it empowers you to now make better choices about the activities and the interactions you have in classrooms, okay? So this is kind of the push to get you to why ask why. And this is very philosophical debate, like we have all these articles from like the 80s, talking about the heuristics of attributional research. My own personal theory is much more aligned to Elmo. You ask why because that is what the brain does. It's insatiable. It's always a 3-year-old mentality. But why? But why? But why? That's brilliant. And if we can sort of recapture that in our own formation as teachers, that's really the essence of why we all became teachers, I think. At least for me, I became a teacher because it's the closest thing to being an eternal student. It's so cool to learn new stuff, right? So hopefully we can recapture that, and I can convince some of you guys to tip in this direction. So in summary, then I'd say basically, the essence of great teaching has not changed that much. I think that my dad would still be a great teacher right now if he was still teaching, because the things that he did, that artistry, I think are still valued. What has changed is our better understanding of what influences student learning outcomes. So we now have more longitudinal studies. For example, education is only about 150 years old, but now we can actually compare whole cohorts of kids who grew up and some who did something and some who didn't do another. For example, those who did brain gym and those who didn't. And we follow them for 14 years, and we realize there's absolutely zero difference in their abilities after they've gone through that program. So this informs decisions about what we choose to do and how we spend our time in our classrooms. We also now have internationally comparative scales. This means that we can look at and understand what is true about all human brains, and then what things are changed due to cultural influences, especially things like artifacts like writing. For example, how many of you know what that says? Niju ichi, right? That's 21, okay? In Japanese, very interesting. If you write in Japanese, you have 2, 10, 1. Totally logical, right? Very interesting. It's kind of like the way we used to write Roman numerals, right? You have you have the 2 10s and then you have the 1. But these days, when we use the Arabic numerals, sometimes this doesn't make the same logical sense, and actually it's a distinct neural pathway in your brain that is hanging on to that piece of information, which is very interesting because stylistically it's changed. But did you know that original Arabic numbers actually were totally logical? You just had to count the number of angles. Do you see 2 angles? 2 has 2 angles, and 1 has 1 angle. So think about 3, same thing. 4. So the numbers used to be more logical than they are now, but this changes the way that you have neural pathways in your brain for sort of storing things like numbers and letters, okay? And we also have information that is methodologically comparative. We can now compare scales. Before we used to think, oh, that's qualitative research, that's quantitative, or that has to do with developmental trajectories of a kid, or that's a classroom intervention. But now, thanks to this wonderful work of John Hetty, you're able to actually compare very different things and look at their effect sizes. What is really worth doing in classroom settings? So the idea would be to understand the things that do harm, try to stay away from the things that are just developmental. If you just sit there, you're going to learn something because you're going to mature, and your brain cannot not learn. Your brain is going to take in something, even if you do nothing else. Or having just, an average teacher, or really having exceptional teachers. We can now look at this and make decisions about the types of things we incorporate into our classroom activities. So this means that I'd like to propose to you now a change in education that incorporates mind, brain, and education science. And I say that we need to do this now is because we've been trying for about 150 years to figure this out, and we haven't quite mastered it. Is there anybody here who is really sure that they maximize the potential of every single kid in their classroom every year? We haven't really mastered this craft yet, right? And so my suggestion is that we actually have to embrace a slightly more complex way and a more comprehensive way of understanding the brain and how it learns, and that is offered by Mind, Brain, and Education Science. The brain is the most complex organism in the universe, and it's your organ of work. We have to know a little bit more about it. Answers to education cannot be simplistic, which is why I wrote a book. It's on neuromyths. It's really a fun book. It actually talks about, well, why do we think people use 10% of their brain? Or why would you think that there are different types of abilities in the right and left hemisphere? And why would you think that boys and girls are different? Well, it has a good history. We understand why we used to think like that. But now we have some new information. Now, how should we think about that? So this tells us that we have to learn a little bit more about the brain as teachers and teacher education. So that's sort of my pitch to you, is that we've evolved a bit in our understanding, and it will make us better practitioners. So silently read this, soak it up, take a bunch of pictures, make it your screensaver. Leslie Hart recommended in the early 80s that if you are going to pretend to design an educational experience, help another learn, it is almost like saying, go ahead, can you please sew me a glove? And if you don't understand how hands are made or structured, it'd be impossible to make that glove. He suggested back then that teachers who pretend to design educational experiences without a better understanding of the brain are going to be handicapped. You might sort of by descriptive idea get some kind of an idea, make some kind of a glove. Or you might create some kind of a lesson that hits some kids sometimes, but you're not going to be able to maximize the potential of all those kids in your room without a better understanding of the brain. Okay, so bottom line, unfortunately, after looking at worldwide studies from 2009 all the way until the present around the world, unfortunately, most teachers do not know a whole lot about the brain. In fact, most teachers have never had an official course, for example, about the brain and learning. And that's very unfortunate, because most of them would actually say they want to have a course on this. So back in 2017, the OECD countries, I was lucky enough to be on this panel, there was making recommendations to all these governments, including the United States, that said, teacher education has to include more information about how the brain works. And that's sort of the change that's happening right now. So if we look at this from this other perspective, people usually buy into this. Most teachers, if you ask them, and this is a recent survey that was done of about, I think it was 10,000 teachers. It was done online, and they asked, do you want to know more about the brain? And most teachers say, oh yeah, I do. But they don't know what to believe, and they don't know what should be taught. So we decide, okay, yes, teachers should know more about the brain, but what should they actually learn? What is the information that would be good to start to share with them? And by the way, just parenthetically, if you see things that are brain-based learning and all the rest of it, and it sounds a little bit too easy, there's a really high probability it is not founded in evidence, nor will it work. Unfortunately. So I'll talk a little bit more about the study that we did. But if we created what was called a Delphi panel, which is a panel of experts, right, in a field. So we asked a lot of educational neuroscientists, we asked people in cognitive psychology, educational experts. We asked them to review information. And the reason we used a Delphi panel is because it's not just my idea, it's not just your idea, it's not one author's vision. It was basically saying, here's a bunch of really smart people who know a lot about this topic. Let's see if they have consensus about what we should tell teachers, okay? And that's why we use a Delphi panel, because it seeks consensus. And we compared information from a Delphi that was done 10 years ago to one that was done now to see what they believed. What we wanted to ask them is there anything that is really true about all brains and human learning that we should tell teachers? And then are there things that are also true, tenets, but that might have a huge range of human variation? For example, do you guys think that motivation is important for learning? Yeah, but what motivates you does not motivate him. So saying, oh, let's do a motivational activity, it's like, for who? For who? Because different people are motivated by different things. So we know this is very important in learning. Motivation is very important. But what motivates one person might not motivate another. There's a huge range of human variance, right? So there's some things that are true for everybody all the time in all contexts. And there's some things that are true but have a huge range of human variance. So those are principles and tenets. In addition to that, then, we also asked them a bunch of other questions, but we're not going to have time to go into that right now. But if you want, on the website, there's a video summary of all of the findings that are there, and also the 600-page report if you want some light reading over the weekend. Okay? So what are the things that came out of that? We sent 109 invitations to all continents, and 41 people responded and participated from 11 different countries. And they were some really tough cookies. Like think of the greatest names you've ever thought of. The experts on childhood development, the experts, Jack Shonkoff at the Harvard Center for the Developing Child, Mary Helene Mordino-Yang, people who are great on emotions. We got all of these really tough cookies to get together to see if there was anything they agreed on. And we looked at all of the things that the teachers were exposed to in teacher literature and professional development things. Basically, that children had to drink a lot of water, right? Or their brains will shrink. Or that mental capacity is hereditary and it can't be changed by experience. Or that children have attention spans equal to their age +1. Interesting. Or that listening to classical music would increase their reasoning ability, or that people use 10% of your brains, or that brain development hasn't finished by the time somebody's in puberty, or when we sleep, the brain shuts down, or that some people are right-brained or left-brained. We asked them this, we asked them more than 100 different things. And they couldn't just say, I agree or disagree. They actually had to provide evidence. So they say, well, here's my evidence. We do not use 10% of our brain. That's just due to poor brain imaging back in the 90s. Here's my evidence, looking at neural networks. You're using so much more than 10% of the brain. Here's my paper, my research. And we created these nice folders of all of this evidence. And then we sent it back to the whole group. Well, 98% of you believe that neuroplasticity exists, and here's the evidence. Do you agree on how it's worded and how we should share it with teachers? And so we went back and forth to get consensus, right? Unfortunately, what we found out of those 100 different things is that there were more myths being floated in teacher education than there were truths. And there was a lot of stuff because, unfortunately, a lot of people believe in myths because it makes it easy. We like to be told, just paint your room a light green. We have evidence, prisons, when they're painted light green, there's less fighting, therefore paint your classroom that way. It's like, no. If it sounds too easy or too good to be true, it usually is not true, okay? So coming through with that, we have now some published reports in case you're interested in having a look at that sort of summarizes this. But understanding the myths is a really big part of teacher education, getting away from those myths and then hanging on to those few good things. So over the past 10 years, teacher education has evolved a bit. What's fascinating is that the science has only been confirmed. 10 years ago, we thought that there were only 5 things we should tell teachers. Now there's 6, which is very interesting. But 10 years ago, we only had like 29 myths, but now we have more than 70 myths. This means like a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, right? People know a teeny bit and they start to run with stuff and they make stuff up, right? So this leads to a kind of a pathway. How should teachers be formed in the future? Number 1, we got to get rid of the myths. We have to get rid of this right and left brain discussion. And then we can teach the few good things that are true, these handful of things that are true about the human brain. Then we can get into the subtleties. This is also true. Motivation, for example, sleep. All these things are important for learning, but guess what? There's a huge range of human variance, so I can't dictate exactly how to do it, right? Then we must take into consideration the cultural contexts in which this is occurring because of those things like the cultural artifacts I was mentioning to you that do slightly change things a little bit, right? And after we've done all that, then we can talk about, okay, this is a great activity for your class, or something like that. But we shouldn't jump to say, what should I do? I want to do brain-based stuff. Tell me what to do. Again, a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. We're going to talk about some of those myths in just a second. But this means actually embracing things that come from all of the learning sciences. This means understanding a little bit more about how nutrition influences learning, or how sleep can change potential to learn. And also understanding things about what's going on in people's brains are working a little bit differently. Every single person's. Now, what's going on in this kid's brain, right? Understanding a bit more about neuroscience and psychology. And actually reaching this midpoint, everybody is studying how the brain learns. Mind, brain, and education science tries to study how we should teach to take advantage of what we know about how the brain learns, okay? So it's a slightly different vision of how we should undertake teacher education. The beauty of mind, brain, and education science from my perspective is that different researchers are doing things at different levels. So there's some people who are really looking at this molecular level. How are cells changed? How are neural networks built, right? But other people in mind, brain, and education science are looking at a kid. Why is this kid who's got a twin so different from his twin? We look at individuals and how that works. But mind, brain, and education science is very complex, and it takes on actually things like the classroom, which are lots of groups of people, individuals with billions of neurons and all kinds of firings, and tries to understand the dynamic of that space. For example, the Brain and Behavior Institute in Queensland in Australia is now doing this amazing study looking at a real lab situation. So they create a lab school where they observe these kids, and they come for 6 to 7 weeks to do things like study science, 7th grade science, with their real teacher. But they're wired up. They have something on like a Fitbit that measures their blood pressure, heart rate. They're microphoned up so that they can hear all the conversations. And every once in a while, they'll lick a little piece of paper, and so you can get a measure of cortisol to see what level of stress they might be experiencing based on what's happening. And this huge analysis is helping us understand the messiness of a classroom and how one kid can tip all these others into doing something wrong or whatever. How does this dynamic work? And that's all part of mind, brain, and education science as well. But then there's this additional field that looks at global comparisons, and it's called cultural neuroscience. We're looking at seeing how different groups of people, whole societies, might differ from others in the way their brains are actually taking on information. So mind, brain, and education science is beautiful and broad. It's got a lot of different angles to it, but this would be part of the start here. And this means basically asking us to have a new model. It means taking mind, brain, and education, understanding information, for example, that comes from visible learning, good, concrete educational research, and then coming up with a different way to think about teacher formation. A teacher is a teacher is a teacher. Unlike every other profession on the earth that sort of has a hierarchy, you can be somebody who's a newbie, like you just got out of teacher college and you're called a teacher. And you can be somebody like Robert who's been teaching for 45 years and you're still a teacher. What do they do in England now, which is very interesting? They have a 5-tiered approach. They say, look, you're newly qualified, that's interesting, but then we want you to become more proficient, and then you're advanced, and then you might become, hopefully, someday you'll be an expert, and a handful of you are going to become master teachers. And that's really cool, because then they recycle the master teachers. When they're about to retire, they keep them on for 2 more years to accompany the new teachers. Because we lose a huge amount of excellent teachers in the first 1-2 years of teaching, because it's like, oh no, they didn't teach me that. They get to the real classroom and the reality is so hard. But instead, this idea is that you accompany them throughout their profession. So you go deeper into your profession, right? You learn more about the brain, you learn more about techniques and different activities, but you don't learn more stuff, you also go deeper. You become more deeply understanding of your field. And this means moving from education to actually now becoming learning scientists. And I just want you to take 1 second to think to yourself, am I willing to go there? Many teachers say, look, I'm happy, I'm a teacher, just, I don't want to get into that whole brain stuff. And that's okay, that's okay. But I just like to put out the plea. at this stage of the game, we really need at least a handful of brave people who are saying, I am willing to become a learning scientist because I understand that education alone has not been able to answer all of the questions I have about how to tackle all of the kids in my class and help them learn to their best potential. It's moving on. It's a different vision of how we think of education. And this means in teacher education programs, there's a new kind of a curriculum. Teachers will learn a bit more about things related to neuroscience and psychology, not just how to do a lesson plan, but actually how do people become motivated? And what is consciousness? How do memories get solidified in your brain? You say, oh, I did this perfect activity. How come they just didn't remember it? How does that happen in the brain? When and how are attention spans, called upon? All of those different things have to now become part of new teacher education. And there are groups doing this. If you haven't heard of the Deans for Impact, it's a powerful group. It's teacher colleges a consortium of teacher colleges that have decided to embrace more information about the brain for their teachers. They realize this is a necessity. So going back to this, looking at neuromyths, looking at principles and tenets, I just want to mention a handful of each of these things so that we can be a little bit clear. Using the OECD criteria of things that have good evidence, some things that are probably so, but mixed evidence, some things that are intelligent speculation, and things that are just myths, we come to the conclusion that everything you see on the screen right here is a myth. And these things are myths because back in the day, maybe in the 80s, early 90s, when we only had these little cartoon drawings of things, it was a good approximation of what we thought we knew. And it sells books. There's a fellow I've presented in similar conferences, very interesting. His books sell like hotcakes because he suggests you do things like sit in circles and pass around a candle because boys need contact with flame or fire before they are focused. Okay, cool. But guess what? I bet every kid in that room is really like cool, So I don't think it's the flame thing. But anyways, people promote all kinds of very interesting things, okay? Everything here is a myth, and if you want the research on every single one of these, we have volumes discrediting things that are up there, because we begin to know slightly more about the brain. We know that the brain is also you don't have a learning style, guys. Everybody is visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. But if you tell a kid when he's 10 years old, oh yeah, and you are totally an auditory learner, and I'm visual, that's why you didn't learn very well. It does harm to that kid. But if you tell him he's an auditory learner, actually he will spend the rest of his life looking for auditory cues. And he will actually become better at that because he's sort of narrowed in on that modality. But if you give your brain the chance, it really wants to learn through all of the modalities. It's always trying to get all the information it possibly can. So there's no such thing as learning styles. You cannot multitask. Ta-da! All of you who think that you are now correcting homework and listening to me, you are not. Your brain can only do one heavy cognitive load thing at a time, okay? If something is habituated, like chopping the vegetables and talking to your sister on the telephone, you can look like you're doing multiple things because it's low energy on your brain. It's a habituated task, right? But if even one single high cognitive task occurs, like your kid runs in with a bloody finger, or your sister starts to tell you something really traumatic on the telephone, you have to stop everything because your brain pays attention to one heavy cognitive load task at a time, okay? Multiple myths that occur, okay? So multitasking does not exist. And the reason we want to get rid of them is basically neuromyths simply do harm. When you tell a girl she doesn't have the right kind of a head for science or logical or mathematical things, you do harm, okay? When you tell a kid, you only use 10% of the brain and, you're full. Oh well. That does harm, okay? So we want to get away from this because of the reason they do harm. And now we have this more complex understanding. You can measure the brain, how it works electrically or chemically or by oxygenation or different types of increases in white matter tract. All of these different things are ways that we can measure the brain. And this kind of beautiful complexity, even if you're not attracted to brain scans, makes you appreciate just one thing. I want you to hopefully write this down. Your brain does not work by saying, oh, let's stimulate the reading part of your brain, or something like that. Or math or logic is in this part of the brain, or whatever. It's actually composed of incredibly complex networks. There is nothing your brain does that's only one hemisphere or another. It is always an integrated system, always, okay? So now, I don't know if any of you have seen these newer scans from the Connectome project, but the Connectome project actually combines all of these different types of neuroimaging. It shows you the electrical, the chemical, the white tract, it puts them all together so that we can have a more complex appreciation of just how the brain really works. And based on all of this information, we can now say, okay, yeah, maybe there is a node. A node means a place in the brain where the signal passes through multiple times during a specific activity. Maybe there are specific nodes, but that's not where language is. That's not where reasoning is. It's not in a single part of the brain. That's called localizationalism, and it kind of went out of style in about 1895, okay? We don't talk about this piece of your brain does X, okay? It's a much more complex system of different types of networks. And one of the brilliant things that we've been working on, for example, with the Punahou teachers and literacy, is if teachers can understand there's at least these 16 networks that have to be primed. When the teachers understand that, they become better at analyzing and diagnosing what the problem the kid has, okay? So they realize, is this really a working memory problem, or is it semantic recall? He doesn't remember the meaning of the word. Or is this a problem that he's not able to combine all of the symbols correctly? So he's not a fluid reader, but what does that mean, right? So breaking those down into their smaller parts, we can make more accurate interventions in our classrooms, okay? So based on this information, I want to ask you guys some quick true or false. And they're not really true or false because there's no such thing as truths in science. There's just more evidence or less evidence. So it's really, is this really strongly evidence-based, or is this probably so, or is this intelligent speculation? For example, it's intelligent speculation to think that men and women's brains are different because from the outside they look a little bit different. But there's just not enough evidence to say that there's any difference. There's only about 5 physiological differences in the brain, and there's no studies that show that that actually manifests itself into different behavior. There's a lot of studies on hormones, definitely, that changes behavior. And men and women share the same hormones, but in different proportions. But it's not because their brains can't do something. So maybe there's only one study on children showing that there's a slight advantage to boys learning spatial activities, but if you give girls 4 repetitions of new training, they do it better than the boys. So it doesn't really matter. There's no dominance of skill sets based on gender. It's an intelligent speculation, but it's just not true, okay? So I'm going to give you a couple of questions, and I'd like you to tell me where it falls. Is this true or false? So test your own knowledge about the brain, okay? Human brains are as unique as human faces. First of all, what does that mean? Ask the person at the table next to you if you think you agree on an answer to that. Human brains are as unique as human faces. The bottom line idea is this, right? You have 2 eyes and 2 eyes and 2 eyes, and you have 1 nose and 1 nose and 1 nose, and you have 2 ears and 2 ears. Everybody's got the same parts, right? Same thing about the brains. We all have the same parts of our brains. Does anybody have the same face in here? No way. And this is the same thing about your brain. What changes the brain? What makes the brain unique? What makes the brain unique? Let's just even put it farther. If you have 2 identical twins, their faces look the same. Are their brains the same? No. Why are their brains different? Experience, development, experience. Experience changes the brain, okay? So the uniqueness of the brain, this is the wording, by the way. I didn't have this confluted word. The experts agreed. It was very hard to parse words to come to something that 41 people would agree on, but this is the statement that these 41 neuroscientists agreed on. This is true. Tell the teachers this. And if you tell the teachers this, it has implications, doesn't it? What does this tell you about teaching? If you know that brains are unique, what does this tell you about sort of like testing requirements, or think about standards instead of mastery, or using other things like universal design for learning as opposed to other curriculum structures? It tells you a lot and makes you think. And hopefully some of your policies might change based on that single idea about the brain. How about this one? All brains are equally prepared for all tasks. No, this goes to the point based on the different potentials, right? Thanks to the good genes you got from your parents, thanks to the wonderful environment you grew up in, some of those genes are potentiated, and thanks to your own decisions about what to do in your life, you have different potentials for different types of things, different activities. Now, if you know that's true, what does that tell you about teaching? What does that tell you about differentiation or inclusion learning? Or does that tell you anything about, how we send homework? Do all kids need the same thing? One of the easiest low-hanging fruits that we can do in schools is differentiate homework. How many times does a brain need to see something before it knows it? If you dare to answer this, it means you've listened to a neuromyth. The answer should always be, in education, whenever somebody asks you a question about the brain, what should it be? It depends. This is my friends over here from Punahou. Okay, it depends. It depends on prior experience. If this kid has a really strong foundation in addition, I can probably teach him to do subtraction in 10 steps. He sees a new thing, he sees the difference between subtraction and addition, he has past knowledge, he can do it fast. But if this kid is weak in addition, I'm trying to teach him subtraction, it might take him 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 reviews of the same concept, right? Differentiating homework for those kids is probably one of the lowest hanging fruits that we have to be able to attend to different potentials. How about this one? Past information influences how you know something new. Absolutely. Your brain is so smart. It does not want to expend energy where it doesn't need to. So the first thing that your brain will do is that we'll look and try to understand, what do I already know about this? Before it tries to learn something new, it first passes through the filter of prior experience. And this is huge. If you write nothing else down, write this down. The more you know, the more you can know. Because things pass through the filter of prior experience, the more experiences you have potentiate different types of connections, which means at some point you could connect things to other things that you might not have connected before. The more you know, the more you can know. And all new learning passes through the filter of prior experience, okay? We need to know our students well enough, though, to take advantage of that. How about this? The brain changes constantly with experience. Do you believe that? Absolutely, and usually this occurs, though it can occur beforehand, normally changes occur at a molecular level before you see it in behavior. Remember the example of the kid reading? A lot of these changes are slowly occurring in the brain before you actually see the kid has done something that shows you an activity, that he has actually learned something, okay? What about plasticity? You guys all buy into the idea that your brains are plastic? Yes? When does your brain stop learning? When you die. Very good, yes. You learn until the day you die, okay? And this is a really big and an important idea to take into consideration. Many people think, oh no, it's all downhill after adolescence, right? Oh no, it's too hard to learn when I'm an adult. Guess what? There's some truth to this. The energy it takes to learn something new when you're older is slightly more because you basically have to unlearn an awful lot of things before you have the new learning. So it's almost twice as much energy because you're having to decouple things. So it's always better to learn it the first time around. If a kid has learned through habituated behavior that it's okay that his dad hits his mom and he begins to hit his girlfriend, in order to break that, you actually have to unlearn a behavior to learn a new thing, which takes more energy than just doing it right the first time, right? Okay? There's no learning without some form of memory and attention. That's the very first thing I was hoping you guys would remember today. Okay, so memory and attention are vital to learning. Okay, so we talked about these well-established things. We mentioned some of these neuromyths, and just so that you know this idea of the tenets. The tenets are things that are true for all human brains, except for there's a big range in human variation. We all have bodies, but they all are a little bit different, right? We all sleep, but we all have slightly different patterns, right? Those things are totally normal. We found 21 things with the experts that are true, but there's a huge range of human variance, which is why you can't dictate. You can never tell, oh, you're a 9-year-old, therefore you should sleep. Let me do the calculation. X amount of time. Doesn't work. It is normal for a human being to sleep between 4.5 and 12 hours. That's normal. The average person might sleep 8, but it's normal in this range. Know thyself. People have to understand themselves to be able to measure what's correct. So these are the 21 things, and we don't have time to go into them, but there are some summaries about this information on the website if you'd like to look into these things and the implications they have for teaching and learning, right? The big idea is that if anybody tells you, oh, I have an attention-getting activity, or I have a motivational activity I'm going to teach you, tell them, it's like throwing spaghetti at a wall. Some of it's going to stick with some of those kids, and some of it's not. Different kids need different things at different times. Remember that, okay? Okay, so looking at these different tenets and motivations, the only thing I just wanted to share with you is a couple more myths. Read and weep. There are more than 70. I'm just throwing up a couple of the more common ones, just so that you're clear on this. And if anybody wants to talk to me afterwards, we do have a Q&A session. I'm very happy to go deep into the research on each of these points. But just sort of want to call this to your attention, because these are things that we see in the popular press. These are things that we see all the time, but we have to break that before we can actually get to the good information, okay? I'm sorry, I told my editor, it's like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? And they said, no, this is for millennial teachers. They really will like this whole comic book angle. And I'm like, oh no, this is the cover of my very serious book, okay? Anyways, okay. And we said that myths do harm because we know that one of the greatest influencing factors in student success is what a student thinks of his own ability to achieve. And all myths do harm. They lower that potential. They lower the ability, the thought process of the kid, I can do this. Okay? So we have to get rid of myths because of that. Okay, so I can see a lot of you here, a little bit of nerves or whatever. Hopefully most of you, what are the possible outcomes? Many, hopefully most of you are going to say, terrific, I feel totally vindicated, I'm doing this right. And that's great. We're going to have a lot of happy teachers. That's pretty good. I think that's going to be the majority of this group, right? And then some of you, though, are going to feel a little confused, and maybe some of you are going to feel even attacked. Because if I tell you something like, Brain Gym doesn't work, and you are a Brain Gym representative, you're probably feeling really bad right now, right? And then there might be some of you who are actually feeling a little bit panicked because you're about to present something and you have to run out right now and change some slides. I presume this is going to happen, but what I really hope happens, and I was always taught, instead of saying the word but, you should always say and it doesn't really change the meaning. It's much more positive. Is that true? I don't know. And I hope that everybody leaves. 100% of us are going to leave with this kind of tickle about feeling, oh, this is cool, but I don't really get it. And that's a healthy confusion, right? And that it leads to intellectual curiosity, and that hopefully that intellectual curiosity will lead to better knowledge. But the whole idea is this: it doesn't stop at knowledge. There's a big saying in Latin, right? To know is not enough, right? Knowing stuff is cool, but it actually means nothing in our profession. You can know a lot of things, but unless you operationalize it, unless you use it, unless you take advantage of it, It makes no difference to our profession. So to know is not enough. You have to go beyond knowing and actually buy into doing something. And I would recommend, if you guys have the chance, this is the penultimate slide here. There's a very simple thing that all teachers could do, and I don't think we realize this. Did you know that teachers do more experiments in one day than a neuroscientist does in their entire life? Did you know that? This is the most important profession in society. But to move into this field of learning scientists instead of educators, learning scientists, I'm now using evidence, we have to become better at documenting things. And I know you do this in your head already, but just get a notebook. What did I plan to do? What did I really do? Did it work? Why or why not? Just that small piece of reflection at the end of the day will make us all better teachers, okay? So remember, I promised you I'm gonna make you go to work here. I don't know if I did or not, but I will feel successful if you can tell me, I learned these 3 things. At least I learned 3 things, okay? And there's 2 things I wanna know more about, and there's 1 thing I might change. Can I give you 1 minute of silence before I wrap this up? I would like you to do it now, because if you stand up and walk out of this room without writing it down, I promise you, it's gone by lunchtime. Please write it down right now. 3, 2, 1. 3 things you didn't know before, 2 things that you're curious about now, and 1 thing that you think you're going to change about your professional practice based on the information we shared today. And then I'm going to give you my 4 big ideas, and we can compare notes, okay? And it's totally not cheating to talk. Did she really say whatever? Oh, did you get the same thing? I mean, it's okay to talk. That's part of learning. 1 + 1 is 3. I would like to motivate you to do the same exercise on any of the sessions you go to today. And this is kind of like putting your finger on the pulse. Was this worth going to? I learned something new. I'm curious about something now, and I'm going to do something different. That's a big deal, okay? So in summary, I told you I was going to leave you with 4 big ideas. This is the last slide here. Mind, brain, and education is very cool, and in general, it confirms best practice teaching. For the most part, we can actually find direct correlations between what we know goes on in the brain and what teachers do in this beautiful art that they have of teaching, okay? Mind, brain, and education is also a transdisciplinary vision. It sort of trains you to always look at things not only just from an educator's perspective, but what's going on from a biological perspective or a nutritional perspective or psychological perspective. And it's superior than just looking at one vision. There's no problem you will ever face in life that is better attended to by just looking at it like a mathematician, a historian, an artist. Transdisciplinary thinking is really much more superior, okay? The 3rd idea is that I'd like to challenge you to take on this idea that you are learning scientists. And this moves our work into being not only art, but also evidence-based. And the 4th idea is to not just come to conferences like this to ask, what should I do next? But ask, why does it work? Get to the why, okay? I hope those are things that have also jumped out at you today. I will leave you with the same kind of an invitation. Please write to me if you have any doubts or questions. I love talking to people who care about this topic. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you very much.
What do you mean, don't shout? Who's shouting? I am not shouting, but I cannot tolerate the way you people behave, right? All of you have no consideration for me. I'm such an important person. 10 o'clock, I've got a board meeting, I've got to be there on time. And here you people raise up such petty things. And then you say, don't shout. What do you mean, don't shout? Who's shouting? Understand the way that you provoke me, and you don't have any consideration for me. What do you think I should behave as?
What is this, yeah? All the time telling me don't cry, don't cry. Obviously, I cry, right? Look at the way you behave. Look at this. Even I have to go for work. I'm getting delayed. Oh my God, this unreasonable behavior. It's too much. I'm not able to deal with it. I don't know what to do about it.
Okay. Taken you a little by surprise, but this is reality. There was this very famous book by John Gray, which says, Why Men Shout and Women Cry. It's one of a lot of books written by him, which are very, very useful at a practical level, and I have read it more than once. I have quoted from it. I have used it for helping, counselees and all that I've done. So at one point, when I was talking to somebody like this, it just struck me that I should also, try and see if I can convey that message in a more of an interactive manner, knowing how many of us nowadays read books. So I thought, let me put it in a more interactive and a more visual form. So that's why I took up this topic. Now, if you observed these two quick clips that you saw, first it was me, the man. Then it was Seema, the woman. What do you think happened? What do you think are the emotions? Dissatisfaction, irritation, being let down, feeling unwanted. The emotions were exactly the same to the man and to the woman. But did you see the outburst? Did you see the typical reaction, a male reaction and a female reaction? So what happens is that the women say, why do these men shout all the time? Can't they control their emotions? Why do they have to be so loud and brash and angry all the time? And surprisingly, I have so many men who come and say, I can't even carry out a decent argument with my wife. Anything I say and she breaks down and starts crying. That is her weapon. Now she starts crying, what am I supposed to do? I have to leave the place and go away. I have to stop the argument. Wonderful, isn't it? See how she uses crying as a tool to get the way that she wants. I can't even raise my voice. I can't say anything because she's got this wonderful tool, no? Breaking down, crying, whining. Now this is what I want to discuss today. Right. Firstly, let us understand that a lot of women feel men do not have emotions. I want to clear that myth. Men have as much emotions as women. This has been proven by research and surveys and whatever it is. You don't have to take my word for it. A fact like the soldier who sacrifices his life for the sake of his country. It is a purely emotional act. I will go to the extreme of giving up my life for my country. A man who slogs away to glory, works in a horrible job for years and years because he feels only then he will be able to give a good education to his children. He is governed by his emotions. A person who wants to achieve, by achieving career-wise, even a person who wants to win over the love of his girlfriend It is purely an emotional act which makes him go out of the way, promise her the moon, do anything for her. These are all emotions, right? So let us understand that men have as much emotions as women do. The only thing is the expression of those emotions comes out in a different way. I would not even say wrong way, I would say a different way. So there are innumerable instances, for example, where a man is so busy with his work, 24/7, he is at work, in office, or even when he comes home, he's on the laptop or he's on the mobile. And the family, particularly the wife, feels this person is so indifferent. This person doesn't love his family members. This person only thinks of his work. Now you ask the man, and like I mentioned a minute back, he says, I do it because I love my family. If I did not have a wife and children, I could stay in a one room or rough it out somewhere, and whatever I earn, I would have been very happy. But I've got this responsibility. I have to provide, I have to get a good house, I have to provide basic amenities, I have to give a good education to my children, I have to give them so many things, no? I love them so much that the only way to be able to fulfill what I want to do with them is to work harder and harder and harder. It's a highly competitive world out there, dude. You don't know. Unless you are on your toes and perpetually struggling, you will be left out. So that is what I do. So what I was saying is that the expression of love is in a different manner. And that is what they don't understand. Similarly, men who claim that my wife is perpetually nagging me, she's always correcting me, she's always making demands on me. She breaks down and she cries, she sulks. She points out so many fingers at me and she says, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. Doesn't she understand what I am going through? But now if you look at it from the feminine perspective, why is she doing it? Because she loves him. If she did not care, she would have said, okay, he's the provider. He goes to office, he works, he earns money and he gets the money and I enjoy myself. I will spend my time with my parents, my friends, my children. She could have given up, isn't it? Why is it that she doesn't give up? Because that is her way of expressing love. You are my life partner. I love you. I want to have a good, harmonious life with you. And that is why I am constantly behind you, telling you. Even a simple thing like, a wife telling the husband, don't smoke or don't eat rich food. Or, doctor was saying that your sugar levels are high, so don't eat sugar. To the man, it may appear as though she's perpetually nagging me and she's behind my back and she hates me so much that she doesn't let me live in peace. I come back home and all the time, this is what she is behind me. But to the woman, it is her way of expressing her love. The other factor, which I've spoken of earlier, but I want to reiterate the same point, is generally men are left-brained and women are right-brained. Mostly, not all. Now, a left-brained person is a person who is logical, sequential, analytical, mathematical, critical. These are the traits of a left-brained person. A right-brained person is emotional, intuitive, interpersonal, creative, literary. Now, when a person is right-brained, the habits, the behavior, the interests, the talents are different from a person who is left-brained. Nature has made, probably with some wisdom, that men should be left brain and women should be right brain, because only then they complement each other. Now it is up to us whether to use this complement. When you have a North Pole and you have a South Pole, they attract each other. Imagine if both were North Poles. Imagine if a man gets married to a man or a woman gets married to a woman. Of course, now it is accepted and permissible and all that, but there's a very, very interesting thing. I know a lot of same-sex couples, right? Inevitably, one of them plays the male role and one of them plays the female role. Starting from the way their demeanor, their dressing, their expressions, their way of talking, the profession that they choose are typically male and female. So even though physically they belong to the same gender, they again attract each other and they live with each other and they love each other because they complement each other. This is what I want you to understand. There is a beauty in that, difference. The French always say that, men and women are different. Long live the difference. Life would have been very boring if men started behaving the way women do, and if women started behaving the way men do. And that is what John Gray points out to us and says that women expect their men to behave, to react, to respond the way they would have done in that situation. And the man expects his woman to react, respond, behave in the way he would have done it. And when that does not happen, men shout and women cry. And there is no winner or loser in this game. Just because a man generally ends up shouting, it does not mean that he wins the argument or he gets the upper hand. Sometimes the person who's crying gets the upper hand. Anyway, this is not a ding-dong battle. This is not a court of law where we are trying to prove one is right, the other is wrong or something. But this is what we have to accept in order to have more harmony between the, the genders, right? Okay. Now, why are men left brain and why are women right brain? This is another very interesting aspect. It is partly because of genetics, maybe, I don't know, I'm not a geneticist, but it is a lot to do with the learned phenomenon. Men have been cavemen from prehistoric days. The hunter, the gatherer, and the protector. Women, right from the beginning of history, have been the nurturer, the caregiver, the lover. It is so ingrained through generations and generations of our ancestors that we cannot give it up. Even in a world today, in the 21st century, in metropolitan cities, women are playing as great a role as men professionally. You'll have women CEOs, you'll have women engineers, you'll have women surgeons, you'll have women playing all sorts of roles which traditionally were restricted to men just a couple of generations back. But has that changed the demeanor? Has that changed the approach or attitude or the emoting and the relationship? No. A woman who is a highly qualified person, holding a very, very strong career position and whatever it is, when it comes down to family, when it comes down to personal level, she still behaves the same way as her grandmother or great-grandmother did. And the same thing with the man. Let's say here is this man, who has a partner who is not only doing as well as him, maybe doing better. Maybe she is the main breadwinner. She's the one in the limelight. He acknowledges that. But because he's relegated to playing this role. There are men, for example, who are nowadays I come across who are doing a lot of cooking or taking care of children, which traditionally men never did. So you have this man who says, okay, you are busy, I'll take care of the baby. Or you are tied down with something else, I'll cook the food. So they are taking on feminine roles, right? But their demeanor, their expression, their behavior is not changing. When it comes to behavior which involves emotions, they still behave the way. Now, this is not going to change in the near future. If it has not changed in thousands of years, please don't have hope that it will change overnight or within this generation or even within the next generation. What we can do is, as far as the next generation is concerned, teach them a little more. Teach them to understand. I have a small little incident ingrained in my mind that I must have been 5 or 6 years old. I was running and playing. I fell down. And I saw small red spots on my knee. Some thing had grazed my knee and little blood was coming out. The moment I saw that, I thought I'm dying. And I let out a big shriek and I started bawling, crying. My father came running out and said, "What happened? What happened?" I pointed my knees. He went down and looked at my knees. He took his hand and brushed it aside so those red spots disappeared. And he said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you crying away to glory? Nothing has happened to you." I said, "No, I'm dying." He said, "No, you're not dying at all. Nothing is happening to you. Go wash your knees and this and that, and then go and play do whatever you want." And he said, "Don't cry like a girl," he said. At that age, daddy is the ultimate. He is the end all and be all. Whatever he says is the absolute truth, right? So this great daddy told this little 5-year-old fellow, that is me, don't cry like a girl. But daddy never told me how to cry like a boy. So what did I do after that? Anytime I had something disturbing me, I would make sure that I don't cry. And because of that, what happened? Emotions started getting suppressed, suffocated, stifled, till I came to adolescence. And when I realized that I'm a big boy, I have power, I have control, I have strength, I used to bring out my irritation, my disappointments by shouting. And daddy never said, "Don't shout like a boy." In fact, I vaguely even remember if mommy would complain saying, "Look at your son, how he is behaving. Why is he so uncouth? Why does he shout?" Daddy would probably laugh and say, "Oh, he's a boy, forget it. He'll get over it." So directly or indirectly, that thing was propagated, that it is okay for you to shout, but it is not okay for you to cry. Now, all the girls sitting out there who are listening to this program, go back into your childhood. When you were a small child, and if somebody did something to you, and if you picked up your fist and started boxing that person, what would your parents say? "You're a girl. Don't behave like this. What's wrong with you?" Even if you shouted, they would have said the same thing to you. That is how that indoctrination came in. But when you cried, what happened? "Oh, my poor baby. Come here, sit in my lap. Don't worry, Mama is here. No, we'll take care of you." So time and again, it was reinforced to the boys that you shout, And it was reinforced to the girls that you cry. Now, when you are 20 or 40 or 60, can you change so easily your entire basic demeanor? No, you can't. In fact, as I was mentioning to you about a girl, protecting herself or hitting or whatever it is, boys and men are made to believe that they are physically stronger than women. In many cases, it is true. A woman is built in a slightly smaller frame and a little more delicate demeanor and all that, but it is not always the case. I think yesterday or day before, what's that girl's name? Nikat, from a small town in Nizamabad, is now on the way to becoming the world boxing champion. So do you still think that girls are weaker than boys? If any roadside Romeo wants to tease her and she gives one box and that fellow will go flying 10 feet into the air. Okay, now you may say, no, she is one exceptional girl. But if you read her interviews, there's something very significant. She said that my parents, though my father was also a sportsman, and though he encouraged his daughter for sports, but he said not boxing. Both father and mother said, if you do boxing and somebody hits your face, and if there is a mark on your face or your face gets disfigured, then nobody will marry you. Imagine telling that to a little girl who's aspiring to become a great sportswoman. Have you ever heard a parent or a coach telling a boy, don't get into boxing because if somebody hits you and your face gets disfigured, then no girl will marry you? See the irony of the situation. I'm very proud of the fact that here is an Indian girl who, went against what was indoctrinated into her and has achieved something. Now, she's a good role model. Before her, Mary Kom was also a great role model. So many of them. But like I said, they are exceptions because the others succumb. And once you succumb and once you're made to believe that you're not physically strong and you cannot protect yourself and you should not protect yourself, the only way that it comes out is in the form of frustration, crying, whatever it is. It goes right up to the, extent where the girl grows up, becomes a mother. And now she is supposed to be all the time that great sacrificial mother. Whatever else she may do, she has to give first priority to children. One excellent example is this great lady called Indra Nooyi. She was the CEO and even the chairman of PepsiCo. PepsiCo is one of the maybe top 50 organizations in the whole world. Indra Nooyi, a girl born and brought up in India and in Chennai, migrated to USA. Her parents didn't go. She went over there and went up the corporate ladder. And eventually, as I said, she became the CEO of PepsiCo. At the same time, she married and she had 2 daughters. While she was going up the ladder in the corporate world, she was also bringing up 2 little girls who eventually became 2 teenagers. How did she balance? How she balanced is one thing, but the pressures that she was under, not only from others, but even from her own self. Am I justifying my role as a mother? She has a very understanding and a very supportive husband. Despite that, she was always made to feel doubt and question that whatever I am doing, am I justifying my role as a mother or not? In fact, her mother gave her a very interesting piece of advice. She said, you go to office, do your work, come back home, and when you park your car in the garage, leave your crown in the garage. What is that crown? The crown is CEO, chairman, whatever she was. She said, leave that crown in the garage and then come inside as a wife and mother. Have you ever come across an upwardly mobile or a successful man being given that advice by his elders? Leave your crown in the garage and come back to being a husband and a father. This is where we need to work on. We need to work with children. There's a lot that can be done. The children who have not yet come to that stage where the gender differences become very obvious. The 4-year-olds, the 6-year-olds, the 10-year-olds, both boys and girls, can we help them to understand that while you belong to one gender, and you should be proud of your gender, you should be proud that you are a boy or you are a girl, nothing wrong with that. At the same time, you need to understand the other genders. And that includes more so particularly the boys. I remember, I think it was the first Independence Day message that Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave from Red Fort. And he raised a very interesting point. He said, we are so protective, so possessive about our daughters. We keep asking our daughters, "Tum kahan gayi thi? Kiske saath gayi thi? Where were you? Why did you come late?" But he said, we never ask our sons, "Tum kahan gaye the? Kiske saath gaye the? Kyun gaye the? Kyun late aaya?" When we are encouraging the boys to start feeling that way, what do you expect will happen when they grow up? We have been doing this one generation after another. At least now, can we put a break to it? You cannot change grown-up men, you cannot change grown-up women. Men will continue to shout. Women will continue to cry and say, "Kya karun? Maa hu na." Typical Bollywood dialogue. So there's not much we can do about it. But there's a lot that we can do with regard to the next generation. This men crying and women, men shouting and women crying, as I said, is not genetic. It is an inbuilt thing which comes out of indoctrination. It is based on the upbringing. It is based on the lessons and examples that are taught. It is based on the role modeling that we do with our children. Children growing up, particularly boys, watch their father shouting and their mother crying. And nobody seems to be bothered. Nobody points out and says, this is wrong. Why can't mommy shout and daddy cry? So what happens? He grows up thinking this is what life is all about. This is one strong message which I would like each one of you to please spread this little message after today to whichever adults who are concerned about the next generation. Please start changing that outlook, the demeanor, the attitude of both boys and girls. Don't tell a girl that you cannot do boxing because somebody will hit you and your face will get disfigured and then nobody will marry you. You're pulling down the self-esteem of the child. Don't tell a boy that, yeah, boys will be boys, it's okay, he will get all right. Let him shout, let him get into brawls or whatever. That's not fair. So please take this message with you. And I need that 1 minute break as always. Seema has got something very interesting to share with you today. I'll be back in a minute.
Hi, today you can see all of us wearing, I don't know if you can see it, yeah, Banjara Right Forever t-shirts when you walk into Banjara. All of us, including Ali, to each one of us here in the staff. And why we are doing this is because today we are all going to Manthan. So it's picnic time, it's team bonding time, team building time for us. And yeah, we are going there only with open minds. We don't know what Ali has planned for us there. But yeah, the whole idea is to be together, eat together, and we'll stay the night over there. And yeah, we will do certain activities and stuff to know each other better. We work here together, but yeah, those nice moments, the personal journeys. So it'll be nice sharing with each other. And yes, really looking forward and really, really excited. So we'll be shutting down Banjara at 3 o'clock today. We'll be closing office and we'll all be going there. And yeah, that's the plan. And we'll stay the night. Tomorrow, our friend Asra, she's opening a kennel called Off Leash in Manthan. So tomorrow is the inaugural. She's invited everybody, all the dog parents and dog lovers to come and spend the day there. So that's another thing we're looking forward to. So that's what's happening here. And of course, as usual, the place is bustling. Banjara is bustling with our new babies coming in DCS 23. We had a very nice program last Saturday. And they were here and we interacted. It was nice. And every day we have, many of you coming here for inquiring about the program as well as for admission. So yes, admissions are going on in at full speed. So do come. 25th June is when we officially start. But don't even wait till then if you're planning to take this up or you have somebody in mind who wants to take it up, because we've already started the entire process of rapport building and meeting up. So do reach out for DCS 23 and all other programs as usual are there on the website. So, all right, that's what's going on in Banjara. Thought we'll keep you posted.
Manish just showed you a poster of an interesting program that I'm doing. Can't really call it a program because it involves 5 minutes of your time every day for the next 3 weeks. But if you're interested in something like that, do get in touch with Anis or any of our people in the office. It's a very simple thing of how to enrich your life through the thought and the experience of death. Don't get scared. I'm not going to ask you to do something like PUBG or something that you jump over the roof or something like that. It's just at the thought process. And as I said, 5 minutes of your day. These are the little unusual things that we keep doing all the time, just to keep ourselves occupied and to do. So we've got this break in between the DCS 22, which ended, and DCS 23, which is going to start next month. So I thought, let me use that time. Okay, so now Anis is going to show me which are the comments and questions that have come up. So Vidya says, why is it so tough to make the men express his emotions? It is not at all tough, Vidya. Men express their emotions immediately. You say something and he gets provoked and he starts shouting. That is expression of emotions. What we need to do is not to make the men express emotions, but to express it in a different manner. There's a lot on that. I don't want to take the time of all the viewers today, but in a very simple form, I will tell you, do not get into arguments. If he's shouting, you don't start shouting. Be assertive, accept his behavior for the moment, keep quiet. He will calm down. He cannot be angry all the time. He cannot be shouting all the time. When he is back to a good mood, that is the time you bring up this question of next time when you're angry, next time when you're upset, next time when you're irritated, can you tell me in a different manner? You will get results and I will respond much better to you. Start with that. Sheila says, tough to understand what men are thinking. Sheila, take a survey of men. 9 out of 10 will tell you it is tough to understand what women are thinking. I can never understand. And even if they understand other women, they generally don't understand their own wife. So it is a ping pong battle. Both of them can keep on complaining. Now, my question is, when you say tough to understand what men are thinking, it is tough, it is not impossible. So, what efforts have you made to understand what men are thinking? Have you spoken to men of different ages? I mentioned to you, you go younger and younger. If you are a grown up adult and your partner and your peers are people of your age, go lower down. Maybe talk to a man who's 25, 20, 15, 10. You will get an idea about what the male person thinks when he's 10, when he's 15, when he's 20, when he's 25. And from there, a pattern evolves. And then work with the men who are important to you. Vidya says, why is it that certain men don't understand that these are wife's way of expressing love? Rather, they just complain that you talk to me only when you need some household products, and they doubt that we are in relationship with somebody else. That is a very, very sad situation. Be it a man or be it a woman, if you doubt without any concrete evidence, yes, there are people who get into relationships and that has to be dealt with by the spouse. I'm not talking, those are very rare, and whatever happens, that's a very serious situation which has to be dealt with. But if there is a man, as you gave this example, who perpetually thinks that his wife is in relationship, you know what, it has nothing to do with his wife, it has nothing to do with his relationship with his wife. It is his own feeling of insecurity. It is his low self esteem. It is his loneliness. It is his feeling of being isolated. And he doesn't know how to handle it. So he hits out by making some accusations and saying this is what it is. Okay. The same way as you said that, okay, you said that why is that how much Yes, we are back again. So sorry for the rukawat. Technology sometimes also behaves like human beings, throws tantrums. At least it doesn't shout or cry, but it makes life miserable for us. I was answering Vidya's question. Why is that however much a man shouts, it is expected that the woman should keep quiet? Now, when you say expected, who brought in that expectation? Please go back and reflect. It was your mother, your grandmother, your teachers. So many people told you that you are a girl and you should not shout. If they themselves have indoctrinated this into you in your innocent and vulnerable years, obviously it becomes part of your personality. And that was never done to your husband or your brother or any other male member of the family or in the class, right? Now, that is what I want us to understand that we are doing. And that's the reason why I said before we closed for the break that please work with the smaller men before the men become men, when they're still boys, when they still listen to you, when they look up to you, when they have this great regard and respect for women and for mothers and for elder sisters and all that. That is a time to help them to understand. If we start now, maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, we will be creating a generation of equality. Saraf Saab says, women's bearing capacity is inherently more than that of men. That's why men are in a hard condition to digest something done by women, whether she be his wife, daughter, friend. Yes, same thing I will tell to all of you, including Mr. Saraf, that when you say bearing capacity, where has this bearing capacity come from? Why is it that a soldier's capacity to bear physical pain, even when he is shot and he's got a bullet in his leg, he still moves forward and he still continues to fight? If you or I were to have a bullet in our leg, we'll just collapse. Now, this bearing capacity of the soldier is not genetic. It is not inborn. He was trained in that manner. He was indoctrinated into that manner. He was motivated into that. Both body and mind was told that you are a soldier. You have to defend the nation. You have to do this and that. And that is what made him a hero when he has to face adversity. The same thing applies. Women shout and cry, Sheila says, while men only shout largely. It is a fact. That's the reason why I brought up this topic. But it is how you shout and how you cry which is important. In fact, since men hardly cry and definitely not, in front of their spouse or somebody, I've also come across, unfortunately, one odd, in a rare instance here and there, she tolerates, she accepts, she somehow, carries on, she gets fed up. And she says, more, I am going to take things in my control. And the moment she announces that, this man breaks down, starts crying. And the woman is so overwhelmed that she feels that nothing can be sweeter than this, that my man is crying and asking for forgiveness. And everything gets deleted and she goes back to be what she was. Please be aware of that. Roshan says, very lucky to get a life partner who never ever shouted at me and never did I cry. Fantastic. Congratulations to Roshan. And I also feel that while the partner may have had a good upbringing, hats off to his parents and elders, at the same time, it is also how the wife behaves with the man which makes a difference. What is needed in these circumstances is assertiveness. neither being aggressive nor being possessive. Giving away easily and becoming submissive. Assertiveness wins the day against people who unnecessarily lose their temper and who shout. Sureka says, how can we help our counselees help them behave in ways that their love and care reaches the partner? Here, one thing is very important, Sureka. You have to deal with in two different ways when it comes to a male and when it comes to a female. By the time this counselee has come to you, the person has grown up in a lot of indoctrination of behaviors and attitudes and is also experiencing certain things, right? So we have to deal with the men differently and the women differently. With the men, if it can be made to understand that I understand your anger, I understand that you are very frustrated and you are pushed to a corner and that is why you shout or that is why you get so angry, but do you get results? If you do not get results, would you like to try out a different way instead of shouting at your partner or creating that ruckus? Would you like to try? With a female, you have to tell her that whatever the person is doing to you, do not get provoked either way. Don't break down and cry and show your vulnerability, and do not start countering and shouting and arguing. Be assertive. We have to teach women assertiveness. And that assertiveness, believe me, is directly connected to self-esteem. Innumerable Indian women suffer from low self-esteem because of the way they have been brought up. I am not capable. I am a girl, my own dreams. And I have to listen first to my father, then to my husband, and then to my son. We have to break that. Any girl who has good self-esteem and who is assertive can easily handle a father, a husband, a brother, a son who tends to get angry and shout. Over a period of time, the change can be brought in. Conclusion is seeking help or counseling. Don't wait till it comes to that exhaustion stage, and where you get so frustrated that you may actually do something which is very impulsive. Do it while you feel that things are a little better. This is another thing which I have experienced with so many people. Let's say you have this man who keeps shouting all the time, and the wife is very submissive. You know what she thinks? No, if I am nice to him, then he will stop shouting. If I don't argue, if I don't, present my viewpoint, and if I accept his anger and do as he tells me to do, even though I don't want to do that, slowly he will realize what a good partner I am, and he will start being nice to me. Sorry, it doesn't happen that way. You have to take it as early as possible. And this includes what Sureka has asked, handle unresolved feelings from the past. This is something which, as you know, you will recall that I have been constantly striving on. Take this man-woman situation where the man shouts, the woman cries, whatever it is. Somebody has also mentioned the man always doubts his wife whether she is having other relationships. All this is based from the past. It starts in early childhood. And a lot of things from our childhood need to be resolved. Even if it is not currently an issue of shouting or crying or whatever it is, but a lot needs to be resolved. Our education system does nothing to help us learn life skills, to build up our emotional intelligence. But it's never too late. Even now it works. And this is something very, very heartening when Sheila says, being politely assertive has been working for me. I think we should give an applause to Sheila for not only believing in it, but practicing it. She's used a very nice phrase, politely assertive. Yes, I know you're angry. I know you've got meetings and you're very stressed out and you're a very important person. At the same time, I think we need to resolve this. I don't feel that I am going to give in at this stage. I need to do this. In whatever manner, whatever words, whatever expressions, but politely assertive can really go a very long way to help people. So these are some of the very, very important things. As I said, number one, we need to keep feeling frustrated because the woman cries all the time, or the woman is feeling frustrated because the man shouts all the time. It is not impossible, but it is tough to handle it, to deal with it, to try to slowly bring about a change to the extent that it is possible. Don't expect miracles. Don't expect overnight change from the person. But I can assure you that 10%, 20%, 30% more harmonious relationship goes a long way in making you feel contented. And it sets the ball rolling for better and better and better relationship. At the same time, look at the younger generation and see what we can do. Let us not be so selfish that we work only for our needs. We owe it to the next generation that we have to leave a good world behind them. There's so much talk going on about global warming, about wars and whatever we have been doing, the way we are destroying the world in so many ways. I am equally concerned about the way we are destroying the younger generation at an emotional level. I have told this a number of times and I repeat again that emotional intelligence can be built up at any time. And what are the first two pillars of emotional intelligence? Self-awareness. Yes, right now I am getting angry, I'm getting irritated, I'm feeling very disappointed, cheated. Awareness. The second pillar is managing the emotions. Now that I know that I am provoked, I am angry, I am feeling very restless. How do I manage? Which is the best way to manage my emotion? Roshan says, keep giving love and one is bound to get back love. No shouting and crying will happen. You're very lucky if you keep giving love and you do get back love. It doesn't happen all the time. I'm sure all of you have heard that little proverb that, you pick up a street dog and you nurture it, feed it, take care of it. Take care of all his needs. He looks up to you and says, you're taking such good care of me. You must be God. You pick up a little kitten and take care of it, feed it, groom it, protect it, do everything. The kitten looks at you and says, you are taking such good care of me. I must be God. Remember that some of us are dogs, some of us are cats. So you have to take that chance. Sureka says, how can we work towards better emotional autonomy, which prevents us from developing dependency? Yes, Sureka. Since we live in families, since we have to interact with people, I would suggest that we don't work towards developing or, working from, the dependency, work towards what I always call as interdependency. It's the same way as there may be a family where the man goes out to work and earns the salary and the livelihood, and the woman takes care of the house and the kitchen and the children. They are not dependent on each other. They are interdependent. They are complementing each other, and men and women complement each other in 100 different ways. So learn to enjoy that aspect of it. That is what is needed It can be done. It requires some time and effort, and it can be done if you decide on the next Saturday's topic, that is, don't grow old. I'll be seeing you next Saturday, where we will be talking about how, while the numbers pile up, you ensure that you remain young till the last day of your life. So have a nice, wonderful week. I shall see you next Saturday. Bye bye.
In the next module in creating educational technologies, we're going to be exploring artificial intelligence. Now, during this module, we're going to be examining the various aspects of artificial intelligence as it relates to education and exploring it as an educational technology, a tool for use in teaching and learning. This week, we're going to examine the concept of artificial intelligence, the fundamental theories behind that, how artificial intelligence is being applied to education, and some of the opportunities that are arising from that. And then we're going to narrow in and look at a particular application of artificial intelligence, and that is around chatbots. And the particular tool that you're going to be using in your portfolio assessment in creating a chatbot using the tool BotLibra. So first off, there is a document in the course material that explores the concept of artificial intelligence and how it can relate to AI in education. So I'd like you to read through that document. It's not incredibly long, and there's sort of small snippets within there, but it's about 30 or 40 pages. So skim through that, but look at some of the fundamental concepts that are behind artificial intelligence. Now, you don't need to understand them in great depth, but you do need to have a general overview of what we mean by artificial intelligence in education. So look at the text Intelligence Unleashed, and through your examination of this document, it explains how the general model for the use of artificial intelligence in education is that we have not just one model, but three. Over time, we've found that trying to address all of artificial intelligence as it relates to learning and the teaching processes can't really be encompassed in a single model. So the general philosophy currently is that there are three fundamental models that make up educational artificial intelligence applications. The first is a domain model, and this is a model that relates to the content of what is being taught. So often this is, in a rule-based model, a whole lot of key words that relate to particular topics and explanations about what those terms mean. Or it may relate to a body of knowledge that's been trained in various artificial intelligence applications to be able to interpret what the content is about and provide learning context around that content that students can engage with. Now with that, we then have a pedagogy model, which interacts with the domain model, and it engages in various ways of teaching. So it may be presenting information in small chunks and quizzing students on their understanding of that content. Or it may be interpreting students' questions and interpreting how best to provide answers to that. And more commonly now, it may be adaptive in that it will adjust the responses based upon the perceived understanding of the learner. And this is where we bring in the third model, which is the learner model. So it's an understanding of the learner. What are their strengths, their weaknesses, what pedagogical approaches best work with that learner, how that learner has developed, what level they are at in terms of various hierarchical instructional processes. But it encompasses a portfolio of the learner that the AI systems, the domain model and the pedagogy model can interact with and customize things to suit the individual needs of the learner. So those three models represent different processes that work interactively to create a interaction with the learner, with the AI system that's helping them with their learning. And together this creates what's called a learner interface, and generally it has interactive content, which is tailored to suit the particular needs of the learner, and a process of evolving that adaptability, which we call, well, it's defined around data capture. But there's a range of AI systems where we collect data on how the student is learning, how they're interacting with the pedagogy, how they're interacting with the content, what sort of words they're using, which words are generating a correct response, which words are creating incorrect responses. And a lot of AI systems rely upon the capture of data about their learning interactions. And then they refine that process. And the best AI systems refine those automatically, and we call that machine learning, where over time, the AI tutorial or tutor gets better and better because it has been trained on more and more students and more interactions with different students, and it learns over time how to be a better teacher. And that's what really differentiates an AI application, and particularly a machine learning supported AI application, from a simple programmed instruction material. So that data analysis ideally is done by the computer, the AI system itself, but sometimes it can be done by humans, and we call those rule-based systems. They're much more manually intensive because the computer's not doing it all itself, and they tend to be much more limited, and we'll talk about some of those limitations as we go. But the fully automated systems that learn from the interactions, that's where the power of AI and machine learning is revolutionizing a whole range of industries, not just education, but it could be optimizing processes for flying a plane in terms of autopilots, or optimizing processes for selling goods via online stores, and which prompts to provide to customers, which color schemes and all the rest best meet the needs of particular customers. And where it's successful, where a sale is achieved, those particular properties are reinforced. And where it's unsuccessful, where a sale is not achieved, the particular properties that were tried out are reduced. So it's less likely to try that approach again. And through thousands and thousands of interactions, it refines itself, it learns, and becomes better at selling. Just one example of many, many different applications of artificial intelligence. It could be around garbage collection. It could be around being able to translate words correctly and become more efficient in voice translation. Lots of different processes use these fundamental mechanics. We're interested in and focused more on the educational application. Same mechanics as being used in an autopilot or a voice translation system, but we're applying it to a tutoring process, a teaching process of improving the learning of a student interacting with the AI system. And collectively, this becomes what's called the open learner model, which is a set of processes that provide instructions and advice to students to support their learning. But it can also help inform teachers. We don't just have to use AI systems on their own. They can be used in conjunction with traditional teaching practices, and they can provide us advice and understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of our students and how we can go about improving their learning interactions. So we shouldn't just think of AI as a replacement for other processes, in our case teaching. Very often it can be used as a way of augmenting the processes. Now, of course, the concern is often that that augmentation will eventually migrate to replacement, and that is true. Many systems that can be replaced by computers will be. But in the meantime, certainly over the next decade or so, there'll be a transition process whereby we will work with AI systems to improve various processes, and in our case, the processes of teaching. So go through the document and it will explain some of the nuances of these terms and processes in a little bit more detail. But what we're really interested in is how we can now use these AIs for education, how we can apply it. So again, on the website, you'll see a number of other documents in terms of how AI is used in education. And have a look at some of those and make a suggestion on how you feel that artificial intelligence is and will be used in education. And post that response to Teams. And we'll discuss that further in the tutorials. But have a look at the different applications for artificial intelligence. This is a summary. So first off, artificial intelligence can be used for the basic processes we have in education. Say role taking. Using image recognition, we can have a camera set up and that will automatically detect the students that are in our class and determine who's there and who's not. And that will save a lot of time. Make role taking, which normally takes about 10 minutes of a lesson, much more efficient and effective. But other things can also be applied around that. Grading is one that a lot of effort's being put into. We've had systems to automate marking for, say, multiple choice questions for a long time. They haven't really required any AI because they were very simple processes. But automatically marking an essay or a scientific experiment or computer program starts becoming more complex and difficult, but not impossible, particularly when we introduce machine learning processes where the AI can become more experienced and better at doing things over time through practice, just as humans learn. So systems for automatic grading are in place now, and many of them are exceeding what human graders can achieve in terms of the accuracy in the marking of student work. Now that's a little bit confronting because it used to be something that we thought humans would be dominant with, and that's a fundamental experience with artificial intelligence applications. There's always things that we think that we just done by humans, and over time we find ways for computers and AI systems to achieve the same processes and often exceed them. Now, the key aspect at the moment is around what we call outliers, where there are things that we haven't thought about. Now, inexperienced humans also have that same problem. When things come up that we haven't thought about, we make mistakes and fail in achieving things. We do well with things that we're practiced and trained and taught how to do, but strange things we have difficulty with. And so does AI systems. And machine learning allows the AI to make educated guesses. That's where it's different to rule-based AI, where in a rule-based system, we have to have programmed in the responses. And if we haven't programmed in a response, then the AI really doesn't know what to do. But with machine learning processes, and we use words such as neural networks and things like that, which we'll talk a little bit about, the AI can go through a series of probability comparisons and make a reasoned, educated guess at what a good response would be. And over time, as it makes those guesses and it identifies which of those guesses are successful versus which are unsuccessful, its ability to make correct guesses improves, just as a human being would do so. So some other applications. We talked a little bit about having adaptive learning tools, and that's a really big focus area for AI tutorials, because one of the holy grails of education is to have one-to-one tutorials where you can have a close interaction with a student and guide them through in their learning by really understanding in detail all of their strengths and weaknesses and interests, and being able to tailor how they learn and what they learn to their specific needs. But of course, in the real world, when you've got 20 or 30 students, that becomes very, very, very difficult, simply because you just don't have enough time to provide that level of attention to each student. AI systems, though, because of the ability for computerized systems to be easily replicated, so if we have an effective AI model that can be used for teaching an individual student based upon their strengths and weaknesses and so forth, we can very simply copy that model and have 20 of these models working, one for each individual student. So we can get around that difficulty we've always had in education around individualizing instruction. And that's a really powerful potential for artificial intelligence. It can be used to point out where we need to improve. And as I said, the diagnostic capabilities of artificial intelligence are built into the processes of its learning and improvement. So we can use that diagnostic processes then to also help inform our students how they can improve. Whereas good teachers do that as well. But again, it's the capacity of a teacher to work with a large number of students and to provide that feedback in an effective, continuous way. And while it can be done certainly by a human, it's simply time consuming. But an AI system is not so limited, and it can provide detailed feedback to students on where they've gone well, where they've had difficulty, where they need to improve, and provide that more in-depth support. And that leads to the next one around just that ongoing support. But that support is not just limited to their instruction. We might have a support system that helps them with their behavior, with their emotional support, with their career planning, a whole range of systems. Particularly in tertiary, we're developing a lot of these systems to build their students' resilience, to ensure that they don't drop out of courses. And a lot of that doesn't have anything to do with the actual instruction of the course, but it's around them coping with completing assessment tasks, managing their time, managing their finances, a whole range of other complexities that can be added to our AI models and support students in a whole wide variety of different aspects of their educational experiences. As I said, that can also be very useful in providing students with feedback, and that's one of their key strengths. Also in looking at how we find and access information. Now, you all would have found that with Google searches. Google searches are not necessarily AI driven, but they are increasingly having aspects of AI built into them to try to improve the quality of the searches and the responses that are returned. But we now access a lot of information through online search engines. But increasingly now, we're also using very much AI applications that relate to voice recognition. Many homes now have smart devices and smart terminals and smart speakers and so forth, where you can ask questions and receive valid responses, because the AI system in the voice recognition processes have been able to interpret what you need or what you meant by the question and provide you with what you need in terms of a response. Now, they're not perfect yet, but they are certainly far better than they were 5 years, 10 years ago, and they will be far better into the future because the systems are learning. And there are millions of people using them, so there are millions of interactions occurring every day that are all used to train the model and improve it. Likewise, there are now systems around image recognition. The most common ones we're seeing at the moment being popularized in self-driving vehicles, where the image recognitions are set up to a level of quality whereby they can make decisions around how to steer and brake and drive automobiles. But they're also being used in facial recognition, particularly for surveillance. But in education, we're now starting to look at the idea of picking up cues on how students are learning based upon their facial features. Now, again, as a teacher, we can see when students are frowning and looking frustrated or looking confused. So AI systems can also do that now. And as they start seeing that body language, they can then adjust the instructional processes that are occurring, the pedagogical model, in terms of how students are presented with information, maybe reducing the complexity of it or increasing the complexity of it, the pacing of the information, based upon how the student's experience is occurring. Now, we're not just limited to visual processes in that respect. I also do some work with brainwave analysis, looking at how students' thought processes are occurring and how their brainwaves are changing during a learning interaction. And that's helping form various AI models as well. But there are lots of other processes. Another one that's being worked on a fair bit is around galvanic response, which is essentially how much we're sweating. But by wearing a simple wristband, we can detect that quite easily, and that can help measure students' stress levels. And so again, we can adjust the content based upon students' physical, emotional responses to the learning experiences that they're engaged with. Other processes are looking at their voice in terms of measuring their stress levels and their interest levels and engagement through voice analysis. So lots of different ways of trying to build a better student model so that it can inform the pedagogical model and the content model to better craft the learning experience for the student. And so you can start to see how all of this combined starts getting a much more detailed understanding of the student and how they learn best and the content that they'll engage with and interact with than a teacher could hope to be able to replicate. So a few other things. That then starts changing the role of teachers. If all that information is now available to us, maybe we can then utilize that information ourselves as teachers to better understand our students and to then cater various activities and interactions that supplement what the AI system is doing, but allow us to have that personal interaction, that human touch to the educational experience that many people value highly. Not everyone though. I do a fair bit of work with robotics and AI systems and how robotics can replace that human interaction aspect for some students. And there's been a great amount of success done with autistic students where the human interaction is actually one of the limiting factors in their learning. And the variability and confusing nature of human interactions can disrupt their learning. Whereas an AI-enabled robot, which is much more predictable for the student, and they are able to relate to it and interact with it much more effectively, it's proving to be very useful for their instruction. Likewise for young children. Again, it was one of the areas that some educators thought, oh, AI will never be used to teach young children because they need that human interaction and human engagement. But we're actually finding that they actually have no problems at all thinking of a robot as a real teacher and interacting with it as they would with a human being. And indeed, they can have really great human relationship interactions with a robotic device. Of course, most of their toys are robotic devices. And their imagination easily allows them to conceive of the robot as something that they can interact with as though it was real. And for them, it is real. It's providing them with support with their learning. It's looking after their interests and emotions. It's responding to them in a positive, supportive way. And this idea of human interactions is really being upturned with various robotic devices. There's robot seals that we're deploying in nursing homes, where elderly people can interact with this robot seal, and it comforts them and it engages them, talks with them, and they can interact with it. And it's much more patient with them when they have difficulty communicating and engaging with human staff. So the idea of the emotional aspect of AI and of robotics has certainly been challenged in recent years. So a few other things. AI, as I said, is not just limited to providing educational support, but also around the behavioral and emotional support, particularly around trial and error. Of course, AI systems can be infinitely patient, and a student can keep trying and keep working at something and being supported by the AI far beyond the patience level of most human teachers to do similar things. And then again, as we said before, the data that's being collected by AI can be used for lots of other purposes, certainly to teach, but also to support students, and also to help them with their career development and a whole range of other aspects. Of course, that level of data does open up potential misuse of that data, and there needs to be checks and balances brought into place around that, particularly when we have AI systems that can influence students at least as or more so than teachers do. We know that teachers strongly influence students in their behavior and their beliefs and understanding about a whole range of concepts. And if we can make that process much more effective, that does open up potential problems. So there are a range of ethical issues around AI, and we're going to be talking about those in later weeks. And finally, AI systems are much more flexible. They can be very portable, so students can learn and engage wherever they have a device. And many of these systems can be done through a smartphone and things of that nature. So students can be effectively learning, and their learning can be monitored and modified and engaged with by an AI system on a bus or on a beach, or wherever they might happen to be. AI systems can be much more deployable. So we can have AI systems developed from experts all over the place. And as with any computer system or computer tutorial system, they're easily replicated and transferred. And so we can have the best AI instructors from around the world available to individual students wherever they are in the world. So lots of different aspects around AI in education and its future potential. So have a look at those readings and think if you can come up with your own contributions of how AI can support teaching and learning. So again, here's a narrowing down now as we start thinking about a particular AI application, which is the conversation bots or tutorial bots, or essentially AI applications where we have a conversation with them. Now, they can be through text, they can be now through voice, and so there's a range of ways of interacting with these. But the four or five main processes are providing an evaluation to students in terms of feedback, but also to teachers in terms of feedback on how students are going in various activities and tasks. So again, lots of data is being collected by AI systems. AI systems rely upon data, and that data can then be formatted and presented in ways that are useful for teachers and also for students. So not just used by the AI, but also used by others. Students can ask fact-based questions and receive answers. And that's a very common application of chatbots. They can be used as a medium for communication. So you can set questions like you would for a quiz and have the chatbot present the quiz to students and have them go through and provide answers. Or it can be done as a test or as an instructional activity, guiding them through a process whereby they have to work through a series of stages. So there can be a range of communication processes through chatbots. And then there's just the processes of having a natural conversation. Just as there's a benefit for students talking to their teachers and having that social conversational interaction to practice their own language skills, their own grammar, their own questioning ability, so too that they can do that with more advanced AI chatbot systems, where they can pose questions in a range of different ways and see the responses, then evaluate the responses, and refine their questions and carry out an ongoing conversational process. But all up, this is part generally of a tutorial system, which is designed to help students learn various concepts and processes and have a, we call didactic or conversational support to those processes, just as a teacher would provide that conversational support to students in various learning instances, as I am doing now. But you can imagine that I could be replaced quite easily here with a chatbot that could have been either pre-programmed or trained by a machine learning process. And over time, it's improved itself based upon your responses to various assessment tasks and quizzes and things like that. And with our ability to generate avatars now, my talking head could very easily be a computer-generated talking head, and you would have difficulty in discerning the differences between myself as a human instructor and an AI instructor. So these are the areas where education is progressing very rapidly. It's not just education, of course. Every industry is facing disruption, as we call it, through the advent of artificial intelligence and the effectiveness it's proving around machine learning. But we are, of course, focused on what's happening in education. So it also opens up a range of opportunities. Now, yes, things will be different. AIs are going to replace many of the more traditional processes that have occurred in education. But as we find with all industries, except the few that really are destroyed and die out, they transform based upon the impact of new technologies. And education will transform, and the role of teachers and the processes that occur in education will adjust to take advantage of the new technology, in this case AI, and adopt new ways of doing things. So here is a range of problems that are common in education and some of the AI solutions to these problems. So one is the standardized curriculum. Teaching everyone in a class the same thing has always been a problem, so it doesn't cater for their individual needs. And personalized learning is an AI-based solution to that. Likewise, having individualized instruction and one-to-one tutor time, because of the large number of students generally, has been difficult, but having personal virtual tutors is a way of addressing that. Same sort of concept of personalized learning. Grading and assessment is often time consuming, and we tend to rely then upon multiple choice as a time effective way of doing assessment. But with AI systems, we can have much more open-ended, nuanced questions, and the marking and feedback can be provided around those in real time. Often in a classroom environment, students may have questions, but either are too shy or the teacher doesn't have time to address all the questions that students might wish to ask. But with AI virtual classroom assistants, they can ask the questions of the AI and receive responses that support their learning, whereby in a normal classroom environment, the questions would often be disruptive to that process. Personalized communication can now be done at scale, so we can have individual answers made to student queries and questions that they might submit by email or might be submitted by parents or other things. So that's a way of addressing these, again, specific needs of the learner without having to rely upon generic responses that are suitable for everyone, simply because we don't have time to address specific responses to each individual. AI systems can be used for selection processes, whereas at the moment we use a lot of our assessment, particularly in the senior years in secondary education, is around selecting students for restrictive places at tertiary education, giving them a score that allows them to then apply to university to get into particular courses based upon their interests and so forth. AI systems can be used to improve that selection process, because now we can have AI systems that look at a whole lot of data about students. That doesn't need to just be done for tertiary entrance. We might be wanting to select students who is going to be on the debating team or a sporting team, or any process whereby we need to make complex selections. And the advantage of this is that if the AI system doesn't have any bias, and we're going to be talking about bias in later weeks, then it's a much fairer process. It can be made much more transparent in some cases, but everyone is then subject to the same computerized model. So individual human biases can often be reduced. But there are some other biases that can creep in from AI systems, and we'll talk about those in later weeks. We can do also what's called sentiment analysis, which is trying to determine students' their mood, essentially, how they're liking a course or disliking a course, or liking their degree program. Are they likely to drop out? Are they likely to disengage or not attend school? A whole range of different analysis that can be put into place to better understand students and provide responses and feedback and supportive mechanisms to reduce the possible negative consequences of their sentiment. And finally, another area, particularly in tertiary, is using AI to address systemic cheating, particularly with online cheating and plagiarism. That's becoming supported by various educational technologies that are negative to some people's perceptions in education. We can also use AI systems to try to combat that, whereby we can identify patterns and repeated use of particular assessment items or assessment responses, and a whole range of other processes, down to looking at how students type. There's a whole lot of typing analysis that's done for online testing. So over a course, there'll be various instances where students have typed responses in, and they've developed a particular pattern of how long they spend typing certain keystrokes, and a whole lot of, it's like a fingerprint based upon how you type. And so once that model has been developed for a student, we can then have them do an online exam. And if their model of how they type is significantly different to how they've demonstrated that they type elsewhere in the course, that can flag the possibility that there's someone else doing that exam other than the student. So again, there's lots of different techniques being applied to combat cheating. The most common is around plagiarism detection, trying to analyze students' work and to see if it matches other students' work. But it can also be used to see if their assignments match previous work of that same student that they've done in class or through the discussion forums or through previously submitted assignments, and a whole lot of other processes that build up a better model of what the student is, again, that student model, and then apply it to understanding if there are any variances or discrepancies in that model that might indicate that something is askew. Okay, so for your portfolio item for this module, you're going to be developing a chatbot. Now, it is going to be what we call a rules-based chatbot. There are a range of chatbots that are available. Now, the easiest is what we call a closed domain retrieval-based, rule-based chatbot. So what we mean by closed domain is that there is a set number of responses. We've thought about all the questions that the student might ask, and we've developed a response to each of those questions. Now, it's not then open domain. So if a student asks us a question that we haven't thought about, then the AI chatbot will not have a response to that, or it will have a generic, I don't know how to answer that response. So with a retrieval-based, rule-based chatbot system, we can't respond to every possible question that students ask. There's just too many possibilities. So then we have what are called generative-based systems. This is the machine learning systems. Now, these generate a response based upon the information provided. And it can draw upon things such as Wikipedia or online encyclopedias, and it can draw upon a whole lot of other previous responses that have been done by students. And it develops a response based upon a whole lot of information, but it's not one set response. And it also tends to then have probabilities associated with those. So it might say, we're 70% sure that this is the right response, but there's a 30% chance it might be this other response. And it will randomize that, and 70% of the time it'll give the most likely response, but sometimes it'll give another response. And there might be 100 other responses. So you can never be sure exactly what response you'll get. But over time, through thousands and thousands of interactions, it will narrow down those probabilities to a set of responses that have proven to be effective in the past. And that's really effective for closed domain systems such as language translation, where there's a set number of words and things like that, and we can generate that relatively easily and effectively nowadays. It's hard, it takes a fair bit of work, but we've got systems now that do that really well. Making such a generative system, though, that can answer any question, that's what the real potential of AI is we're currently working on, so that you can have an ongoing conversation and it will respond just as a human would respond, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And we're pretty much there now. Not for everything. There's still ways of tricking it and identifying the AI in most cases, although certainly they're working close towards that. But as these systems will be developed, we'll be able to ask any question or have any conversation, and it will have a natural feel and provide effective responses during our conversation. And that's the general AI model that is being worked on. So for your assignment, of course, we're not asking you to create a general AI. You're going to be creating the rules-based, closed domain retrieval-based responses, where you identify a range of possible questions that the student will ask, and then you'll provide set responses to those questions. So chatbots can be used for a range of things, as we've said before. They can help improve students' learning. They can collect feedback and data effectively. They can be used to educate students, and the response is instantaneous. But there are other benefits. They can be a personalized environment tailored to a specific student's needs and interests. They can generally be a comfortable and confident environment. Students can ask really dumb questions as they perceive them without fear of rapprochement and being embarrassed. Of course, the AI system, unless it's been programmed to, which generally they're not, won't make any judgments and snarky comments and criticisms of the student. Over time, AI systems will learn how the student thinks, how they phrase things, how they word different questions, and it will adapt to that. They can introduce slang and difficult sayings. They can also introduce responses to various languages. As these models develop, AI systems can respond to students in their own home languages, and that can be thousands of languages. And so that provides an advantage over current systems, learning systems, which generally are predominantly in English or in a couple of languages, It's now quite, well, it's not quite simple yet, but we're moving towards where we'll be able to have AI interactions in any language. And of course, they can be available 24/7. So really complex interactions where students are struggling with a question and struggling to understand an idea and need to talk it through can be done whenever students need to do that. Okay, so the AI system you're going to be developing, it will be that closed chat system, and we're going to be using a tool called BotLibra. Now, BotLibra is quite a powerful tool, and it's an open source environment, and it can be used for making much more generalized hard AI systems. But we're going to use it in its simplest formats to make a closed AI rule-based system. So you're going to be creating this, and I've provided you with resources on the course website in terms of instructional guides and videos and so forth to assist you in understanding the BotLibra tool. On the website, you'll find an embedded BotLibra where you can ask questions of it and see how it works. The one I've set up, you can also ask questions with your voice. If you open it up into its, you can't do it through the web, to the HTML. You can't do it through the course website. You have to open the BotLibra website to do the voice interactions. But then you can talk to it and it will respond, and you can also hear its responses. And it also has an avatar, so you can actually get facial feedback cues as well. So also on the course website, there's a range of example BotLibra educational chatbots, and you can try those out and explore them and get some ideas for your own educational application. So again, we'll talk through the processes in the tutorials. Hopefully, if you engage with the tutorials and explore your ideas about the educational application you wish to create, but you do need to have your chatbot teach something. So it's not just having a conversation. It does actually have to be an instructional process whereby the students are learning something through the chatbot conversation. Okay, so some of the advantages, as I said, chatbots and AI systems allow us to look at the data in great detail. So you'll be able to look at the conversation logs. So you can have your friends try out conversing with your chatbot, and you can have conversations with your chatbot, and you can see which interactions, which questions provided a good response and which provided a generic or an incorrect response. And then you can adjust your chatbot based upon the data that you're seeing there. And that's how we train our chatbot. You can also include greetings and different ways it can sort of interact in a sort of conversational way with your students, and also have default responses. So where it can't give a valid response, what can it say in a more generic way that then prompts students to continue with the conversation and explore things in a way that the chatbot can respond effectively. And again, you can look at all the phrases that you've incorporated and the words that trigger responses. So look at BotLibra, look at the tutorials and instructional guides that teach you how to create it. You don't have to create a very complex chatbot, but you do need to think about how it's going to teach students something through that interaction. So think about how you might have taught someone through a conversation or through explaining something to them, and how an AI system, in this case a chatbot, could do a similar process. Okay, so the chatbots that you're going to be creating are rule-based. So there are set rules, there are set keywords that will trigger set responses. And next week, we're going to look at non-rule-based systems that go through deep learning and use what we call neural networks, which is how we have our brain wired up with various neurons between synapses and so forth, and how these systems can develop responses on their own. But that's it for this week. There's some readings to do and the Bot Libre application to explore, and to try creating your own small chatbot just to get started, or at least have a look at a range of existing chatbots so you can start getting an understanding of what might be achievable when you create your own chatbot in response to your own portfolio assessment task.